It is the Rick and Bubba Show, kickoff hour live. Thank you so much for being with us. Got a busy one today. Day 10 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Another great gift to give away. Santa Bubba will grab a gift, and we will give it away today in day 10 of the 12 working days of Christmas. The Wheel of Meat could spin. Also, the Bible study live today, noon Central, as we ease on through the week. It is, if you're listening live, already Wednesday. A little bit later in the show, we have a friend of the show, Mark Meadows, with us. He has been with us the last few years because he's the executive director of the 2022 Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. That'll be in the Birmingham Market at Protective Stadium, downtown Birmingham, on Tuesday, December 27th. It'll have East Carolina and Coastal Carolina playing in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. You can go to ticketsmarterbirminghambowl.com for ticket information. Kickoff is around 5:45 p.m. Central Time, and we'll talk to Mark Meadows, catch up with him, and I actually look forward to being a part of the Birmingham Bowl along with J.J. Pruitt with our Fox affiliate in the Birmingham market. We'll share some duties on in-stadium emceeing during the game, and so we look forward to that, and we'll talk to Mark and catch up with him a little bit. But we have a lot happening today. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey, now.
Hey,
What's happening?
Now.
What's happening?
Yep, back again.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm really good.
Glad
I really
to have you
am.
back today.
Yeah. You know, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just because of our competitive spirit or just because we played a little ball or what. I have no idea, but you know, it goes way on back to when Rick, do y'all remember the best of bit where he had to get Big Love a haircut when he was younger and get a Christmas tree? And he looked at the day like a ball game. Mm-hmm. And he would, victories and things he would get accomplished, he would consider himself scoring.
Yeah.
Quagmires or difficulties, the opponent would score. And so yesterday I was up in, man, you know, Huntsville, Alabama is just,
It's rocking, isn't it?
Home of the river. You kidding me? It is
We
a
love
buzzing.
Huntsville.
Hey, it's buzzing. But the way they have their traffic set up, it is as busy as any of your mid-major markets, okay? But it flows. Everything's moving.
Yeah.
And other cities, you know, they got the parkway where, you know, you can get off and it's no stop, no red lights or anything like that, but you get off on the side roads and it's an easy exit on, exit off. And so anyway, I came in during rush hour yesterday, and my mom and dad had two separate doctor appointments. And one of me.
That's
all
what I
right?
was going to say. They couldn't split you in half.
No. But we had strategically planned the day out. Mom's is at 8:30, Dad's 11:30. All right, and so we had a follow up with Dr. Tyler Kirby, who is Mom's cancer doctor and performed her surgery about 2.5 years ago. Just a phenomenal doctor, great staff. So we get there, we had a consultation with him, where are we now, changing some medications, moving some things around, but it was a big one. It was a big deal. So we get there, and surprisingly, hey guys, we're back at their house at 9:30, 9:45. It was smooth.
How about that?
And so now we got a couple of hours to kill before
You knew
Dad's,
something
right?
had to go bad.
And who, raise your hand if you love. Now, Dr. Dudney has changed things for us, okay? But then that's our dentist. But back, you know, growing up, I mean, raise your hand if you like to go to the dentist. Good gracious. But, I mean, that industry, that field has changed dramatically, and for the better. And Dad had a dentist appointment with Dr. Stevens in Huntsville, and he had a tooth that was bothering him and all this, and we didn't know, hey, what are you doing? He's 81, still got his, he's got his teeth.
Oh, yeah.
But he had one that was
right
there.
You can eat a lot in 81 years.
Yeah, and we're talking about, you know what we're doing? We're talking about front row.
Oh, boy.
Not the front.
We're talking about on
Front
the
row
bottom,
center.
front row, and we're talking about it's loose like a baby tooth. All right, and you're like, what are you? I actually asked Dad if he wanted me just to pay him back to tie a string to it
Sure.
and pull the doorknob, and
The old
he
doorknob.
thought that was pretty funny. Yeah. Or I said, Dad, we could also, tie it to the baseball, and you could I could set the tee up, and you could just hit the ball off the tee, and we'll yank that thing out. That generation is so funny. The 80-something-year-old, because they want no help. they say everything's going to be fine, and they just want to get it done. They don't complain. It's just that generation is something else. But anyway, so here we go to the dentist, and we don't know what to expect. Matter of fact, I left Mom, and I'm like, hey, Mom, we could be back in an hour. We could be back maybe later this afternoon because it was an 11:30 appointment. And we go in there, and Dr. Keith, I think it says Dr. Keith Stevens? Stevenson, I thought. Anyway, he comes in there, and his staff is really cool. Met some folks. Met a guy that played with Ryan Greenwood at Gadsden State.
Wow.
They've revamped their program with Coach Blake Lewis now, but for a while it was dormant. It just went away. But back in the day, that's where Ryan Greenwood played at Gadsden State Community College. He played baseball there, and I met a teammate of his sitting there waiting for my dad to be called.
About that?
It's just a small world.
It's a small world, after all.
So they go back there, and within 35 minutes, they said, "Mr. Wilman, we got to get this thing out."
Uh-oh.
But I mean, the gate's going to be open.
And what if the dentist would have pulled a string out and went over to the door?
Yeah. And the staff.
Let me get that.
The staff's just a giggling, and everybody. They got so many people in there, but he's like, "Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get this thing out, and then I'm going to make something, and we're going to put something in there, and nobody's going to be able to tell." And me and my dad looked at each other, and I was like, "Oh no, this is going to be a multi-visit thing." Oh no, I live in Birmingham. I'm ready to give my speech. Hey man, I live in Birmingham. I'm back and forth. Can we knock? He goes, "Can you wait 30 minutes and we'll have you out of here?"
Wow.
And we were like, "What?"
You said, sign me up for that.
Yeah. It was
Done.
It's Dr. Matt Stevenson is his name.
Attaboy, Matt.
Yeah, the kid.
And let me tell you
Sign me
something.
up for that.
And I am not exaggerating. Within about 30 to 35 minutes, they had it pulled, they had it cleaned out, they had a replacement in, and we were walking to the car.
They put it in that one of them little plastic treasure chests.
Yeah. I said, "Dad, now let's put this under the pillow, and you might get something nice tonight." Boy, the tooth fairy scared me. Just the idea.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't like it. I wasn't big
you
on
mean
that
somebody's
either.
going to come in and lift my pillow up?
Yeah,
I
that
don't
or that
know
and the
about
Easter Bunny
that.
both I didn't like.
I actually had my parents call the tooth fairy one time and tell them not to come.
Oh,
And,
wow. You were really tore up.
Yeah,
about it.
and I remember. Now
What were
this
you,
is
about 15?
This was landlines, no cell phones.
Oh, yeah.
The long cords. You remember how you could pull the cord
And they
from
were
like
so glad
the
you didn't
kitchen
want
all
it.
the way down the hall, and you're trying to have a private conversation. I'll never forget my parents standing there in front of the phone, calling the tooth fairy. I can't imagine who they called, but I applaud him for that. And the tooth fairy didn't come.
And they were actually relieved.
Right. So anyway, that was the day. Then I get back, go to the grocery store and everything. But my mom could work for a ratings company. If you wanted to, like, let's say, take a poll on how your show's doing, she could work it, because by the time we had sat down in Dr. Kirby's office, she had asked 6 people if they listened to the show. And I'm talking about from the parking deck
So she's
to
promoting
where
the
you
show
sign
for
in
you.
at Blackwell Towers, to the nurse in the elevator.
She just brings it up.
Oh, yeah. To we're walking in the waiting room. Picture this. And there's people just sitting in the chair. "Hey, how y'all doing? Do y'all listen to the Rick and Bubba show?"
No, she didn't.
I mean, she just announces
she
it.
did not.
Here we come. Here
You
come the
loved
Wilburns.
it. That's
This
funny.
is Speedy right here.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen.
And you know how I am with secondhand. So the fact that she's asking, I'm embarrassed. and it's
just
like,
proud of her boy.
she'll ask, and then it'll be like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and I'm thinking, "Matt, you don't have to answer that. I'm sorry," and I announced that.
You know it.
But I
She's
got
proud
to
of
tell
her
you,
boy.
for the show, we're batting over 95%. Everybody she asked.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. It's about Huntsville now.
That is good.
We got a great
Yeah.
relationship.
Good market.
We got a great relationship.
So
with
I kind of
Huntsville.
walked out of each doctor's office feeling kind of good about
Yeah,
myself.
it's kind of
you know,
because he could have went the other way.
it could have gone in a second. I could have been, "I hate that show."
Hey, it sucks.
Yeah. And matter of
I
fact,
know
there's
he's your son, but
most of the people said yes. Matter of fact, I listened coming in today.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, hey,
hey, let me sit down here.
kind of broadened my chest out a little bit.
I
That's
wish I
right.
was with you just to see your reaction.
Hey, how are y'all? Do y'all listen to the Rick and Bubba show? Mom, I'm sorry.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
This holiday, let HelloFresh take the hassle out of dinner so you can spend more time celebrating the season with those you love. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door. And ingredients come pre-portioned, so that means less time spent in the kitchen. Plus, their festive eat seasonal recipes and holiday hosting essentials make entertaining a snap. Get 18 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Still looking for that perfect gift? Untuckit is having a huge 25% off sale site-wide and store-wide for a limited time only. Untuckit shirts are designed to be worn untucked. They're the easiest way to keep them looking sharp and feeling comfortable. You can't go wrong with a gift of our super soft flannels, wrinkle-free shirts, and cozy sweaters. So don't miss your last chance to save 25% off right now at Untuckit.com or your nearest Untuckit store for a limited time only. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast, roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10%, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. It's the kickoff hour on day 10 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Don't forget, we have the Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. Last hour, we'll have Mark Meadows in, Executive Director of the 2022 Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. That's going to be December the 27th. You know the mascot for East Carolina?
Chanticleers.
There you go.
No.
Yeah, East Carolina Chanticleers and Coastal
Coastal Carolina.
Yes, Coastal Carolina.
Pirates.
Yeah, we got
Pirates,
it backwards.
yeah.
We got it backwards. Actually, I think I put it down in show prep backwards too. I need to change
really?
that.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, it's the East Carolina
You did,
Pirates
by the way.
and Coastal Carolina Chanticleers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm saying that right, Chanticleer.
and I know
Ain't it a
the
chicken?
I know the Pirates too because a good friend of the show and creator of GLMs. You remember that? Stephen Poplin went to East Carolina. So I know they're the Chanticleers and said it the other way. But
You know who else coached
No,
there?
you know the Pirates, the East
the
Carolina
Pirates, East Carolina Pirates, yeah.
So,
But yeah, he went to East Carolina, and I'm sure he'll go to the
You know who
Birmingham
used to
Bowl.
coach at East Carolina? That'd be one Pat Dye.
really,
Yep. He coached there, and he coached Wyoming. Then he came to Auburn.
Well, how about that?
you know what pro golfer went to Coastal Carolina?
Who's that?
Dustin Johnson.
Oh boy,
He was a Chanticleer.
can we say his name still?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think we've stopped caring about that. That was,
Have
yeah,
we?
yeah.
You know, Coastal Carolina, if you think about life of a program, they haven't had football that long, really.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems like I remember they used to have a coach that used to be the CEO of one of these big investment companies.
Yeah.
And he had coached earlier in his life, and he retired from that, and he was their coach. That was when they were in FCS, I think. But anyway.
Wasn't it Coastal Carolina where the guy was saying we need more dogs?
Yes.
Yes. Need more dogs.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's when they first started their program.
So Coastal Carolina 9-3, they'll represent the Sun Belt, and East Carolina represents the American Athletic Conference. They're 7-5.
Couple of Carolinas.
And they'll meet in the 16th annual Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on the 27th of December, and kickoffs around 5:45 Central Time. And so we'll talk to Mark and catch up with him and get ready for the Birmingham Bowl. The bowl season is almost here. It starts actually Friday, and UAB plays in the Bahamas Bowl, and they're already there, ready to go. One of Reese's friends, plays on the team, J.C. Sivley out of Helena, and he's down at the Birmingham Bowl. Reese has been talking with him, and they're all pumped, ready to go. But I think it's an early kick too. I think it's a 10:30 a.m. Central Time Friday kick, and so we'll have the big year ender, and then UAB will kick off, and then hopefully we'll head to a staff hunt. Looking forward to it. Where we live, there's a system coming through, and I know those of you in Louisiana have experienced that. Matter of fact, unfortunately, I think there's been 2 deaths and a mom's missing, I believe.
Wow.
It's a pretty tragic story out of Louisiana. Mississippi being impacted as well, and parts of Alabama as it moves through the southeast. But with this comes a little bit of a front, and
a lot of rain, gonna cool off.
Going to cool off, my friend, and you know what that means. Oh, Bucky, he likes to get out in the cold. He's got to get up and walk around a little bit.
It ain't been cold lately.
No, it has not. It has not. But we're looking forward to that this weekend. Really am. But yeah, I just got everybody listening in the Huntsville market on the river. They do a really good job running the show too. Eric West and the crew. I know understaffed, but do a great job, as most radio stations are nowadays. There's like 4 people has to do everything. They do a really good job there running the show. But if we did our own little survey, we're doing well there with my mom. And I really think, I don't know what it would be like. It would, I think it would probably be a small amount of people, because I don't know how many people she could talk to, but she could find out if they're listening.
She'll give us a survey on what percentage.
Yeah, we're really high up there.
The ratings.
Yeah. A lot of, driving in, I was listening to the show today. And Dad said something about you bought baby supplies or something, Helmsy. I didn't listen to the show yesterday at all.
I didn't buy baby food, but I grabbed somebody's bag. You do the self-checkout. I went in for 3 items. A pizza, toilet paper. What was the other one, Greg? Pizza, toilet paper, and Capri Suns for Maddie.
Okay.
Did the
basically
self-checkout,
stole some
put them
stuff.
in my bags that I had there, and left. And I got home, and Amanda was going through the bags, and she's like, "Why did you buy baby food?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And there was 3 things of baby food in the bags that somebody left didn't get, I guess, checked out before me.
Oh, so you put them in. You put them on your stuff on top of what was already in there.
Yes, what was already in there.
Basically
and I got
stole
home
them.
with baby food.
Wow.
Nobody stole them, Greg.
Wow.
And I didn't know. I didn't even
Did you pay
notice
for
it
'em?
taking them up to the No, Greg. Somebody else did.
So somebody probably
stole it
came
from them.
Did you take them back?
No, absolutely not.
He chased somebody through the parking lot and caused a problem.
You know what happened? Somebody ran back in about 3 or 4 minutes later and goes, "Hey, I left a bag in here," because they paid for it.
Yeah, they said
Somebody did.
Some guy ripped you off and took it.
Yeah. There was a guy. He looked like he was in the military, but I don't know if he was or not.
Yeah.
He had a haircut like it was. But okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
My dad. Was
Matter of
telling
fact,
me
last
about
night I opened the pantry and Amanda's stuff. For some reason, she's put them in the pantry, and there's 3. They're the ones. They're not jars of. They're the
squeeze pack.
things. I guess the end thing now.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've had a baby in the house.
Sure.
Yeah.
Greg, where were you on Saturday Night Fever? Did you like that?
Let me tell you about this. I like the music.
You
the
did?
movie is not very good.
Okay.
But the music, of course, it was. When it hit, it was a big deal.
Well, in 1977, December 14th, Saturday Night Fever debuted.
Now, wow, that doesn't seem.
No.
1977. I will say this. Now, I had the soundtrack.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I loved the music
Oh,
from
yeah,
it.
yeah.
It was a double album, by the way.
You know everything about it. I knew you would.
And I've watched the movie, and I mean, if you like watching dancing, I guess.
Sure.
It's kind of funny because it's kind of goofy too, because it's just hokey.
Yeah.
But I think that was like the first big. Was that before Grease or after Grease for John Travolta? It was around that time.
Greg, I should know that. I
Around
think
the
I
same
think it's. I
time.
think it's before. Well, I don't know.
I can look it up.
The movie debuted at the Mann's Chinese Theater in Los Angeles before it had national distribution 2 days later. But it was December 14th, 1977.
How about that?
And it changed. It changed the disco era.
Oh, it was big time
Yeah.
disco.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba. The holidays are here. You can savor every moment with a little help from HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted recipes right to the door, so you can skip that trip to the grocery store and spend more time celebrating this wonderful season with those you love. HelloFresh makes it easy to host a holiday meal or simply add some seasonal flavor to the weeknight dinner routine with their festive eats recipes and crowd-pleasing quick meals. Whether you're hosting a holiday party or you're just stocking up on snacks, you'll find it all at HelloFresh. From quick breakfast to cheese boards and desserts, it's never been easier to prep for a party or fill your pantry. Kids loving. They're getting in on the cooking action too. And because all quality ingredients arrive pre-portioned, it's easy enough for them to help out. Plus, with over 35 weekly recipes to choose from, there's always something new to try. How about this? Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba for 18 free meals plus free shipping. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We come on back. It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. You know, I've been recapping some of me with my parents, taking them to doctor's appointments yesterday. Appreciate the staff for letting me go do that yesterday. And y'all are going to think I'm making this up, but actually we were talking about Relief Factor in the car yesterday because we were talking about aches and pains and inflammation and all the stuff that comes with it. Yeah. Actually talking to my parents about it because we were discussing should I get my mom some, and it is ReliefFactor.com. That's where you go.
Yeah.
It's a 3-week trial pack for just $19.95. If you are popping the over-the-counter painkillers, you could be harming your body. They're not designed to take multiple times a day. Instead, get Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com is where you go. It has worked for so many of you. It's all natural and contains just 4 ingredients. You can get a 3-week supply. It's called the Quick Start Pack for just $19.95. So if you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation, give ReliefFactor.com a try today and become pain-free. Again, to learn more, ReliefFactor.com, and you're looking for that $19.95 3-week supply called the Quick Start Pack. It's ReliefFactor.com, or you can go to it's ReliefFactor.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, as we roll on back, you said you had a question for us, Helms?
Yeah,
what you got?
I do. Can you two?
No.
And you can do this together. You can work together to do this.
Okay.
And I can't do it, I don't think. Can y'all name all of Santa's reindeer go?
Oh, wow.
Dasher, Dancer,
Hold on,
Prancer,
Greg.
Vixen, Comet, Cupid,
Yeah.
Donner,
Blitzen.
That's good.
Is that all of them?
That's
I think
excellent.
so. And I actually have been working with the Twas the
You
Night
know
Before
Dasher
Christmas,
and
and that's why it's
Dancer
on my
and
mind.
I know the songs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was quick, too.
Yeah, believe
But do you recall?
All right. Well, that
Who was
quick.
Rudolph's dad?
Ooh.
Wasn't it Donner?
Mr. Rudolph.
Wasn't it Donner in the show?
I think it was.
I think it was.
You know, you're the coach of the reindeer.
I think it was Donner.
Huh? Aren't you the coach? He's normally in Twas.
That's right.
Reindeer games.
From
Yesterday.
this moment forward.
See, you're gonna.
all
By the way,
about
you're gonna
that.
be in Twas tonight with that.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting it together right now.
I'll be there, buddy.
You want to know who's got the reindeer?
Who?
Well, no, I'll leave it.
All right.
I'll leave it as surprise.
I don't know if I should go here or not.
What are you talking
Because I
about?
know you two are 12-year-olds.
What?
Yesterday, Adler, for some reason, said out loud in a microphone that he was a nut guy.
Oh, yeah. I had to buy some yesterday at
Yeah.
the store for my parents. They love it.
So somebody after that sent this question.
Peanuts, Greg.
Yeah, I got you.
If you were a nut, which nut would you be?
I think I'm going to go dry roasted peanut.
So you would be a peanut.
I
like
like
they're
it.
featuring you on their package.
Mm-hmm.
Let me think.
Well, I'd want people to enjoy me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but
I
I mean,
kind of like the way an almond looks.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're just going for, you just want to be
Kinda sleek.
Your
bigger. You
presentation.
want to be bigger?
If that's the case, you're gonna go with the hazelnut.
Right. But I think I'm going to go, and because I got them yesterday, because if you have one dry roasted peanut, you're going to have a handful.
Oh, yeah.
You
That's
can't
my-
have just one.
you know, nuts are my snack of choice. I keep them
they're
in.
good for you.
Now I don't know if the ones I eat are good for me.
Oh,
'cause I'll
okay.
do like glazed pecans or honey roasted.
Okay.
You know, those type things.
Okay.
Probably a little more sugar in it than
Sure.
it needs to be.
Yeah.
But I've got glazed pecans in my
Ooh,
bag right now
nice.
for later on when
Okay, yeah.
you know,
like
I'm
them?
needing a little snack, a little
Right.
pick me up. All right, so y'all would go over there. I don't know. There's so many different types. I don't know.
What?
The pecan doesn't. The presentation on it. I'm like Greg. He's got the almonds. I can't steal it. Do you consider pistachio?
I'm not even thinking about that now. I'm just
They got a
staying with my
weird
dry
green-
roasted.
They got a weird green look to them.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. I
I
mean,
mean, if you see
it's a nut.
if you see dry roasted peanuts in a little bowl, you ain't gonna grab a handful, huh?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's what I want
100%.
you to. That's what you to do to me. You know,
Oh, really?
well, if I'm a dry roasted peanut, that's what the question is.
You know, I mean,
I may
as
be
much as I like the kind the old dry roast you have to crack,
Yeah.
then again, I may be a Spanish Redskin.
Oh.
You know how I am about those.
I just don't want to work for my food.
They got their
I don't
own
want to have.
can.
I know it's good, but I don't want to have to crack things open and eat it. I just want it there.
yeah,
You know, it's
You know,
funny.
it is a lot of work.
You know, we just get them in the bags. They're already cracked, unlike these peanuts we get in here. But all of these, you know, they come in a shell of some kind. Most of them, and goodness gracious, I mean, we forget about the pecan and how that's a big shell.
I thought
It
Speedy
is.
be D's nuts.
I was waiting for you to say that.
It actually
Matter of
took
fact-
longer than I thought it would.
Matter of fact, Helmsy, we should have put a little wager on it because I
know.
think we'd have won.
yeah.
Well, I was
Yeah.
wondering
If we
why
don't-
you said that.
I mean, I couldn't believe it took you 4
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I actually thought,
I thought
that
you were
would be
something was wrong with you for
Yeah.
a second.
when you said almond. See, I'd already had in my mind. I'm going to answer the question almond because no
Yeah.
way Greg says that. He's going to say what
Yeah.
you just said.
Yeah.
But
I didn't know it
saved
would
that
take
for
as long.
Speedy. So I knew you were expecting it right out of the gate, so I held it back.
Oh, did you really?
Like
All
a
right, good
gambler
deal.
playing a card.
I got a couple of would you rather here. Y'all want to play that
Would you
game?
rather?
Sure.
Would you
Um,
rather be
yeah,
a hazelnut?
Okay.
Greg, just stop. Would you rather combine breakfast and lunch or combine lunch and dinner? You're only having 2 meals a day.
I got to
This is
combine 'em?
tradition. You know how we talk about 3 squares a day.
I could lose breakfast.
So I can't go breakfast.
so you
dinner?
would combine lunch and dinner,
Yeah.
and skip breakfast.
Yeah.
What'd
I
you
really
say?
like breakfast. Could I eat breakfast food for lunch?
See, breakfast food.
I love
I like
breakfast.
it, but not.
I love
But if I
eggs.
have to get
Well, you
rid of
can't-
one,
you
it's
can
the
do
first
breakfast
one.
and lunch.
Right, but then I can't eat dinner.
Well,
I'm just thinking, could I go breakfast and dinner and skip lunch?
Now, buddy, that's up to you.
I'm just asking. I didn't know if we
Here
could
we
change
go.
the rules, but I'll probably go lunch and dinner too. I could hang out and wait till the end. If I could have a list of, if every now and then I could, what? If I could have breakfast for dinner, I know you love that, Greg.
Yeah, that's great.
Hey,
I'm
if we ever
excited
call
when that
that-
happens. You know,
Same here, Cassio. Same here.
Oh,
All right, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, I knew you were expecting it.
Send would you rather send a text to the wrong person and it be something that's just awful?
Oh, no.
Or accidentally post on social media a really embarrassing photo?
Say that again.
If you get out and stop texting Casio, you'd have heard me the first time.
Neither one of those are really
Something about a
good.
bad, nasty something.
Send a bad text to the wrong person.
Okay.
Or accidentally post an embarrassing
Text
photo.
to the wrong person.
Yeah.
Because I can always say, hey, man, I didn't mean to send that to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
can't take a picture.
And everybody sees that picture.
I can't take the picture away.
Yeah,
Greg, I know how
what's the
you like
picture
to
of?
take raunchy pictures.
I knew you
of
were
yourself.
going there, Greg. You're the only.
I'm just
Speedy and I
curious.
are
I mean, there's
thinking
boundaries on the picture. It's going to reach a point where you go, well, I don't want that out there. There's a few you go, that's embarrassing, but I get over it.
Uranus.
Wow. That was Speedy.
Well, that's a technical term, isn't
What
it?
is wrong with you?
Isn't that the technical
I'd rather
isn't it?
send a picture of Mark.
buttocks.
I think
That's the
I
picture.
think you should have done that the way you said it.
No. I
Never-
think that's a
just
medical
never
place. I
mind.
think one of the doctors said that to us.
You know,
yesterday.
I'm gonna tell you
Right
something.
after your mom asked me if you
Rick-
listen to the Rick and Bubba show.
We have noticed over the last 2 weeks that Rick's dangerous.
Oh, he's lost it.
Well, I think you're starting to
Well,
you're starting to go his way a
I
little
had
bit.
a long day yesterday.
You
All right,
do.
go ahead.
A little stressful.
No, we're good.
Would you rather live? Now we all love our moms. Okay,
Sure.
Get that out
Sure.
there.
Greg kind of.
But would you rather live with your mom and dad
Uh-huh.
forever, or live with 30 cats?
Oh, mom and dad.
Mom and dad.
not
Mom
even
and dad.
close.
Yeah, mom and dad.
I'd live with somebody a lot worse than my
Yeah.
mom and dad.
I would
instead of a
live
bunch
with
of cats.
y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Speedy.
Uh-huh.
I don't know that was a
I'd
compliment.
live with
but
them
thank
two
you.
fat sisters on 1,000-pound sisters.
Yes,
before I'd
yes,
live with
yeah,
a bunch of
yeah.
cats.
What if
And
it was 5 cats?
5?
You're getting
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, they're better.
Now the fat sisters are out,
yeah, right. They're gone.
but I still pick my mom and dad over.
Yeah.
that.
All right. Would you rather trip and fall in front of someone, or throw up in front of
Fall.
someone?
Trip and fall,
Yeah.
because I've done that.
Throwing up, golly,
Yeah.
because everybody's like, "He threw
Right.
up," and then somebody's got to clean
smells,
it
it
up.
smells.
Then you step in it,
Usually.
and you slip and fall.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Now
no,
you clean it up. Now somebody joins them. Helmsy would start joining them. Like,
Yeah, I can't handle that.
Oh.
I can handle a lot of things. I can't handle that.
that's the way to get out of stuff.
That's all it is. Everybody I know that
Like,
says
I
that
can-
same
yeah,
thing.
but that's
they
not
just
true.
don't want to do
They
it.
all do it. They do.
I can't
Everyone
clean.
of them.
I can't. Well, nobody won't.
I've
Does anybody enjoy it? I don't know one person
I've
goes, "Hey,
never-
somebody throws up."
Y'all
I
are
don't really wanna
wrong.
clean it
Y'all
up.
are completely wrong
I've
on this.
never
It's not
enjoyed
just you.
cleaning
I've got
stuff.
other
I
people
can-
said the
I
same.
can-
do it. I can't do that.
I'll join you and start doing that to you.
That's not true at all, because you can't. Because you do. You do.
All right, I'm gonna throw up, and you come try to clean
I
it
can't,
up just to
Greg.
prove
I
it. Just
can't.
to prove it.
I can't.
Well,
Can't do it.
well,
You'll
that-
have
well-
double the throw up.
Well, that's
Now,
what
like
I
if
wanted
you
to find
crapped in
out.
the floor, I could clean that up, no problem. Not an issue.
No, don't say that.
See, but I could, but I can take you there. See, I can clean up nasty stuff,
But
but for
nobody's
some
gonna
reason, the
crap the
throw
floor.
up,
Yeah.
well, like a dog.
Yeah, well,
I
we've
do.
all
I
done that.
gag.
So
with,
if
I gag
Greg-
with a dog, but I can't.
Greg
Guys, we
hunkered-
might need to change that.
Yeah, because I'm picturing you hunkering down on the.
Yeah,
on
so we're having a discussion. We don't really thinking about what we're discussing.
Yeah, let's move
It's
on.
probably
Yes,
bad.
terrible question.
Okay, never mind.
No, terrible answers.
Avoid
Well, it's the
any
truth.
Question was great.
Look, and that's a
Buddy,
good
it's
one,
okay
act
for you
like
to get
got a
out.
phobia.
I've told you.
No,
ought to
you
write
had a long day.
I've told
okay?
you ought to write a book on getting out of stuff.
buddy. Okay. Only be. I like this one, by the way. Of course, y'all hate it and make fun of it too. Only be able to text in emojis, or every word you text be misspelled.
Oh, I do the misspelling. I'll just text misspell.
I ain't using.
You're
emojis.
choosing the misspelled words.
I'm
Yeah,
not
because
using
everybody
emojis.
can
That's
figure it out.
reality, actually.
Yeah, figure it out.
Okay.
I'm tired of it changing my word.
I am
know what
too.
I want to put, and you don't guess what I'm
Do
putting.
you blame your misspelled word sometimes on it changing?
Well, it
I
is.
do.
A lot of time it is.
Mm-hmm.
Accidentally send your boss
Ooh.
or your grandmother an offensive GIF.
My boss.
Yeah,
Because it's Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good point.
And my grandmother's not
In
with
fact,
us
I've
anymore.
probably sent them one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Would you
Done
rather?
that.
Here's one to leave us. Would you rather crawl everywhere or run everywhere?
Run,
Run.
like Forrest
run.
Gump.
Yeah, me
Man,
too.
tear my knees up.
Yeah,
crawling
I
everywhere.
won't be Forrest Gump.
I
Run-
want you to
running
do me a
everywhere.
You'd
favor.
eventually tear them knees up running everywhere.
Well, true. Would you crawl to your office real quick?
No,
Ready to go.
that hurt my knees.
There
he
goes
There goes
Helmsy.
Helmsy. Helmsy's crawling.
Oh my
He's
gosh.
crawling.
Oh, your
Pretty
knee.
quick, by the
Hey,
way.
your knees are hurting right now.
You gonna pay for that.
Oh, they're hurting. Look. Oh, now he's running.
Guys, this Christmas, give the gift of soft, silky, naturally smooth pajamas from Pajamagram. She is going to love these. She's going to love slipping into these every night because they're so soft and they're so luxurious. Order today at Pajamagram, and they will include a free matching nightie. That's a $75 savings on a best-selling holiday gift. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. And guys, what's best of all, listen up now, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you. Yes, with free gift wrapping. In a year filled with the unexpected, give her something she can count on. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Christmas. Here's what to do. Just go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order, and be sure and tell them that Rick and Bubba sent you. Again, that's Pajamagram.com to give the gift of these soft, luxurious, wonderful pajamas that she'll thank you for forever.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel, évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike over the winter? That's why now is the best time to secure your home with an award-winning home security system. Simply Safe is the home security system we recommend to everybody. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind and safety for you and your family. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect TM technology to verify if the threat is real. Simply Safe has advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com. Simplysafe.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Got a text from Dad as we were looking back at yesterday. We were in Huntsville. They had 2 doctor's appointments. My mom had her cancer doctor's appointment follow-up. 2.5 years. You want to know how time flies by? 2.5 years since her surgery. Dr. Tyler Kirby is her doctor, and his staff is just great, man. We walked in there, and we're out, back, and then Dad had to go to the dentist, to Dr. Matt Stevenson, and get that tooth worked out. And all that's kind of close to the house, too, so it wasn't a problem. But, they never meet a stranger. And Katie, who works with Dr. Stevenson, has, I think, a 6-year-old, has young kids, or young kid. And, of course, Larry the Leaf was brought up. Dad brought up Larry the Leaf, and he texted me and said, this is just how nice people are and thoughtful, because I don't think any of us would do that. Now, we're dudes, but she actually called him at home later in the afternoon, way after the doctor's appointment or the dentist appointment, and said, "Hey, Mr. Wilburn, I bought a couple of books. I can't wait."
So he sold a couple of books.
Went to Amazon and bought them.
Good PR.
Larry the Leaf by John C. Wilburn.
A little bit of marketing going on. While you're at the doctor, you might as well market.
Working on his 3rd right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, talking into Notes, the app on the phone, writing a book. It's pretty remarkable to see.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you, Katie. It was great meeting the staff there. Last night, I wasn't here yesterday. I know y'all talked a lot about Coach Mike Leach passing away with Mississippi State. Last night, I guess maybe it was around dinner time or a little bit later in the afternoon, Mississippi State did announce they would play in the bowl game on January the 2nd against Illinois, and basically said the players are 100% behind playing in the bowl game, and know they're doing exactly what Coach Leach would expect them to do. So that was
adjustment when they go to get ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's too early to talk about certain things pertaining to this situation, but that was one that everybody was like, "Well, I wonder what will happen." And it was a quick decision, of course, according to Mississippi State's president and the football program. They were like, "No, the players know exactly what Coach Leach would want them to do, and they're doing it." Rick Carley, who's a friend of the show and also in the media business in the Birmingham market, he wrote a great piece yesterday, and I will paraphrase this, but it was Lincoln Riley, who's now with USC. It's him recalling a story when he was with Mike Leach at Texas Tech, I believe. They were in the coach's office, and again, I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me if I'm not just going to read the story, but this is me remembering the story I read yesterday that Rick published. Anyway, the way it goes like this: they're sitting there and they're in the coach's office, and Coach Leach gets a phone call, and he starts, "Oh, okay, where are you from?" Whatever, and they go back and forth, and they start talking for a long time, maybe 15 minutes or so. And Lincoln Riley is telling the story, and he gets busy, kind of doing his own thing, and that's how long the phone conversation lasted, and then finally, I think something happened with the cell phone coverage or something. Anyway, the phone call was dropped, and Leach redials because the phone, the call that he was on, it came in to Coach Leach. But anyway, it was the caller ID, so he just called the person back and said, "Hey, man, I guess we dropped out," or whatever. They talked a little bit longer, and Lincoln Riley's doing his own thing, and he can hear Coach talking, and so it's over. They hang up. And they got to get back to business, and Lincoln Riley says, "Hey, Coach Leach, who are you talking to?" He said, "Oh, they had the wrong number." And that's what kind of person he was.
Struck up a conversation.
He
with
never
him,
met a stranger and was always full of life. And that's fine. But hearing Lincoln Riley describe how it happened, and the stories, it goes into bigger detail, but that's kind of the outline of it, is that he's sitting here talking on the phone conversation, and I think it took a total of maybe 30 minutes, and the whole time he's talking to somebody that had the wrong number.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's just amazing. And hearing Coach Saban talk and even Lane Kiffin yesterday about their conversations, and I think Nick Saban, and I'm paraphrasing again here, but he said he always made me smile. Our conversations would be really not about the game. I think even Cole Kubelik said, no, it was Kirk Herbstreit. He said that he was really worried because you remember after the Tulsa Mississippi State game, remember they had that big brawl at the end of the game. Do y'all remember that in the bowl game?
Oh, yeah.
And that big fight and everything.
Yeah.
Kirk Herbstreit was very critical about that and talked about Coach Leach and the fact he didn't have control of the Well, anyway, I think Kirk was covering the Alabama Mississippi State game, and Saban and Leach were talking at the 50-yard line prior to the game, and they're laughing and cutting up, and Saban's smiling, and they're about to play each other, and it had nothing to do with football. They were just up there talking, and then afterwards it meant a lot. Kirk was like, I had not seen Coach face to face since I was very critical of him, and he said I needed closure because I'd covered him for so many years. I needed closure, making sure that we were okay, because I was so critical of that. And he said, of course we're okay. After about 20 seconds of me talking to him and explaining myself, we were totally fine, and we moved on. Coach Leach gave me his point of view and his perspective where we were, and we moved right on. Before you know it, I was laughing again about something else. But that's just the kind of person he was. It's and I think Kublik even said after the Auburn game when Cadillac Williams was the interim head coach, he went up to Cole Kublik and said, "Hey, you played at Auburn, didn't you?"
Yeah.
And Cole said,
he
said, "Yeah, I did." He goes, "Well, can I meet Cadillac? He's got a lot going on. I'd like to make this introduction as easy as possible."
It's awkward. He somehow, I'm over here, he's over there. We're fixing to go back to our teams,
right?
And he said, "Let's get the awkward over with."
Yeah.
He
Can you get me right to him?
Yeah.
But you hear stories like that, and we could sit here probably and spend all day.
Oh, they've been playing a bunch of them.
Yeah.
The interviews that he goes on these tangents.
I spent 30 or 40 minutes yesterday just watching old clips, and one's when he was at Washington State, and he's walking around the campus, and just those type things. I got caught up in it yesterday.
Yeah. One of the reporters said I'd gone out to Washington State to cover Coach, and I thought it was going to be a 20-minute interview, and he goes, I ended up staying 2 days. And that's just the kind of man he was. And there's a lot of really good coaches, and I just named a few in this story, but his coaching tree is extremely impressive.
It is. We talked about that yesterday. Yeah. And you hear people say there's nobody else like him, and sometimes that's a compliment, and we don't necessarily mean it, because there are people that are like that person. There truly is nobody else like Mike Leach.
No, there's not.
Yep.
There isn't. There isn't at all. But hearing those stories are just pretty special. But they will play in the bowl game, if you were wondering. That was announced last night.
Rick and Bubba.
Was walking down the street one day.
So, somebody take it in.
So, did we settle the time issue? Was that settled?
All that Florida's going to do is go to daylight savings time if the governor signs off on it this weekend, and they will never go back. So you'll stay on your Eastern time zone if you were Eastern. You'll stay on Central if you were Central, but you just won't move the clock ever again.
And for the rest of us, it is spring forward.
Yep, it is.
This weekend.
I just threw up in my mouth. Those little catchphrases. Hey, don't forget to spring forward and don't forget to fall back.
Look at his face when he does that.
Golly.
The only one you
I would
hate,
rather eat shards of glass.
The only one you hate more is Hump Day, isn't it?
And Spooktacular.
Oh, yeah.
And TGIF, all that crap. This is that little strand of me that's just like Greg. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Celebrity news.
Oh, boy.
We mentioned it earlier. Jimmy Kimmel has fired off a defense tweet. It is Tweet Wars. With who? The doggone president. That's the part that's weird, is that the president engages in tweet wars.
Yes, he does.
The leader of the free world engages in tweet wars. But anyway, he has. Donald Trump put out lowest rated Oscars in history, capital letters on history. Mm-hmm. Problem is we don't have stars anymore except for your president. And then he puts, just kidding, of course. That's funny. And then, of course, in the tweet wars with Jimmy, Jimmy now has come back and said, thanks, lowest rated president in history. Back to him. Mm-hmm. And so they've gone back and forth. And he said that now they're fighting a little bit as they normally do. And
wouldn't you just love to see Jimmy Kimmel go back and be funny again? Wouldn't that be nice?
You know, and he is funny.
Yeah, he can be very funny.
Yeah, he's just but anyway. So we have he took shots throughout and this is that thing again. I mean, if you're going to take shots at people, I mean, sometimes they're going to take shots back. So
yeah,
but the good news is Jimmy did get through this. Did not cry. I don't think once. I never saw him cry, so he's getting better about that.
Well, it's a new Rick.
Right.
It's a new week, Rick.
It's a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Peyton Manning, Papa John's and the NFL, that relationship has fallen apart, and now they're saying that Peyton Manning has now sold all his Papa John's franchises in the Denver area, where he led the Broncos to a Super Bowl championship. So he's getting out of it.
Now, Rick, I don't know if there'll be some
31 of them.
There'll be some issues with this or not, but he sold them 2 days before the NFL and Papa John's ended their relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of sounds a little funny,
Well, it sounds smart.
Yeah,
what it sounds like.
Well,
yeah, I mean that's. You wouldn't want when that announcement coming up. You don't really want to be there anymore. If you're a guy who made his living off the NFL and you're pictured all over everything, and I'm going to Peyton Manning's Papa John's, and then Papa John's comes out and says, "Look, we're done with the NFL. Our sales are down because of all the garbage they let go on." You're going to feel a little weird being an NFL guy still with Papa John's franchises.
Yeah,
But he's still going to endorse them. I think he just sold his.
Yeah, he's still a spokesman. I think.
Yeah,
one of the spokesmen.
Pizza Hut.
I tell you where we won't see him is on the NFL stuff.
Pizza Hut has become the NFL's official pizza sponsor now.
Really?
That's what it says.
Well, how about that? I'm not all that familiar because I don't eat a lot of pizza.
Ooh, I do.
So I don't know the real differences. Is like if you because I know there are some pizza lovers in here. Greg, you've been one.
I'm one of them.
Bubba being one, and yes, you are, sir.
You look at me, you know I love it.
But what I'm saying is this: so if you're sitting there and you've got, because I can't speak to this, you've got Domino's, Pizza Hut, or Papa John's to come to the door. Which one do you go with?
Nobody out pizzas the Hut, Rick. You know that.
Really?
That's the logo.
Amen to that.
Really?
Oh yeah.
You agree with that, Bubs?
Rick, I love them all.
I predicted
I knew he
that.
wasn't going to
Yes.
be picked.
I will dabble.
I'm
in
like
all
the
of them.
Bachelor on the go home weeks. I love everybody.
Right.
There you go, Bubba. I'm in love with you and you and you.
But I will have to say,
Bubba's caught on video just loving them all.
Well, Bubba, you told Pizza Hut you love them. Yeah, but I love Domino's too.
Yeah.
Is there any more? What are the other players? Godfathers? Are they still?
Well, they're
there?
Little Caesars,
Little
but that's
Caesars.
like eating a cardboard.
Oh, there it is.
That's why it's $5.
I tell you what, hey, they've come a long way.
They got a little better.
They've come a long way.
And there's a lot of
their deep dish is good, but that $5 one,
well,
you might as well be eating a box.
What's so good about them is the convenience. A drive-through, it's ready. I'm out.
Oh, now they got a thing where you order it online, go in there and get it out of the oven yourself. You ain't even got to deal with anybody.
Right.
Yeah. Now, doesn't that what Papa Murphy's does too? They fix it. And you go in there and
That's a
fix
good
You
pizza.
go cook it.
You fix it, then you go home.
That
with
part
it.
hurts me a little bit, but that's
Yeah,
a
you
good
gotta-
pizza.
But I understand their pizza's fantastic.
No, when
not
I
really
get
what
it,
it is.
when I get it, I got to be able to eat it.
It's really
I
good.
can't wait to heat the oven.
Hey, how you gonna get a slice in the car on the way home?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know.
I like all these apps and things now. I mean, I can just look at my phone, tell it to order pizza, and I got a standing order at one place.
You know,
it goes right
listen,
to them.
do you know how I know when how I know when Bubba picks one up on the way home as opposed to letting it come to the door? You know how I know that? Next day I can tell the finger to the
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. So a brand new hour has begun. It starts with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. And coming to you from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. Thank you for being with us from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy is back. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler settles into his spot. He's ready to go. The staff will take phone calls. The intern has graduated, and we've sent him out in the world, Blazing Silverman. So you'll either be talking to Speedy, Helmsy, or Greg today, and we do phone segments. And we need to chat some because the end of the year drawing ever near. Friday is the last live show of 2022. So we'll go on vacation for a couple of weeks, as is tradition. You'll get replays and best of shows, and if the Lord is willing, we'll celebrate our 29th anniversary coming up on January the 4th. And start another year. So hopefully that's the way that'll all work out. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
All right, so today, gift number 10 in the 12 working days of Christmas. So be paying attention for that on the program today. Could happen at any time. The final installment, Bubba, it has taken 1 full year, the final installment of the study of the book of Genesis. It'll be the end of the beginning, and then, as I said, if the Lord allows us to come back on January the 4th, we'll do the beginning of the end. We'll start the study of the Revelation. But today we end the book of Genesis. If you have been following that, final installment today, live at noon Central Time on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, and then it'll be archived by Eddie Van Adler soon after and available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel if you want to catch it. So we will finish that powerful book today, and wow, what a year it's been. Lot to learn in there. Lot going on in the beginning. And as Sherry had told me when we were talking about this, she said, if you're going to teach the Revelation, you better teach a year in the beginning first, because if you don't understand the beginning, you certainly can't understand the end. And even while we have this whole plan of salvation, why? What's it all about? Why is this even happening? What do you hear all the time? Why doesn't God just say, hey, y'all are good? Why all this crucifixion and all this? And you learn why. And it's been, I certainly have learned a lot with it. So, Bubba, we're almost out of time, buddy. We're getting down to the end.
Oh, I know. The countdown is on.
Yeah.
Today, a lot of bridges to cross, a lot of topics, some crazy stories out there today. There's a survey, not a survey, but a report out on a survey that says that you're more likely to have a car wreck if you have not had your COVID vaccine.
Okay,
Can you believe that?
I thought that was a joke. Was that a joke?
Let me tell you, we'll break that down. That's somebody.
Was that somebody?
No, it's real, but it ain't real. You know what I mean? There's a real study, but they're full of it.
When I first saw the headline, because I did see that headline, I thought it was the point that you have made and we have made for years and years and years that the most dangerous thing we do in our lives is drive.
Yes.
Everything else.
Statistically, yes.
Everything else is really not much of a gamble. That's the biggest gamble we take every day. And then we act like, we're more terrified of a virus that the death rate, like I said, if it affect loved ones that you have, and it did us, that matters no matter how they die. But this, especially this new thing, the way I don't know why we just can't let it go. And the only thing that the only conclusion I can come to is the obvious financial gain for pharmaceutical companies that
You
need
mean
it.
big pharma?
Yeah, big pharma. Control, a government who loves control.
You mean big government?
Yeah, and Karens everywhere. I mean,
Big Karens.
Yeah, to me, that's the only people that can still be on fire about this, right? I mean,
We also have a story about Elon getting booed in a public venue today. We'll talk about that. Storms ripping across Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, a lot of places seeing some major damage from that. It's headed into Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama later today. We'll look at that too. Did y'all see the video of the police officer in Florida that got the fentanyl accidentally at a traffic stop?
I've seen that in the past, but I haven't seen this one.
We've got amazing video of her. She calls in and tries to get help. We'll bring you the details of that. And we talked a little bit about Mike Leach yesterday. More video and interviews have come out. That some we've seen, some we haven't on him. But, Helms really hit the nail on the head yesterday. It really bothered me more than I thought it would that he passed away.
Yeah. Well, it's watching some of those. I think one of the, and this is selfish because I don't, like we said, we don't know him personally, and it's nothing compared to what the family and true friends of his are experiencing. But in just a selfish way, I just think that I know sometimes what he did, some people who are real serious and, whatever, they're like, this is me, take it more serious. And I understand that mindset, but he was just kind of a breath of fresh air that he seemed to almost understand that this was a game. It is important and it's fun. You can learn a lot of life lessons. One that was real popular yesterday that we could pull up real easy was him talking about him saying that being the offensive line coach is one of the best jobs in football because you're hanging out with people that actually make football.
Yeah,
and be violent.
We may need to watch that today.
And he's talking about, and he talked about the culture of the offensive line, and without them, it really isn't football. Because he said that's where all the violence is in those interior linemen, and how they have the attitude that we all like about football. So that's a good one today. And of course, there's many of them. We got all kinds. I saw the one yesterday when he did the famous when he was getting the bad calls, and this was recent. I think this was this past season. And he gets the sideline reporter.
I saw it going in.
Wanting him to comment on how bad the officiating was. Funny. And he says, well, you're a reporter. You're watching the same game I'm watching. Why don't you comment on it? You can tell us how great it is or how bad it is.
And I have a question for you guys. On this, we don't do a lot of on this day in history unless it's something interesting. December the 14th, 1977. A major event happened that changed the culture in this country. Does anybody know what that is? That hasn't got our story in our prep sheet.
77 to me is going to be something to do with Bee Gees. It's got to be.
Getting warm.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
On Craigslist that somebody put out, they had posted on Craigslist that he was going out of business and that free animals, all exotic, to anybody. And he said if nobody's home, they can just come in and take them. Now, I have to go back. This is what I was asking Helms, and he didn't know either. Even if somebody says come to the exotic pet place or animal sanctuary and just grab an animal and go, how do you get in? How do you get the cages unlocked? How do you get them out? And how do you get them loaded?
I think this must be an inside job because when they said if nobody's there, come on in and get them, they must have known that it was easy to get into. You know what I'm saying? Where it wasn't just a lockdown. Maybe the cage was closed with no lock on it or something.
And they said that the animals were stolen between 10 p.m. Saturday and 10 a.m. Sunday. Mm-hmm. So that would be a time you probably wouldn't have anybody there. Rick, all I can imagine is that maybe there's an office and the cages for the animals may be out back, and it's just maybe in a fence that has a latch on it.
Well, here's what they say. They said,
I'm just trying to figure out how they would do that.
Well, here's the list: a total of 7 lemurs, 5 marmosets, 4 monkeys, 7 birds, 12 tortoises. So we're not talking about big animals here. Said they unscrewed this bolt off the actual mechanism that holds the fence together because they couldn't cut the lock. So he says they just took a bolt off. I guess, that holds the fence together, and the fence kind of came down, and they just took them out and left.
All right, so this is what I think happened,
sturdy,
Rick.
I mean,
Rick, this is what happened. Someone, it's an inside job. They stole it. They put this on Craigslist so it would look like people came and stole it.
Come on with that.
yeah, it could be.
All right, here's one of the people at the place, right?
Yeah, that's Fox 7. They've got a little story on it here. Maybe this will help us.
Let's see if we got $53,000 worth of animals.
Now here at 5:30 and on just one station, dozens of animals stolen from a wildlife sanctuary. The owner is begging for the public's help. A phony post on a website said to take what you want.
And people did. 7 News reporter Jessica Hawley live at We Care Wildlife Sanctuary. That's in Southwest Miami-Dade. Jessica?
And this is a nonprofit organization that takes in animals that for some reason or another find themselves needing a home, and some of them have special needs. Right now on this property, there are a lot of empty cages, and the people who love and care for these animals are worried sick.
Please, please bring them back. Please.
Dozens of exotic animals gone, taken from We Care Wildlife Sanctuary in Southwest Miami-Dade. And volunteer Cindy Roberts says there's a good chance this fake post on Craigslist about the owner had something to do with it.
That he was going out of business and that free animals to anybody, and if nobody's home, they can just come in and take them.
And that's exactly what someone did between 10 Saturday night and 10 Sunday morning.
Unscrewed this bolt, and then they cut all this out, and then they just pushed the fence.
And they took rare animals with a value of more than $53,000 from the property near Southwest 212th Street and 154th Avenue. To make matters worse, volunteers say these animals were already stressed after a recent move to this new location.
Now somebody's come in and captured them, and it probably wasn't easy. So they're probably very, very stressed now, and that alone can kill them.
7 lemurs, 5 marmosets, 4 monkeys, 7 birds, and 12 tortoises are now in danger.
This is a sad situation, and it's very sad for the animals.
The folks at We Care say some of the animals need medication and won't survive without special care. They're asking the people who took them to please return them for the sake of the animals.
We don't know what's going to happen to them. We just want to get them back so they're safe and well cared for.
By the way, Bubba's all over it.
Yeah, I agree.
This is an inside job because they're $53,000 worth of stuff. Because even if you get that gate open, which didn't look very complicated, you got to go to each individual cage and you got to get them out without them attacking you or running. Or
Who in their right mind would go to an animal sanctuary after dark on Saturday night, where you might have all kind of alligators or snakes? I mean, they didn't know if you were the public.
Right.
You didn't know
if you're actually going for the free giveaway, when you show up and it's locked, you probably go, "Oh, the free giveaway must be off."
So somebody
most free giveaways
don't
you don't cut the door open and go in and help yourself.
Well,
you don't have to break in.
Well, here's the other thing. Even if you said, "Well, it said for me to go ahead and go in," you wouldn't go at 10 at night.
No.
Right.
You would go
over midnight.
You would go at a normal time of day and show up and go, "I'm here to get the animals y'all put on Craigslist."
Yeah.
And then the woman would go, "What are you?"
This
talking
was an inside job, and instead of burning the building or the car down, they just put that on Craigslist to create confusion. We all see that.
"21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So yesterday, obviously, we came back with the official word. It actually happened on Monday night that Coach Mike Leach had passed away had a severe and major cardiac event, which he did not recover from, and is now stepped into eternity. And so, people are reflecting. You see a lot of people putting things out because he was quite the character. And at times, breath of fresh air, and at times about as bizarre as you can imagine. But anyway, he, we talk about all the time, that we throw around terms one of a kind a lot. It'd be hard to make a case that does not apply to him accurately.
But it is thrown around, and many times it's not accurate.
Yeah,
but he, in his profession and the way he went about it, is definitely one of a kind.
So here he is.
You can't even point to anybody close to him.
No. And what I love is to hear any kind of football coach make a comment like this, and he's talking about all the different aspects of football, the ultimate team sport, and he says that he thinks O-line coaches that their job may be the best in football. So here he is talking about it.
I always thought that being an O-line coach was fantastic because you worked with the biggest, strongest guys, and plus it was the biggest group in the locker room, and every practice was great because there was going to be some level of violence and getting after somebody, just the big monster trucks just crushing somebody, and then and they're the type of guys that would laugh about a broken finger and show it to each other and then all burst out laughing type of guys, And that's why they have football. Otherwise, it'd just be soccer.
He says you remove the interior linemen and you don't really have football.
Oh,
you just end up with another version of soccer. So, and he's absolutely right with their attitude. You can tell he actually coached football because he says they're the kind of people that when they break a finger, they laugh and show it to each other. They don't go running over there or lay down on the ground or and refuse to play and all this. They're showing the other one, look how crooked my finger is and look at the direction it's pointing, while they're laughing. And then he said it's always the biggest group in the locker room. He said there's just something wonderful about being an offensive line coach. And if you've ever been around an offensive line coach, they're a lot like the offensive line.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll take all the Mike Leach comments we can get today.
Yeah.
If we just want to throw one in every now and then for the next few days, it'll suit me just fine.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Speedy this week. We're all Bulldogs.
Yeah, we watched the
too
the different montages people have out now and all that. So
I saw several clips of other football programs. You see their some type of screen or logo they have at their facility where they go in, and they all had Mike Leach. Shots up. We were talking about it, Rick, yesterday. You just don't see that many coaches pass away while they're coaching. I mean, there's been some.
True. Yeah, no,
but you've had some that would retire and pass away soon after that.
Yeah.
But
as a matter of fact, I was thinking,
I can't name another one that I'm thinking of.
It's really rare. But the of course,
Greg, this is kind of your area of bizarre facts and things. Can you think anybody?
No,
I'll tell you this.
I really can't.
I'll tell you what we could say, and this is a fact based on what actually happened. If Bear Bryant goes one more year, we would have seen it.
Right, because he passed away very shortly after retiring.
Yeah. You look at that Liberty Bowl, but he's headed to the end.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is true, and the different things involving when you start thinking about Mississippi State, you look at the football program now. I mean, there's all. You got the tributes are going on, and they're well deserved. Even though he wasn't at Mississippi State, but the 3 seasons. But still, that's where he was when he died, and he, with somebody like him, in 3 seasons, he's definitely become part of the culture. He's just that way.
Listen, how many comments do you already have in 3 years?
Yeah, and so, and then everybody's going back to all of his other comments throughout his whole life, and there's so many of them. And then playing the clip of us with him on the podcast, that was a lot of fun. We were just now establishing our friendship. I mean, it had just now happened, and I was thinking to myself right now, who is going to take that job? I mean, I know they're going through the bowl game with assistants and all that, but when you think about, and somebody said Dion the other day.
Yeah, you wonder if he would have not taken that. Well, you wonder if he would not have taken that job if he was still sitting out there. Would that be the first place they would go?
I mean, he wouldn't have had to move very far.
Yeah, right.
I know.
I saw also Cole Kubelik.
Yeah.
And did you see him talking about when Auburn had the interim coach Cadillac Williams, and he realized that was a major thing for him to take this on, talking about Cadillac and all that. And he was he was asking him, hey, you played for Auburn, didn't you? And Cole was like, yeah. And he goes, well, look, help me to get this. He made a statement, help me to get over and find Cadillac so I can do the handshake and not distract him. I know he's got everything going on. Yeah. He said it in a very colorful way, but included a little language. But, But anyway, he basically said, look, let me make this as least a hassle for him as I possibly can, but I do want to meet him and shake his hand. And it was pretty funny, and because he realized, hey, this kid right now has got big eyes and a lot going on in here right now, and he certainly doesn't need me to become a distraction for him too. But anyway, it was colorful is a word we throw around a lot when it comes to him. It was, like I say, that he absolutely lived his life in a very unique way.
Yeah.
I think the thing that we probably didn't fully understand, and I started seeing it a little bit because I know we did have a player that jumped in the transfer portal. We'll call him worst timing of all time.
Yeah, especially with his comments.
Yeah, and was making negative comments about Coach Leach, and I thought, boy, the timing there, if he could reel that right back in, he would. Yeah. But it looks like he wasn't afraid to challenge you on your toughness, though. And in the comments he made about dropping balls and stuff like that, I think he probably was a little more intense when it came to actually let's win the football game than he probably gets credit for.
I tell you, when he was closing up those chairs on the wide receivers, and after the Alabama game, I saw the clip again yesterday where he's talking about 2 generations. They're going to have like little arms because they're not using them.
Yeah.
That is funny stuff. I don't care who you are.
Yeah. Oh, look, if you go fold the chairs of the offense because they're not moving the ball and make them stand.
There he is.
That's funny.
Just the way he's throwing them down after he closes them is good too.
Yeah, got picking them up.
I mean, he didn't tell somebody to do it. He went and personally did it.
Yeah, he's
right.
Gosh, he's not quite Spurrier when Spurrier would say, "How'd you like our new defense?" or anything.
Yeah. How'd you like that 3-4? And take a pop.
So he's not. He didn't have that. But he had his own unique way of covering things when he was disgusted. He was pretty funny when he was disgusted.
Oh yeah, anything.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866. We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah,
you don't have a cover.
You don't have to watch Monk to read this one.
No. Who wants 12 tortoises?
You know what? I can see how you can get those marmosets and monkeys.
Man, that's
what I'm worried about.
I'm telling you. Marmoset's an odd-looking animal.
Yeah, it is.
Boy.
Well, like a lemur.
What about the old lemur?
This thing, you take that thing home, it's crapping everywhere. I mean,
that's why whoever got them sold them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't taking them home.
Do you think they already had the buyer set up? Those things are good as gone.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
They say I need.
They're floating on some ship.
As a matter of fact, I will go this far. I bet there was a buyer came by at some point, tried to buy all of them. They wouldn't sell them to him. And
Bubba's adding chapters.
And some worker, I'm just telling you how this happens. And some worker saw that and thought, hey, I can steal these and sell them to him and make a lot of money.
All right, I'd like to know how much you got for them. They say the value is $53,000. I think he sold them for just around $50,000.
I would say if he got 40, he'd be happy.
I think he sold them for 17.
Well, he has
they're
no.
all going to die.
He has no cost in it. I'm going to land somewhere in between. He sold them for $32,000. Hey, those animals are as good as gone. Guys, people did not show up at 10 o'clock at night trying to get their free pets.
It's a free giveaway. Now, granted, I cut the lock, but yeah.
Right. Rick, he sold the lemurs and that other thing. It looks weird. They threw the tortoises out the window when they drove off.
Yeah, okay. They ain't no money in tortoises. Unless you got one of them old Galapagos ones, and you ain't going to get him in a Volkswagen.
They live to be 100.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Political update. Turnout going after contender Ted Cruz for his Senate seat. They smell blood in the water. The Democrats do. Can they knock off Ted Cruz? Of all things for Ted Cruz to come under scrutiny about, do you know what it is? His campaign song. People are saying it's terrible.
It's a new ad that means that a serious election, midterm election in November is dead ahead, and he's taking a shot at his opponent in this new ad, and I think it's just funny to hear.
Everybody.
If you're gonna run in Texas, you can't be a liberal man, 'cause liberal thought is not the spirit of a Lone Star man. You gotta be tough as Texas and honest about your plans. If you're gonna run in Texas, you can't be a liberal man.
You okay, Speedy?
No.
I like it.
I remember reading stories. Liberal Robert wanted to fit in, so he changed his name to Beto and hit it with a grin.
That's his opponent.
Beto wants those open borders and wants to take our guns. Not a chance on earth he'll get a vote from millions of Texans. If you're gonna run in Texas,
Look at Greg. Look at Greg. You okay, Greg? Hey, he's gonna take our guns.
I'm Ted Cruz, and I approve this message.
He's gonna take our guns.
That may be.
Ain't gonna do it to Texans.
And don't forget,
You can't be a liberal man.
And that guy's trying to sing and be sharp and sound good. And he's singing.
I think it's pretty funny.
Yes,
I really do.
Yes.
So that's the ad that's going to run. Is it Beto or is it O'Rourke or whatever his name is?
Beto O'Rourke is his name. He's a sitting U.S. representative out of El Paso. I guess he was challenging Ted in the primary, right?
Yep.
He's a Democrat out of Texas. Yeah,
They're going to run against each other.
So they'll run against each other in the general election.
Yeah, he easily advanced to November for the matchup against Cruz.
I got you.
You can't be a liberal man.
Oh, do what, Greg? You want to hear it again?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Are you serious? Why
Actually, I want
to
a copy of it so I can listen to it on the way home.
You know, the only thing missing if Ted Cruz driving in a dirty pickup truck.
you can't be a liberal man, 'cause liberal thought is not the spirit of a Lone Star man. You gotta be tough as Texas and honest about your plans. If you're gonna run in Texas, you can't be a liberal man.
Yeah, that's where he should have stopped.
Yep, you're right. The little verse about taking our guns.
Here's Greg right here.
Come on, Greg, sing it.
Sing it.
I remember reading stories. Liberal Robert wanted to fit in, so he changed his name to Beto and hit it with a grin. Beto wants those open borders and wants to take our guns.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. TheraBreath and the Rick and Bubba Show teaming up. It is that time of year. You're going to be seeing lots of folks. And, of course, the gift you could give everybody is to have fresh breath. Yeah, but it's bigger than that. I mean, having good oral hygiene has a lot to do, Bubba, we've learned this over the years, even hanging out with Dudney, it has a lot to do with your overall health. So they've got products that take care of that comprehensively. The Fresh Breath, that's straightforward. They've got a mouthwash that actually goes after what's causing the bad breath. They have the lozenges for you to supplement throughout the day. I keep those in my pocket all the time, and they really, really work great. But they also have a gum rinse, which keeps your gums healthy. You know, gum disease is very serious, and they have a whitening formula that actually goes after the stains and loosens the stains from your teeth, unlike some of the other attempts at whitening. So if you want any of the products or all the products, go to TheraBreath.com. You also can find products at retailers everywhere. Just look for that orange cap. TheraBreath, be sure, if you use the website, let them know that you're part of the Rick and Bubba Show, and have confidence in every capful, folks, with those great formulas from TheraBreath. So, Bubba, you mentioned it. We continue to live in this bizarre world, Greg.
How funny is this?
It's just... So,
Rick, this is one of those things where I am calling total BS on this study, okay? Total.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Bull stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
This story is out today. You're going to see this in several places. I assure you, ABC News with David Muir will run it endlessly tonight.
Will he do it, Greg, in that scary voice?
Well, he's got weather
Breaking
today.
news.
Millions of people face certain disaster. It says, this is from Fortune Well. It says, if you passed on getting the COVID vaccine, you may be a lot more likely to get into a car crash.
All right, now, wait a minute. Is this Babylon B? Straight up.
No.
What is Fortune Well? What in the world is that?
It was also on Yahoo as well. That was the
But
best
not
print.
Babylon B.
No.
Okay.
Or at least those are the findings of a new study published this month in the American Journal of Medicine. During the summer of 2021, Canadian researchers examined the encrypted government-held records of more than 11 million adults, 16% of those who had not received the COVID vaccine. They found that unvaccinated people were 72% more likely to be involved in a severe traffic crash in which at least one person was transported to the hospital than those who were vaccinated. That's similar to the increased risk of car crashes for people with sleep apnea, although that's about half of that of people who abuse alcohol, according to researchers. So what they're trying to convince you here is that if you don't get the COVID vaccine, you're more dangerous on the highway than a drunk driver or someone that has sleep apnea.
Okay, all right.
Okay, that's what they're trying to convince you.
Let me
about.
see if I can follow this narrative. And by the way, it will take some acrobatics. But are they saying that if you are a person that is a daredevil with your health, and they're defining if you won't take the vaccine, that means you're a daredevil. Now, they're conveniently leaving out that there's some daredevilness to taking the vaccine.
Yes.
Ask all those who are having blood clots and heart issues from it.
Yeah.
But so there really isn't a place where there's no daredeviling at all. But they, in Canada especially, if you don't take the vaccine, you're absurd. They think we're just a bunch of nut jobs that are just waiting to die. And so are they saying that we're reckless with our health, which means we're reckless in a vehicle?
Well,
is that the narrative?
They're looking at several conclusions to this. The authors of the study theorize that people who resist public health recommendations might also neglect basic road safety guidelines.
That is what they're trying to do.
Why would they ignore the rules of the road? Distrust of the government, a belief in freedom, misconceptions of daily risk, faith in natural protection, apathy toward regulation, poverty, misinformation, a lack of resources and personal beliefs are potential reasons proposed by the author.
See,
now, did you get all that?
Yeah, well, that's really what I'm saying. What they're saying is, and everybody be careful. Everybody be careful. Now, this is right out of the handbook of the greatest fascist of all times, and all of these tyrannical governments. You know what they're saying? Those who are not supportive. If you don't submit to the government and get in line and take your doggone shot, because we know what's best for you. And if you don't get in line and follow our rules, you're not a rule follower, and you're probably reckless in a vehicle.
They're headed towards Schindler's List here at light speed. They say the excess risk of car crash posed by unvaccinated drivers exceeds the safety gains from modern automobile engineering advances. They say the findings are significant enough that primary care doctors should consider counseling Rick, unvaccinated patients on traffic safety. And insurance companies might make changes to insurance policies based on vaccination data.
Go back.
Come on.
Go back.
There's your scare factor.
Yeah, go back. Remember what we start hearing early on in all this. Well, hey, baby, if you'll just be subordinate, and you'll get in line and you'll take your vaccine, you can have your life back.
Well,
and then what did they say? We're going to make life as difficult on the unvaccinated as we possibly can.
Yep.
Thus, you'll finally just say, all right, give me the shot. And they all, what do they say? Do what we say about the vaccine, you get treated this way. You don't do what we say, you're going to get treated this way. Now they're even accusing you of being reckless in vehicles, and if you would just take the vaccine, you probably wouldn't be as reckless.
Rick, I'm going to submit.
Is that what it's saying?
I'm going to submit.
Fake world!
I'm going to submit to you this, and some of it has to do with the fact that it is a Canadian study. People who live in the city are more likely to be vaccinated than those who live in the suburbs and rural areas. We know that.
It's two different worlds.
Yeah. And inside the city, you have many more car wrecks, but they're fender benders. Okay? You have, minor bumps and bruises and all that. Once you get out into the country where you have rural roads, if you have a car accident, it's more likely to be more serious because you're going to run off the road at a higher speed. It's especially being Canada, you're going to have a lot of icy roads, icy driving, snowy driving conditions. And I think a lot of that has to do with this study. It's obvious they have an outcome they're trying to get to.
Yeah, and that is you're reckless with your health, so you're reckless with your vehicle.
So I don't really buy into that. I think this is nothing than a propaganda piece that they have manipulated the test to come up with this, if they're even that fair about it.
By the way, you also are going to have to do a job. If you're going to have this kind of narrative, y'all got to do a better job that actually solidifies the theory that if I'm vaccinated, it means that I'm safer. I care more about my health. I'm not so sure that getting in line for every shot and popping every pill is someone who really cares about their health versus those that maybe research this stuff and don't take every little thing that comes along. I'm not sure you can make the case that A are the ones that are not reckless with their health, and B are the ones who are. I've noticed in our society, here's what I'm seeing in America, because I'm not spending a lot of time in Canada right now, but what I'm seeing in America is this. You have what I call the free, okay? And that's the people that say, I'm working on my immune system. I understand that any of these things can be dangerous. I'm not living my life cowering in fear. I'm still spending time with people. I'm still going about my job. I'm still going into corporate worship if I'm a person of faith. And I've been doing that for now almost 2 years, okay? And before that, I was told that, when we were trying to figure all this out, I've realized this is something we got to live with, and it's called getting sick. All right, and there's one category. Then there's the other category. I am boosted. I am shot. I'm taking everything. I'm taking every shot, every booster. I'm wearing a mask. I'm living as if the pandemic has just started. But then there's this group I may feel the most sorry for, and I feel pretty bad for that category. Those are the ones that I'm terrified of pharmaceutical companies. I'm terrified of the government, but I'm also terrified of COVID. And so they're living in a world that they feel like that they're susceptible to the virus, but they're also terrified of the vaccines, and they just live their lives with masks on all the time and try to close themselves off from the world because they're terrified of both. And when I will say that any of you that are that you're swinging over to the fear side, the terror side, I would just encourage you to try to see if you can't come out of that dark world. Now, it's not helping, and Adler, I see you have some here, and I think
what you need to be afraid of? Fear.
Right. Yeah, you do.
The only thing to fear.
And by the way, if you want the right
fear itself.
Yeah, and fear of God would be awesome. Because I will say this. Even if they come up with something that you think is going to make you 100% safe, which is not going to happen, by the way, from the latest virus that is in that category, the latest COVID, whatever, let's say that they eradicate that from the earth, you're still going to die.
Yeah.
Okay.
If COVID went away today.
Yeah, it's just going to be from something else. But so this doesn't help. Is this recent 2B? Is 2B real? All right, so here is Fauci, who I thought retired. I thought he left.
Yeah, I thought he had a goodbye. He made his, his lap around all the media so they could love on him, and he's still making comments.
All right, so here he is. Here's Fauci.
Here we are going into the third year of it, and we are still in the middle of a pandemic with the numbers that you just showed.
Still in the middle of a pandemic. He says the year 3. Also goes back to this in 9 here. This one we haven't gotten to, but he's had it. Have you seen the gain of function research at the Wuhan lab? They're still saying that there's a montage, and they've got them, of CNN, Rand Paul, all this about his gain of function.
We're out of time here for this break. Let's come back and look at that.
We'll play that too. So,
and that's really kind of my gripe with him. He wasn't transparent. He knew what was going on.
Come on.
And even if it wasn't the cause, you should have come forward to let people know that was going on.
Yeah, and if you don't want your credibility to be hurt, like you said, you should have been transparent the whole time.
Yeah, because clearly he was holding that information.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Not a chance on earth you'll get a vote from millions of Texans. If you're gonna run
flow like you wanted to.
Yeah. What did he say? Change his name to Beto.
Yeah, his name's Robert, and now he goes.
Well, who wants to change your name to Beto? I mean, you don't have the song.
Beto on me.
Must be a liberal man.
Look, the song's corny. Why not just go out and go? Look, we got some cat that'd rather be called Beto than Roger.
Name is Philo
Robert.
Beto.
Robert. I mean, I can't vote for that.
His name is Fido.
Greg didn't do bad singing.
His name is Fido.
Left turn, Clyde.
Also, political news: George W. Bush. Hey, Greg, we got some empty skims. There's a source close to President Trump's White House told the National Journal that former President George W. Bush thinks Trump's chaos makes him look better. They're saying that
that's funny. He made a joke about it.
They said that Bush, behind closed doors, tells everybody, watching this guy makes me look pretty good.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Well, behind closed doors.
Yeah. But, Greg, when you got an empty skimp, you trying to have a little fun with your buddies, somebody's telling on you.
I mean, but what's so bad about him saying that? I don't why, you know what I'm saying? Why is that even news?
Well, you see where it's almost. I mean, he said it.
He's almost taking a shot at himself.
Yeah.
Think about it.
It's a joke.
Because, they always showed him stumbling over his words and stuff, and he's right, by the way. Trump does give him a lot more than he does.
Well, look, this goes back. Issue-wise, they're very close on everything. This all goes back to him running against his brother.
Picked on Jeb.
And he picked on Jeb a little bit and called him Mr. Excitement and all that stuff.
I picture.
Hey, man, you know how you mess with my baby brother, you mess with me.
Hey, now.
Right, Greg?
That's right.
I picture him saying these things as he's painting.
Ain't
he
nobody gonna
paints.
hey,
I'm done with that painting.
Hey, nobody
You
coming
don't
in.
like him painting?
No, I'm done with that.
I wish I had one of his pictures. How
paint.
Let me tell
high
you
are
what.
they? What are they going
Churchill
for?
painted.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Me and my baby brother going to stand at the border. Ain't nobody taking our guns either.
How much does W's paintings go for, Hams? You know?
I don't know. I'd like one. I'd like a painting in my house that came from George W.
You don't know about paintings.
I don't have a clue about
painting.
paintings, but I'd like to be able to say, you know who painted that?
You know, one of those
the mountain in him.
I'd rather have a painting from Greg.
One of those home improvement
would like
shows that Betty watches, Chip and what's
That'd be
Joanne?
Fixer Upper.
Yeah, Fixer Upper. They go and get trees from the Bush farm every now and then, and Laura Bush is on there and sells them trees. I've seen that on their show. They paint and grow trees.
Guys, George W. Bush is not saying anything. I'm looking at this that we don't say.
Yeah.
One guy says he's shaking his head like everyone else, wondering why the Trump administration can't get their act together. Sometimes he wants the guy to succeed, but thinks a lot of his problems are self-inflicted.
What? Yeah, and you know what? We all have that opinion.
Right.
How is that news? How is
Be
that
a liberal man.
You got to be a liberal man. By the way, the Trump administration will allow African elephant hunting trophies to be imported. I bet the liberals, Kimmel will cry about this.
Yeah.
This will get Kimmel back in tears.
Well, and of course they're saying the reason he's doing it because his son likes to participate in that sport. That's
Well, they're saying that he himself calls the practice a horror show, but he doesn't think anyone should be denied it because he doesn't think that's the road.
Well, it's legal.
I have an idea the country selling the elephant hunts are very excited about them continuing.
Didn't they say they would be judged on an individual basis? Like they'll okay, I want to bring this in, and they'll say yay or nay.
Yeah.
Didn't I say that there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and some of the people are not right about what they say about the endangered species. I saw a whole special on the game wardens. They're in this part of Africa, and they're all saying that really bringing this kind of hunting in actually helps the species to thrive.
Yeah,
because it says if you don't do that, like there was one guy that's done something I thought was really smart. He said, you don't want them killing these elephants for the ivory, because then they just leave the carcasses and they just take the ivory and go.
Right, and that's a mess.
So he has actually started, and they said it is really radically, where he darts them, takes the ivory off, keeps the elephant alive, and puts it back out there, and just sells the ivory without them having to kill the. And they're getting that approved now because they said at least that's.
Are you calling tusk-free elephant?
Well, I guess so. So anyway,
but any herd has to be managed, and you don't want them overeating an area or grazing, whatever elephants do, whatever you call it. And if the countries who have this manage it properly and sell hunts, it can be a big source of revenue. You remember the Cecil the Lion thing? That country was in a full panic that they were going to shut down people hunting there.
Well,
the outsiders, not them, they loved it.
To your point, this is where the people are being negative against it. They say that the Trump administration, because of the PR with it, is trying to keep these crucial trophy import decisions behind closed doors. And this person, who's the center of some long name, it has something to do with the Center for Biological Diversity. What in the world? Tristan. It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big, our number. So, gift number 10, 12 working days of Christmas coming up at some point today. So be paying attention for that. All right, so and we'll get to some of your phone calls as well. So Fauci has retired, but he won't go away. I don't know what is he? Is he Elton John? I mean, a farewell tour. Then I do another farewell tour. I mean, it's
Lee Corso had a farewell tour, and then it's still on. I don't get it.
Have we finally? Is he still being on? Lee Corso?
He was till the end of the season. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway,
he had missed a couple of weeks too due to health concerns, but
he just said we're in the middle of a pandemic. Okay, so he just said that still 3 years later. And of course, he's leaving out the fact that, and you brought this up yesterday. Watch them with their little games. Hey, so and so hospital beds are 80% full, but then you look and you realize only 5% of that are people with any kind of bad complications with COVID.
Right.
Well, yeah, the hospital beds. As a friend of mine who works with hospitals told me, who builds them. He said, we set that up expecting the beds to be full. That's why we have that many beds.
Right.
If we were setting up beds,
if they're at 60%, they're losing money.
Right. Yeah. That's why we built them.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine they'd want to run about 95, 96.
Right. Because people get sick of a lot of things. People have to be hospitalized for a lot of things.
Yes.
But
Trust me, I know.
and people are still getting it. But I think we should be celebrating. It doesn't seem to be even killing people at the rate it once did, and the highest it ever got in any category was about 2%. And I'm talking about in the most.
Overall, less than 1.
Yeah. So anyway,
and thank goodness for that. We should rejoice in that. The bubonic plague was about 25% death rate.
Even bubonic. But
the bluebonnet too.
The bluebonnet was a bowl game. It's no longer
it's
around.
Astrodome.
Right.
You know what I mean.
but you think, well, Rick, Bubba, why don't y'all trust Fauci? Well, this doesn't help. Here's a montage of him losing his credibility on what's his angle in all this. There we go.
I don't know how many times I can say it, Madam Chair. We did not fund gain-of-function research to be conducted in the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
In our health lead, we now know that a bat coronavirus was enhanced in a lab.
NIH and NIAID categorically has not funded gain-of-function research to be conducted in the Wuhan Institute.
The National Institutes of Health acknowledged that it funded research of a virus that was studied at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The experiment unexpectedly, we're told, made a bat coronavirus more contagious than the original naturally occurring one.
Dr. Fauci, knowing that it is a crime to lie to Congress, do you wish to retract your statement of May 11th where you claimed that the NIH never funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan?
Senator Paul, I have never lied before the Congress, and I do not retract that statement.
A new letter raising questions about experiments in a Wuhan lab.
Let me finish.
You take an animal virus and you increase its transmissibility to humans.
Right.
You're saying that's not gain-of-function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite frankly. And I want to say that officially. You do not know what you are talking about.
For years, the National Institutes of Health provided grant money to the EcoHealth Alliance Research Group, which conducted experiments with bat coronaviruses in Wuhan, China.
And if anybody is lying here, Senator, it is you.
Well, and keep in mind.
Well, just because I'm angry don't mean I'm telling the truth.
Well, I'll tell you what I may be. I realize that if they nail me on this, that I could possibly be prosecuted for lying to Congress. So there's no way you're going to get me to say.
Well, this is one of those things where we're going to give you a grant, and you're going to do research with it. We don't really know exactly what you're doing, but we know kind of what you're doing. So you do this, you do that, and you absolutely, you may not call it a gain-of-function experiment.
He's playing games with words.
But all of a sudden, this virus is more dangerous than it was, and we've moved it ahead 5 or 6 generations that have not occurred in nature yet. Because, we think, well, we need to study it in case it does get to that point. Okay, well, I can understand that logic. But what happens if it gets loose? Mm-hmm. What happens if it gets loose? Gain-of-function research, you see Fauci is playing a technical definition of gain-of-function here. Mm-hmm. He's dancing a fine line saying, no, we didn't hire them to do that, but they did it. And they didn't call it gain of function, but the result was gain of function.
And when it got out, you knew it, and you didn't tell anybody, and there's no telling how much time we lost not knowing what we were dealing with.
Because you were covering your hiney.
Right.
And if you'd have been forthcoming about this, we might have been able to cut it off at the pass. You may remember, Rick, we had information early on in this that it was advanced about 6 stages. Dead on, as we've learned more and more about it. Who you heard there, the journalist, that was not Fox News. That was not Bill O'Reilly. That was Jake Tapper at CNN, by the way. And, you know, if Fauci has a friend in the broadcast world, it's CNN. And they're not giving him any cover on this.
Well, at some point, and it's strange for CNN, I think they thought they would try to regain a little credibility.
Well, just look at the facts.
Yeah.
You know, there's a point where the facts carry you to a certain spot, and you just can't deny it.
So, and I know you've had this all week, and I think even part of last week, and you don't have to go find it again out of way. I can just say it, but and always be leery of these kind of people. So Fauci, after all the things Bubba just explained to you, and all the things that went on, all the things you just heard in the montage, he was asked, "Do you have any regrets since you're wrapping it up? Anything that you maybe look back, maybe could have handled better?" Nope. None.
And you see what Fauci...
Hey, zero regrets. Be careful of those kind of people.
Fauci,
anybody that has no regrets of any kind, be real leery of those people. That's an arrogant person.
What is Rand Paul? What kind of doctor is he?
He's is he ear, nose, and throat?
Or what is he? Do you know?
Or is he not? Is there eyes? It's either.
What you saw there was Fauci, who is a virologist.
It may be eyes. Is he an eye?
Is it optometrist or ophthalmologist?
Something in that.
You know
that vein.
what it was. Fauci was insulted that somebody at his level of doctoring would question somebody at his level of doctoring.
Question the kingdom.
Did you see? That's what that anger was.
Sure it was.
It was you're an ant, and you're questioning me.
How
ophthalmology
dare you? Yeah.
That about this because you're on eyes. You don't know anything about what I do.
James Spann with update on the weather next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So it was. We were just talking. I actually got an email that I was dealing with today involving talking about finances and the state of everything. And I said to them, I said, look, we're like a lot of people as our company and individually. We've been so rocked by the state of the economy that there's some things that we normally would do. We just don't really have the money to do it right now. And part of that does not look like it's going to change anytime soon because the Biden administration continues down this road with these policies that keep devaluing our money. And the economy, everything, the price of everything going up and the value of our money going down, that's not a good combination, Mr. Bussey. Yeah, so you might want to make a move right now to get something that's a little more stable, and that's precious metals. But you may be like I'll just speak for myself. I didn't know how to really maneuver this world. That's the reason why Allegiance Gold can really, really help protect your IRA or your 401k with physical gold or silver. Now, if you don't want to go down that road, you could just have the physical gold or silver sent to your front door securely if you'd rather have that approach. They focus on educating and developing a long-term strategy that is right for you. It's not a boilerplate. Here's what we do for everybody, and this is what you're going to have to do. Everybody's situation is unique, and they know that, and that's why they want to cater it to your situation. If you'd like to get the best offer they've ever put up, how about $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them Rick and Bubba sent you. Now, if you go to protectwithrickbubba.com, so you're already there. But if you call Allegiance Gold, 844-790-9191, and you mention Rick and Bubba, you'll have access to that deal as well. Protectwithrickbubba.com or call Allegiance Gold at 844-790-9191. Get access to this best offer and let them guide you. Elephants aren't meant to be trophies; they're meant to roam free. Well, that's her opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But she says his two sons are trophy hunters, and that's why he's doing this. But he knows it's bad PR, so he doesn't want anybody to know about it.
Well, didn't the ban come during? Was it during the Cecil the line, everybody was all up in arms. Didn't Obama ban it then because it was sharp to do that?
Yeah, Obama banned it, and now he's overturned it and says that it's allowed again.
But that was during the uprising after
Correct.
Cecil, I think.
Correct.
Or Cecil, depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah, Cecil, where I came from.
No, Cecil. That there is, when you hear this term, this rugby player out of Australia, in 2010 at a friend's party, they referred to him as a strapping 19-year-old rugby player, Sam Ballard.
Outgoing.
Yeah,
Outgoing.
swallowed a garden slug as a dare.
I can relate to that.
Eat it, I dare you, is the quote.
Ain't nothing to you if you don't eat that slug.
A group of young friends were sitting around a table drinking red wine when a slug was produced. One of them said, "Eat it, I dare you," as you guys mentioned. He swallowed the slug. Now, prior to this, his mother, Katie, said her son she thought he was a hooligan, but he was invincible and that nothing could ever happen. And she said he was kind of a rough and tumble guy, but now that the teenager's life has taken a devastating turn, said he fell ill, has been taken to Royal North Shore Hospital, where he was diagnosed as having been infected with rat lungworm.
That don't sound
good night.
Don't know what that is, but it don't sound good.
A worm that is found in rodents.
This line's gonna get you, Rick.
Here we go. But snails and slugs can be infected by eating the leftover waste of rats, their feces. Almighty.
How about that?
Let me tell you something. I knew slugs had a tough life anyway. I mean, you're a slug for the love of all that's good and kind. And somebody says, well, how much worse could it get for a slug? We have to eat rat crap. I mean, that's as bad as it gets.
Rick, who in their right mind thinks that it's good for you to eat a slug?
So he's sitting there knocking back wine, raising with his buddies, eats a slug. Now this horrible disease has infested his brain, and he's in bad shape, guys.
How about the friend that it kind of just said, "Hey, I got a slug."
Take a look at that, Rick.
I got a slug.
Wow.
Before and after, right there.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
the guy that produced the slug. How does he feel today?
He feels real bad.
Yeah, whoever dared him for the slug.
Who would ever thought of ingesting a slug off the sidewalk could be a bad thing?
It may have been a double dog dare.
But nobody thought it was to this point.
Rick, he was in a coma for 420 days and has become a quadriplegic over the whole day.
Good night.
And if you'll read it, they say most people exposed to this do not have. Some have no symptoms, but his just hit it right. He got the worst case for everything to do. He was even looked like he was recovering at one point, and that whatever he had, the brain disease. They said a lot of people do recover from it, but he went in that, like Bubba said, he went in that coma and downhill from there.
So now they're at some sort of, back to, government-run health care. They're back fighting with Australia, the government for disability insurance, and said they thought he was eligible for a $492,000 package. The government texted her and said we'll give you $135,000, so they're struggling with their medical bills and all this, and all because of a slug.
Good.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. And a lot of you all over the country, you're getting all kinds of weather. We have a front that's moving through blizzards, tornadoes, storms, rain, and it's just moving its way across the country. And we have the latest update from James Spann.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann.
James Spann, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. Merry Christmas, sir.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. 'Tis the season. Yeah, it's a weather smorgasbord, fellas. We got it all today.
I mean,
got it all.
So tell us what has happened. Tell us what is happening and what it looks like is going to happen.
Well, in the cold sector of this thing, we've had blizzard conditions for parts of the Dakotas and Nebraska, and they're buried in snow in many places out west. But the concern for the southern states in the warm sector, it's the chance of severe storms and heavy rain today. We've got a few trouble spots in Mississippi as we speak early this morning. There's one tornado warning polygon along Interstate 20 west of Meridian, really between Meridian and Jackson, out around Forest, Mississippi. And we should note there is a tornado watch at this early hour of the day. This is in effect for much of central and south Mississippi, parts of southeast Louisiana, and extreme southwest Alabama. This tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock today. This is where the air is fairly unstable. And as the day progresses, that severe weather threat will gradually be shifting eastward into the southern part of Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and the southwestern corner of Georgia. We have a level 3 out of level 5 enhanced risk for parts of South Mississippi, South Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle. And some of the cities involved in this higher risk would be Mobile, Biloxi, Gulfport, Meridian, Hattiesburg, Laurel, Pensacola, Fort Walton Beach, Destin, Panama City, New Orleans, Baton Rouge. So if you're in any of these places, obviously the key is to be sure you can hear warnings. That's always the biggest challenge we have. A lot of people think they're going to hear a siren, which you will not if there's a raging storm in progress. So be sure you get the warnings and understand within that level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk, there might be a strong tornado or two today. We had a couple of those yesterday in Oklahoma and North Texas and Louisiana, and just be aware of that. And as you go farther north, over in North Mississippi, North Alabama, North Georgia, the air is just cool and stable. And the greater concern there, it's going to be from flooding. And we have flash flood watches in effect for much of North Mississippi, southern Tennessee, North Alabama, and the northwestern corner of Georgia. We could see rain amounts that might exceed 2 inches in those spots. So if you live in a flood-prone area, be sure and listen to any flash flood warnings that are issued. And all of this will be winding down late tonight. And one more note, guys, I got to tell you, it looks so cold at Christmas. Just kind of jumping ahead here. And understand, this is Christmas is 11 days away. So there's not a lot of skill in forecasting specific numbers in terms of high-low here. But the analog to the pattern is 1983. And I don't know if you guys remember 1983 or not at Christmas.
Oh, yes, I do.
She was a chilly
one.
I
was in a tornado early in December. Early in December, we had the tornado that the Iron Bowl didn't even stop play. And I was in that tornado in the Oxford Civic Center when that baby rolled through Oxford, Alabama. And I'll tell you what, I'll never forget it, nor do I want to repeat it.
Yeah, that was not a good day. And again, that preceded this Arctic outbreaks.
Right,
so we had the, severe storms early in December, and then we had the Arctic cold.
Yeah.
And just to give you an idea, in Birmingham, the high on Christmas Day, 1983, was 18.
Hey.
And the low was 2.
Hey.
So and listen, I'm not saying it's going to be that cold this year. I don't think it will be. But having said that, the pattern would favor. And we watch the air coming over from Siberia. That's where this stuff originates, Siberia. And a few days ago, we saw a couple of stations there at minus 81 Fahrenheit.
Hey,
what? So in the source region, it's brutal. And it's going to come over the pole. It's a cross-polar flow. And, of course, it's going to modify by the time it gets down into the United States. But still, I do think for some of the southern states, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, we could easily see at least 3 consecutive days, 72 consecutive hours with sub-freezing temperatures. We might see some single-digit lows into Tennessee and maybe parts of North Mississippi, North Alabama, North Georgia. So that's a coming attraction. And, again, it's really too early to be specific. I do think it's going to be dry. And again, you're going to see all these, jamokes and jabronis on the, face bag. Hey, man, it's going to snow a foot here. Look at this snow map. These people show these computer model snow maps with no basic knowledge of what even they're showing here.
Well,
but for now, it looks cold and dry with no snow.
So
a lot of jabronis out there.
Does anybody know how to delete a tweet? I just tweeted out, Span says 2 degrees on Christmas. How do I get that back?
Talk to Elon Musk.
Yeah, but it's so we're talking right. And I noticed today, Span, for those that are either in it or going to be in it today, you keep using Southwest. So Southwest is if you're in the southern states, Southwest is the problem area. In Alabama and Georgia, in Panhandle.
Right. So let's say again, let me just kind of call out some of the cities in the greatest concern today. And again, we do have ongoing severe weather right now as we speak in Mississippi. So again, understand for those our friends that are watching or listening to us in say South Mississippi, you've got some active weather now. We have one active tornado warning around Forest, Mississippi, when again, that's between Jackson and Meridian along Interstate 20.
Yeah.
But the core threat is going to come this afternoon and this evening during the peak of the daytime heating process. And again, that's going to be the southern half of Mississippi, the southern half of Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and southeastern Louisiana.
Okay.
So that's the greatest concern. But for North Mississippi, North Alabama, North Georgia, just a big rain mass. And we have a flash flood watch in effect for many of those areas. Some spots could see over 2 inches of rain today.
Unfortunately, on a somber note, we do have a story that one of the Louisiana towns where this has already come through, that 2 people were killed and there's somebody still missing. So that these can be really bad. So pay attention.
Right. And understand, it's sad that this happens in December and November, but it does. This is tornado season in the southern United States. We consider tornado season November through May. And while you might not like it this time of the year, it happens. In fact, we're coming up on an anniversary of a tornado that hit Tuscaloosa December 16th, 2000, and that killed 11 people. And we've seen so many of these horrible tornadoes this time of the year. And the last thing you want is a tornado tragedy at Christmas time. It's horrible. So, it's been a rough night to the west in Louisiana and parts of Texas and Oklahoma. And again, I'm afraid we might see a strong tornado. Again, there's potential in that enhanced risk for a strong tornado today. And by that, the definition is EF2 or higher. So again, the key is just pay attention to tornado warnings and know where you're going. And our greatest concern is always these days, people that live in manufactured housing, mobile homes, wonderful, affordable housing, but you can't stay there during a tornado. And for a lot of these families, they don't have transportation or they don't have a close shelter. And we've all got to work together on coming up with a better solution for them. But if you live in a mobile home or a trailer, just know where you're going, know how to get there, and have transportation if you are in a polygon later today.
And, James, we've had a very mild fall and winter so far, so this snapback is going to be brutal for everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, understand for a lot of the places that might be below freezing for 3 consecutive days, they were in the 70s here, last week.
Yeah, right.
So, this is going to be a brutal snapback to reality. And again, we'll have to watch the backside of this thing. Ultimately, another storm system is going to come along, and the question is, will the cold air stay in place long enough for ice or snow? We don't know that yet, and we see no evidence of that.
Out of
Zero at Christmas time.
You're out of
It's cold and dry.
You're out of control. Settle down.
Stop it, James. Stop it.
You've got a high of 2 and snow on the ground on Christmas.
No, that's your tweeter, not mine.
Tweeter. Thank you, James Spann.
Don't be a jabroni.
Yeah, thank you, James Spann. Appreciate it,
Great
buddy.
day, guys.
Thanks, James.
All right, we'll come back 15 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is the number. Gift number 10 still in play today. Hasn't happened yet, so if you just joined the show, you're still in play. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Property crimes like
Slugfest.
About the little slug.
Yeah, I always cringe when I hear these eat something on the dare.
I don't eat anything on the dare.
Well, what's the craziest thing you've ever eaten out from a dare?
I don't eat things on dares.
Well, I don't either.
I told the guys
when you were younger,
never have.
I
don't
done
slaughter
them.
fish. I don't do anything.
You hadn't had a goldfish?
But it's all food related.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, eat this hot pepper. Have this hot wing.
Yeah, I
that's
don't
too
even do
hot.
that.
See, I have gone there before, but never outside the food world.
See,
I think I ate earthworm one time.
You have to understand, guys. to those of us in the weight community, we have a love for food that is obvious to see. So I've never looked at food, as Bubba said, and I agree, as a contest, as a challenge.
No.
Food is art,
Mm-hmm.
and it should be treated as art, and it's disrespectful not to.
You wouldn't ask Michelangelo to paint something with a stopwatch on him.
No, how quick you paint this, Michael? I mean, come on, you wouldn't do that. Yeah. And you certainly wouldn't ask him to eat it.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've never played food games. I've always found them to be.
I've seen people do that. I don't swallow guppies. You know,
I didn't pour milk in my beans. You know, at the lunch table and that kind of stuff, and dare somebody to eat it.
Oh, you always had that kid.
Yeah, always, every year. It's never been my thing.
You know,
I did stupid things for some reason. I drew the line at food challenges, but I mean that one I've never been in that category.
You know, I went and spoke at that college ministry a couple weeks ago, and in Tuscaloosa, and they had a challenge type thing after where they were doing all these different games, and one of them was swallow a goldfish.
Pass.
And they were live, and I got to reading, and the reason that they actually swallow them live is because if you do it dead, it sets it up for all kinds of bacteria and stuff like that. So,
thanks for that clarification.
But I didn't know that.
But do you bite it?
No, you swallow it whole.
Well, then it's alive in your stomach.
I know, but it doesn't have no bacteria or anything set up because of it.
But you got a lot of fish in your stomach.
You do. And matter of fact, and I haven't told y'all this, one of the people there that did this had to go to the hospital the next couple of days.
I'd bite the head off of it.
I don't know if it was related to this, but it was awful coincidental.
Who would have thought that?
I know.
Yeah. I know.
Looking back, I
gross.
mean, maybe food challenges might have been better than the other things that I actually was all in for. But I'm just saying that particular area I didn't go in.
Yeah. Hey, they just swallowing goldfish.
I've just kind of got a gross factor with food. I don't really like to be gross with food.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can't. I can't watch elderly people eat. I can't watch food contests. I can't watch food dares. All those things really get to me.
Yeah, that makes my stomach turn. I couldn't watch it that night.
Especially, yeah, things like Naked and Afraid and stuff, they'll get out there and they'll eat some of the craziest stuff just to survive.
Yeah. Well, if we're in survival mode,
I've seen them eat insects before.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that while I'm sitting at a food establishment that can bring me an appetizer.
Yeah.
You know, why would I do that? Now, if I don't even think I would do that I wouldn't sign up for Naked and Afraid. You know,
picture it.
I don't get it.
Oh, Bubba, please do.
That boggles the mind.
Bubba, please. Son.
But now, look, if I'm in an airplane and it crashes and I'm the lone survivor and I'm out in the middle of somewhere, there ain't no telling what you do.
Yeah, that's different.
That's different.
That's not a challenge.
There
That's
better not be a
survival.
slug anywhere
If
near
fried pickles are an option and you put a slug out there, it's not even close.
I'm not saying
I'm
I
not a
want
big fried pickle.
Are you not? I love fried
Look, if
pickles.
you get a little
I don't like
fire
fried pickles.
started, you might have slugs too. Who knows? You
Right.
know,
Guys, now I didn't know we was talking about surviving. I thought we was talking about dares. I mean, surviving. Surviving's a whole different. That's a whole different game right there. Now we got all. I've been very clear about that.
I know. You said you'd eat me one time. You remember?
I would if I had to.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, if that's what I felt like it would benefit other people. This wouldn't be about me. I may need to stay alive.
The right
for others.
spice.
well,
blacken you a little bit.
you got to be out of options. 2, you got to be dying, and 3, you got to have a fire.
Yeah. Fire's key.
Yeah, I ain't,
Yes, it is.
I ain't eating rare
I will
like
say.
that.
I will say this because I see inconsistencies on this sometimes. When you see people in India starving as cows roam the streets, and you laugh at that.
Yeah, no.
If you ever say you were starving and you wouldn't eat your dog, you're just as stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
You know.
I don't think my dog is my relative, but
No. Well, some people act like it. They actually treat dogs better than their relatives. But some people's dogs are actually more desirable than their relatives. But
they are free and open range for the most part.
But they'll. But no, look. Hey, the pet goes. I mean, you're way down the road, Speedy. I've already eaten every pet I got.
Yeah, because we're like you're talking about. I think at the time you were talking about plane crash in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, you'd have to be. First of all, you'd have to be dead. I'm not going to kill you, and then so I can survive.
Appreciate that.
But I'm going to say that I'm working my way through every animal we got.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, buddy.
I mean, I'm taking collars off, whatever it takes. But I mean,
you probably eat a leather belt too.
Right,
you know?
right.
Taking collars off.
Right, whatever it takes. You're way down the line. Okay, you're like they still ain't come to get me. Everybody, have a holly jolly Christmas. All right, so as we come back, 21 minutes past the hour, so just be aware if you're in these high-risk areas today, and some of you have already been through it, just stay with your Rick and Bubba affiliate or pay attention and just heed the warnings, and hopefully you won't be any of those, but if you do, you'll be ready. All right, so guys, here's some things I'd like to cover, okay, because we're going into the big year-ender coming up on Friday, and of course it's building into a mammoth show. It's almost like we will fire every bullet we have and then say, see you in 2 weeks. Okay? and we'll leave here. So this year we're trying something a little different. And of course, I'm realizing some things that there's a reason why we haven't done this before, and I'm working through a couple of obstacles. But this will be the last time that we will all see each other for a couple of weeks, other than Greg and I, because we're family, so we'll see each other at Christmas Eve and all that. But won't be hanging every single day like we normally do. So we came up with the idea that we will go to Camp House and we'll do a show hunt Friday afternoon, Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, and we'll have a meal together that Gary, hey, I'm ready, will cook for us. We'll have Camp House breakfast, which is one of my favorite things. We'll enjoy snacks, and we'll deer hunt. We got a cold front moving in. It all really is setting up, to be nice, and I hope it goes well. Notice I'm not going to make any bold statements. You don't hear me thinking I can have something.
Right.
Because
you can't. Everybody knows you can't.
Because there was a little correction on that yesterday, and I guess I was guilty of thinking it. So there's a couple things I'd like to talk about that you guys are going to have to help me with, and I'm going to try to get out in front of it. And I know my first request is unreasonable, and I know that it will be shot down and has no chance, but I'd like to try to get on record with it, okay?
Oh, wow.
I'd like to see nobody make fun of the Camp House TV. Okay, is there any? Can anybody?
Well, I'm looking at it right now.
Can anybody not get on me about the Camp House TV?
You'll get your news.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so it's not as big as it should be.
Right.
I'm just glad we're not watching like a ball game.
Right, but
we got about 10 of them laid up.
I was
going to
say we could solve that today.
Good night.
Okay, so we could
We've
just
got to Speedy's point.
I mean, they're laid up in there like it's the back.
Do you think they're too
storage
big?
room in Best Buy?
Do you think they're too big?
There's never a big too big TV.
Yeah, I've never said, hey, that's too big.
Right. Well, I just it has to have a little stand because of the thing it sits on.
We can mount that puppy on the wall.
Yeah, right. I don't know if Camp House is. I don't know if Camp House is up for that. But is there a way? You got one that'll sit on just a little? No,
we don't have a stand, Rick. Now you could lean it.
All right,
like sit classic Camp House to lean it.
And canceled. So
no, hold on, time out. You can lean it. You can sit.
We're not
going
to do that this weekend. Might be a future project. Not going to do that this weekend.
I don't see us watching much TV anyway.
No, but
I would like some old classic hunting shows on in the background.
Well, we have that. I've seen it.
Yeah, let me tell you what you'll count on. When you hit the door at Camp House, there will be hunting shows on the tiny TV to set the stage, because you have to have hunting shows on when you start a hunt. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Okay? So, and there's going to be a spend the night involved. That always, lends itself to a little bit for those of you that will be spending the night. So all that's handled and all that's good. So anyway, yesterday, and I'm really starting to ramp up. I mean, I've been to the grocery store. I've stocked up. Everything's coming together. I've been watching the cameras.
Do we need to bring anything?
No. I've been watching Moultrie Mobile, trying to see what the deer are doing and kind of laying out where I'm going to put everybody, knowing that Bubba, is the ultimate corporate hunter, so he'll be in the lap of luxury. And so I got to take care of Bubba. And so I'm looking, and all of a sudden, I get this excited call from my wife.
Oh, no.
And she's like, hey, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm wrapping up here at the office. I got to do this, do that, getting ready. Okay, well, we got this, and we're talking about some Christmas shopping and all that. She goes, well, I'm really excited about the dress I've got for the wedding. I said, I'm sorry, what? And she said, the wedding we're going to. Oh. And I said, when? What wedding? Well, Saturday night.
Oh, no.
And I said, Saturday night. And she's like, she goes, yeah. And then there's that moment where, that's going to impact me a little bit. But if I make too big a fuss out of it, now I'm killing the environment of Friday's send-off.
Oh, you're killing fun, Rick.
Yeah, right. And now, so what happened is, just in Seinfeld, now married Rick and devoted to wife Rick, which is always, but that world of husband, dating, weddings, hey, I'm excited about my new dress. That Rick is now in trouble because he's trying to come in here on camo wearing, Camp House hanging, Camp House breakfast preparing, woodsy Rick, rubber boots Rick and all that. And I'm like, these two Ricks, as you know, they don't live in the same world.
Right. They can't coexist.
And you can't let one kill the other because they're both important and you have to go with her. Yeah. And so I make the decision that I just don't even say one negative thing. I say, hey, that sounds great. I'm excited. I can't wait to see it. Because I'm protecting.
How'd you control your face?
Because I was on the phone, so my face
Did your eye twitch?
My face got to do all kinds of things.
Did your eye start twitching?
Yeah, and what's wrong?
I got a bad signal. I can't hear you,
Greg. And here's what's wrong with here's what's wrong with me. Here's what's wrong with me. You got nowhere to go because this wedding has been up in the kitchen in that place where she puts wedding invitations for months, okay? And a couple times I remember even looking at it going, oh, that'll be on my vacation, so that won't be a big deal. I have plenty of days left after that, to save it. Then that first reaction, which is totally wrong, and we went through this during football season, is just a touch of dislike of the people who are getting married. And you're kind, and this is one of those where I got no out. I mean, there's no you just go and represent the family.
Well, you would think, Rick, too, though. I mean,
I almost did
Rick,
that.
Hadn't came
there's a lot of people going to have family get-togethers this time of year. I mean, we're pretty much
usually the
booked,
weekend
too.
before. Well, that's why I thought we couldn't hunt, first of all.
And there's probably a lot of people can't come to your wedding because of that.
To your point, this kickoff hunt, to your point, I had maneuvered around the try not to be tied to a Christmas party this weekend.
Right.
And had successfully maneuvered that.
Right.
Or, hey, we got to go see my folks this weekend because your folks are next weekend. I had successfully maneuvered through all that. But I will tell you this, and my wife, I love her so much, and my best friend in the whole wide world, but she, like a lot of people that are her same gender, I'll just say that, when you're telling them about your plans and you got stuff going on, if it's not a moment that they really want to talk about it, they're really not listening. Because never once during this whole time that I kept bringing it up, trying to be excited about it, is when did she ever go? Now remember, we got that wedding Saturday night. So,
right.
So
I was about to say, I thought we even looked at the forecast on when you're going to go see her side of the family and everything.
This never came up.
Rick.
But hey, it's fine. So what I said.
Did you use Brody?
Yes. It didn't work. But here's the thing. You talk about my human shield.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Well, I guess I'll
Rick,
leave
weddings don't sneak up on you. They let you know a long time ahead.
Oh, I've known.
How did you just?
Greg, you think
I mean, your wedding don't sing like somebody's got. Also, we're having a surprise birthday party.
Greg, you think I remember a wedding day?
Well, I'm just
okay.
Rick.
But anyway,
especially
during hunting season. All right. So here's the thing. Here's what I said to myself. My Friday will be phenomenal. Excited about hanging with the guys, eating, hunting. My Saturday morning will be phenomenal. Really fired up about Camp House breakfast. And afternoon hunt will get started. I'll just need to exit it a little. And what gets me is how our wives, they have no concept about when deer move. None. Well, I don't really see how it really impacts anything because we don't have to be there till 5. And I was like, 5? That's, baby, you don't. I mean, in their mind, they think if you're getting to hunt, well, just go hunt the time you got.
Yeah.
So but
come in at 4.
So you got all day to hunt, Rick. Well, yeah, but maybe they don't. In the middle of the day, we're hanging at Camp House.
Right. Now they're probably moving in. I'll give you that. But we're back at Camp House.
Should we hunt middle of the day Saturday? Probably, but we're not going to.
So do we need
because that would impact Camp House breakfast.
Now, do we leave you on the text group when we put down a big
one?
Yes,
absolutely.
All right.
And I'll have a full plan what everybody's going to do, and Brody will stay and make sure everything's wrapped up. But
Married Rick has pushed around Camp House Rick.
Rick and Bubba.
Right.
You know what I mean? And Speedy's over there, and he hadn't ruined it because of the snow.
Yep.
You know,
that was a disturbing movie.
No, it's terrible.
Had you rather be, if you crashed in a plane, had you rather be on the top of an icy, snowy mountain or in a jungle?
I'll take mountain.
I would too.
Really?
I would too.
There's a lot going on in that jungle.
Yeah, but it's not. It's cold on that mountain.
Yeah, but I can get warm. Once I'm naked, I'm still hot. You know what I mean?
Rick and Bubba.
At our number, which is 866-WE-BE-BIG, rickandbubba.com, the website. It's sad either way, but especially with all the Me Too, Time's Up, and all this going on. And of course, there's a lot of inconsistencies with this. And really, one of the things that we always hear, it's kind of one of these underlying things, and especially if you get really over to the very strong far left of feminism, there's kind of an unspoken and sometimes a spoken concept that if somehow women could be in all these leadership roles, and there are women in leadership roles, but for some reason, right now everybody in our society is told to be who they are except men. Men are not the solution, which is, we've talked about a lot. If you really could get men to act right, it would change society completely. But oh no, men are not only not the solution, they're the problem. And men, if we could just get more women, if this place was run by women, it'd be a much more civilized place, and you wouldn't have all these hounds and all this bad behavior. And then there's the mayor of Nashville, the Music City, female mayor, who is now stepping down?
Rick, she stepped down yesterday. Nashville Mayor Megan Barry resigned Tuesday after pleading guilty to a felony theft charge.
Hey.
She agreed to reimburse the city $10,000 and serve 3 years probation, according to local media reports. The resignation and plea comes amid investigations into her affair with her former bodyguard, Police Sergeant Rob Forrest. In a statement, she said that while her time as mayor concludes, she has unwavering love and sincere affection for the wonderful city and great people. I don't know if I'd use those exact words in her case, but she is out as mayor. She was a Democrat elected in 2015. The head of her security detail had stepped down earlier this year after an investigation into their relationship became public.
So I take it she was a married woman.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So what we have here is really Nashville had achieved what the Democrat says is supposed to be utopia. We have a Democrat female in charge. And what did we get? We got stolen money and an affair with a bodyguard.
Well, they're making both of them pay back money that he was paid while, working as her. You have to be careful how you say all this, working as her security person while they were on trips around the country, and I think one even maybe overseas. So
they're saying that the affair was on taxpayer dollars.
I got you.
Yeah.
So that's where. So we've got
a lot of these funded trips were their affairs.
And so he got a lot of overtime that was their question.
Yeah.
So it could be that there are just flawed people, that really there is no political party or worldview that has the corner market on
Rick,
behavior.
We have to ask this too. Could there be abuse here? I think that's what she was trying to avoid by stepping down, because she was his boss.
Well,
and yet having her way.
That's true. That explains that picture of Bill Clinton in her office.
Mm-hmm. So
hero.
Here we go again.
Well, hey, buddy, I'm telling you, Bubba and I said this before the show started today, and we were running the list of all this. Is there anybody that knows how to behave? I mean, anybody? I mean,
is anybody acting right out there?
You know what? Our last bastion of hope just died at 99.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I
mean, so now what we got left?
Mm.
So they're saying that that basically we had a security guard. Now I will tell you this. Now you can say what you want to, but he did protect her.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
You know, I would ask a question there, but I'm not. And
right.
But we've had similar situations in our state, other states. It's not just men in charge that act bad; women in charge also act bad.
It appears that could be that behavior is a human problem, not a male or female or Democrat or Republican Party.
That's very possible.
Problem.
Wow, her real her husband, not the security guard, but her husband, let me just show y'all this real quick. There's her husband there.
Evidently.
Mm.
Evidently, they've been through a lot, too. Yeah. I think there's some.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. And it's time to chat with you, the greatest, most powerful, most influential, best-looking listening audience in the world. At 866 We Be Big, all 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess is taking calls. Minions, no time to visit. Let's get the calls ready to go. You're making comments. You're asking questions. You're bringing information to the table. It's the final 3 days that we get to spend some time together until we get on 2 weeks of vacation. So a great day to talk. 866 We Be Big. At the end of 30, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll move to the next caller. That means if you're calling, the 10 lines get you in quick, and the buzzer, you don't have to stay in line very long. All right, so let me say this to everybody on the show. On my dry erasable board in my office, I have put up 2 things, and I need you to go fill it in today. One is Friday night dinner and spending the night. Okay, if you're spending the night, I need you to put it up there. The second one, the first one is dinner Friday night. The second one is spending the night.
Okay.
I need to know what category you're in.
Go to the wedding with Rick?
I need
Is
to know,
that in there?
No, I need
right.
to know how many beds and how many people are coming for dinner on Friday night.
Okay.
And so y'all need to go in there and let me know I'm coming in for dinner. And then if you're not spending the night, you don't put yourself in the next category. I need to know who's coming, for dinner on Friday night, and I need to know who's spending the night.
Okay.
So, and then I know there are some people just coming in on Saturday, and that's fine. But I need to know the numbers, so it's on the dry erasable board. And, you made a good point. There really can be 3 Ricks, because there's full-blown married Rick, meaning I'm at home, I'm with whatever.
Right.
Then there is farm Rick.
Right.
So that's me and Sherry down at the farm, and that's a different Rick.
No.
But Camp House Rick is that's a
different Rick.
That's a Rick that is a whole different setup.
Yeah.
And rarely does Camp House Rick have to deal with this guy who does things up in town.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to deal with him a lot. So
it's almost like when he gets off the exit, and if Camp House Rick is by himself.
Yeah.
He turns into a different man.
Right. But please be sure and send me the really big buck where I was going to sit, where one of y'all
We'll do
sit
that.
on Saturday afternoon.
That for
Give me
sure.
a good picture of it, because I want to see it while I'm on the way to the wedding.
Right.
All right. So
We'll like pose behind it. and
Right,
everything.
right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about knowing where I was going to sit and not sitting anyone there. So there's no way I could have been there and that happened to me.
Right.
Yeah. So
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I've been told that I have relatives coming in town.
Here we go.
But really, are my mom's cousins really even my relatives?
No. Second cousins don't trump hunting.
No.
That's what I
like
are we even related? I don't even know. You know?
Right.
I mean,
right.
no
If you
way.
could marry them, they don't take hunting away.
yeah.
Rick, if you could legally marry him.
To the phones we go. Let's go to Jim in Alabama. Jimmy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I heard a reference to one of my favorite stories the other day. I've almost forgotten about Rick dating his cousin.
Oh.
And I was wondering when Hamzy's last day is.
Oh wow, those two topics they go together. Adoption. When someone's adopted, no matter how they may be in the family, there's no blood relationship there, and we were like teenagers in adoption.
Wow,
it's not the same thing. Okay, all right. Let's
adoption gives you a pass, Rick.
Right.
You want to go to the boathouse?
Okay. Jack in Alabama. Jack, welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What in Boathouse?
Yeah, I remember you telling a story about catching that kid fishing and say all you had to do was ask. So I would like to ask if I can come down to the company hunt this weekend, because I ain't never been hunting nowhere.
Thank you. You did the right thing, but remember, there's always the chance that this could happen. No.
Right.
So let's go to Ben.
No.
Well, the house is full.
But I appreciate you asking. And
The pattern is full.
yeah, and I hope the people who were riding their four-wheelers all over our land will ask next time as well.
Oh, wow.
Ben in Birmingham. Ben, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Ben?
Hey, Rick, I was going to ask you, what are you writing down on that piece of paper? Is that some sort of bailout strategy that you just thought of when you brought up the wedding?
No, what I do is I have in front of me here in the one seat, you wouldn't believe the things. I've got live commercials I have to do. I've got all the stories of the day. I've got all of Adler's video options. I have the hot stack of things I need to let everybody know. And what I do, as I get older, as you've noticed, if you watch for long, I haven't always done this. But now I have to do it. I draw lines through what I've already said, and I cross out things we've already done because my memory ain't what like she's supposed to be. So, yeah, no bailout strategy there. I've got my plan for the weekend, and it'll be fine. Trey in Alabama. Trey, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, I want you all to write me down. I'll be there Saturday morning.
Okay, Trey, you need to get to the dry erasable board because
that's where the official
right.
List is.
So let's go to Jason in Alabama. Jason, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, boys, how y'all doing?
We're fired up, man.
Hey, wanted to talk to Bubba. You had to get to the brains of the operation about this one.
Yes.
The Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in L.A., they produced a nuclear fusion reaction that had a net energy gain. So throw the law of conservation of energy out the window. Bubba, what do you think about this?
Well, I mean, it's it is possible. I mean, we see that with the sun. The whole key is to be able to produce more energy than you used trying to produce it, and that's been the real hang-up in the past because they can't contain it.
Yeah.
And listen, this experiment went on for like 0.5% of a second. I mean, it was very, very fast. But it's the first time they've been able to do that if their calculations are correct. So, look, it's a breakthrough. It's a long way from practical application, but hey, it's a start. It's kind of like the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk. We got off the ground. Now we got to do something with it.
Is there any way for Greg to hear me in there?
Yeah,
he probably can.
He can.
He's got to be paying attention.
You got to turn the board up.
He's not going to do it because he's got on two different lines, cowboy. It's two different lines and the same topic.
Let me see here.
There's no way he can hear us.
Greg.
All right, here I'm gonna get.
There he is. There he is.
Turn the board up.
Can you hear me?
We need to talk to you.
Can you hear me?
Good.
So I have cowboy on 1 and on 6 twice. And
have we had a run of Cowboys coming in?
Is 6 a different person?
Yeah,
okay.
He said go to 1.
Okay, all right.
The 1's cowboy, I mean.
Okay, all right. Cowboy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, if you put me down for dinner Friday night, I just need to know what drinks and stuff to bring, and put me down for hunting Saturday morning. What time to be there Friday?
Okay. Well, here's the good news, Cowboy. When one of us hosts, we don't require the people coming to do anything. Mm-hmm. All you have to do is just come and enjoy yourself. But we're full. We're full, so you are not invited.
Rick.
Well, he's not. We don't have room for him.
The Lenores just texted me and said, "What time is breakfast? We can bring food."
No, we're all full. Nobody else can come. We have every room is spoken for, every hunting spot is spoken for. No one else is invited. That's the cleanest way to do this. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but y'all are not invited.
Well, it's a staff. It's a staff.
It's a staff hunt.
Staff hunt. We'll have other weekends for other things.
And my son gets to hunt because he's my son. It's our place.
Yeah, of course. That's
it.
And apparently has to take care of everything Saturday when you leave.
And apparently is now in charge of the farm.
We've done hunts before where listeners could buy in and go at the place that we were at, and we may do one of those again.
Let me ask you a question: when Camp House Rick gets in the truck to go meet Married Rick, does he immediately turn into Married Rick, or does he wait till he gets on the interstate to turn into Married Rick?
Matter of fact,
or when he pulls up?
I won't completely transform out of Camp House Rick till about Cahaba Valley Road. And then it'll start happening. The minute I hit that ramp, I realize, well, I'm almost there. So then everything I'm listening to will change. Me looking at the group text will change.
Okay.
Yeah, all that'll be over.
Oh, they're already moving?
Yeah.
You don't want to hear that?
Yeah, I should be getting dressed about the time y'all are shooting one. Kimberly in Mississippi, 30 seconds. Go ahead. By the time y'all are posing behind it and pointing antlers,
you know that's gonna. By the way, you know that's gonna happen.
Of course it is. I'm excited for y'all because now one of y'all killing it is guaranteed. You know what? If I stayed there, it wouldn't happen because I could have been part of it. Yeah. But now that I can't have anything, it's gonna be perfect.
Oh, great.
Kimberly, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, as a Mississippi State Bulldog fan, I just wanted to reach out and express to Coach Leach's family and loved ones our prayers, but I also wanted to reach out to our rival schools and SEC schools and all those across the country for just giving us such support these last couple of days, and how it just puts things in perspective that you can put the game to the side and just know that love is what's most important and live life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's good to kind of put all that aside and realize it kind of gives you hope these people aren't as crazy as you thought they were.
Right.
Steve in Alabama. Steve,
yeah, Steve.
Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Come on, Steve.
Hey, guys. Just want to say thank you for everything you do. I've listened to y'all for as long as I can remember. I'm 29 years old, so about as old as the show.
Wow.
And, yeah. But thank you for everything, and y'all make my mornings better.
Well, thank you. Is this true what was on the topic? You thought the podcast was live?
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, and I was listening to the podcast, and I thought I was listening to the live show.
I bet that was a little bit of a... By the way, John in Birmingham, no, it doesn't matter if you bring a big TV. There's no room for anybody. There's no more room. There's no more room, okay? The only people who'll hunt with us are those that sneak in and hunt anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? We won't know they're there. They'll just be some trees that we won't know they're in there. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Passed away on an overdose last year. So they've been through quite a bit.
Well, you hope that there's some way for them to salvage that. But you think about, once again, here's another man, this security guard. He's supposed to be in an honorable role, and here he is supposed to be protecting people, and he didn't take time to protect somebody's marriage.
Yeah.
Even though, you go, well, she's just as responsible. I agree with that, but so is he.
The Tennessean reports, Rick, that the mayor and the head of her security attended 10 city-funded trips by themselves, including conferences to Paris, Greece, and Washington, D.C. The security man earned $173,000 in overtime from July 2015 to January of this year, according to state records.
And the Nashvillians want that back.
They want part of it back.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's going to have to pay, $10,000?
Mm-hmm.
I think he had more in his agreement when he stepped down.
And speaking of The Bachelor, because that's what this sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you watch this show.
Well, I don't watch it. Betty watches it, so I do get some of it by osmosis.
And this has happened before, where a guy turns down one because he's in love with all of them. You know how easy it is to fall in love and get married in 6 weeks.
Right.
But anyway, so he loves them all, and then he gets down to he only loves 2, and then he says, I'm not going to go with you, even though I told you I loved you. I'm going to go with the other one. She cries and leaves. He goes to the other one, then breaks up with that one and comes back to the original one, correct?
That is correct. And we've had that scenario one time before.
Right.
They were actually on the show last night. They've been married 8 years. I think they got a couple of kids. But what was a little different about this one, he proposed to one, and according to him, this was his story, that he still had feelings for the other one. He had some guilt about having to send her home, and he told the current fiancée that he was going to contact her. She assumed it was to put closure to the whole issue, and he said after he talked to her, he realized that he was still in love with her and he'd made a mistake. So then he told his current fiancée that he wanted to break up. He had to pursue this, and they covered it live on TV. Gosh, there's so many nights of it now. Was it 2 nights ago, Greg? And so they have strung out the ending of The Bachelor over 3 nights, 3 hours each night. It has been ABC's programming. And so last night he actually came face to face with the former fiancée, and he had the new fiancée on who he proposed to her in front of
that'll make a
everybody.
player nervous.
Oh yeah, Rick. He was and Chris Harrison, who produces the show, said that he had death threats over the. I mean, he said they got more negative feedback about showing their breakup live than anything they'd ever done. Of course, he loved it because it drove the ratings
that's
up.
That's what he's looking for.
But this is him talking to his ex-fiancée.
No way could I watch this.
When you say ex, do you mean the fiancée that he had for a few seconds?
Yeah, a few days.
They're in love,
a few days.
And then he proposed.
Who would have thought you get a young man, tell him that all these women want to date you over a 6-week period, and he's a little indecisive on who he wants to stay with, and he thinks he's in love with multiple ones. But yeah, in 6 weeks, that's possible.
But the first winner, who was the first fiancé, who's now the ex-fiancé, will be the new Bachelorette, and they started the show live last night by letting her meet some of the new suitors.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Now, did you see this other thing, back to a good story, that Carolina Panthers running back Christian McCaffrey it was among a group of people who came to the rescue of a 72-year-old hiker who fell about 20 feet onto a rock, suffered serious injuries during a hike last Saturday. They're in Castle Rock, Colorado. McCaffrey was hiking with his friends and family, including his brothers, Dylan and Max, when he witnessed Dan Smoker Sr., which means there must be a junior, abruptly falling while hiking with his 13-year-old grandson, Eli. And Christian said watching it was tough. It was like he was in the air for 10 seconds.
Like slow motion. He said it all looked slow.
I'd never seen anything quite like that in my life as far as the trauma and the sound. We were in shock, so I guess you could hear him hit. He said everybody stepped up. I called 911. It felt like an eternity. It felt like we were up there waiting for hours. And I looked back, and my call got logged. It took 11 minutes before the paramedics came, which out in an area like that,
that's unbelievable.
That's pretty quick.
He just saying everything seemed like a long time, which it would. Now, Rick, the guy who fell broke his neck, femur, pelvis.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we work our way back, a lot going on today on the Rick and Bubba Show. We're down to the final days. Big year-ender coming up on Friday. Also, our last Wednesday Bible study of the year is today, and our last installment in the study of Genesis is today. We finish chapter 50 today, and we'll be done. So that's happening live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. Be archived soon after, as is normal. And for the men who attend, that's today as well. All right, so let's go to linkedin.com/Bubba. You got a big hire coming up that's important, big hire. Be sure you make the right hire, and one way to ensure that is use our friends at linkedin.com/Bubba. We'll get you a job post for free, linkedin.com/Bubba. Put it out in front of their nearly 50 million job seekers, and with their tools, you'll be able to use screening questions and let people know what you're doing. You can customize it. You can let everybody know that you're hiring, and because of the system they use, you can screen out people that really aren't qualified. And you only interview the very best of the best, so that next hire, thanks to linkedin.com/Bubba and your free job post, the next hire will actually be an asset to your company, not a detriment. What? What in the world? Gifts number 10.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Bubba, tell us what we're playing for today, friend.
Rick, it is one size fits all. It's easy to use and easy to spend. It's a Visa gift card with 5% back on any purchase. Worth $200.
$200. And then, of course, our friends at Dirt Road Gourmet are throwing in $200 worth of delicious casseroles. So somebody is going to join those that have already won. Jeff Nix, David Thomas, Paul Green, Kit Garrison, Steve Pullum, Josh Caldwell, Mike Huey, and Camille Morgan, Jesse Parker. All those people have already won from all over the country, and now's an opportunity for you to win. And, Bubba, do you have a number on what caller we might be looking for?
What were we talking about?
Well, you may
have one.
You said, you know what, since our 29th anniversary is coming up in January, you said since that'll be 29 years of Rick and Bubba, let's go with 30. I love that. All right, 30
years of Rick and Bubba.
30 it is, Bubba.
Really?
So here we go. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right. And then here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. Here we go. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Are you calling? Hi, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Colton Moniana.
Oh, man, caller 29.
You're one short.
Good
one short.
night, Colt.
So close.
Did you think you could have something?
One shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you think you could have something?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's your first mistake. Greg, what did he win, though? I mean,
he thought he could have something, but he can't have nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Colt, we love you, buddy.
Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Braden from West Point.
From West Point. Did you say Braden?
Yes, sir.
Your caller 30.
You're the winner, Braden. You are the winner.
Mississippi, the home of Mossy Oak.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Congratulations, Braden.
Thank you.
Braden, you've won a
great.
$200 Visa gift card, and Rick,
a $200 gift card from Dirt Road Gourmet, $400 worth of stuff. So you won't be hungry, and then you got $200 to buy whatever you want with it. So how long you been listening, Braden?
A little over a year.
What?
Wow, a new listener. Well, we appreciate it.
By the way, that's 2 days in a row for Mississippi checking in.
How about that?
So
we could just drop this off when we go to see Cuz.
Well, we could. Right over at West Point. All right, so Braden,
up the road.
I'm going to put you on hold, and we'll get all this to you. And Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. And hopefully this has been a nice, about 1 year, little gift back to you. Saying thanks.
It's been great.
Thanks,
Thank
you.
y'all.
Appreciate you, Braden.
Of course, the veterans think you don't deserve it.
I know. Well, that's the first
Braden
one
was
that's
a
not a
little
veteran.
quiet. You think he was at work?
He was, he was at work.
That or hunting.
Greg, that's the first person that's won that hadn't been around 20 years.
That's right.
All
I
right,
bet
so-
the vets are not happy.
Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. What's
But
your
good
name?
news for them.
Yeah. What's your name? Where you calling from? Hello, Rick and Bubba Show.
Yeah.
What's your name and where you calling from?
Tommy from Talladega.
Uh-oh.
No. All right.
No, everything's fine with Braden.
I don't
Everything's
know
fine with
when
Braden. No, everything's fine with Braden. But I'm letting you know as I now answer calls, they just fall away. Now these
They
could
do,
be
they
people.
really?
These could be people that say, "Look, I'm out. I don't want Greg to scream nothing at me."
Yeah, I'm hanging up.
But
Let's go to
I
another
mean,
one.
I mean, I'm
I'm
clicking.
not gonna do
I'm
that
clicking
anymore.
them, and then they're gone.
Rick, I'm not going to do that anymore.
All right, you want me to try it again?
Yes.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, from Wilsonville.
All right, so Wilsonville, really, he would have been caller 33.
Right.
Okay, because the first two fell away.
I think you made everything up. To get
No,
me
no,
out of
I really didn't. I really didn't. So yeah, you missed it by 3 calls. So I'm so sorry, buddy.
Hey, at least I got in.
How'd that feel? False hope a little bit, but how did it feel when you heard it ringing?
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah. So how long have you listened?
Oh, I was pretty static.
Oh yeah.
In the 90s.
See there,
I
Greg.
was in Birmingham, and y'all were in Gadsden.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Then Rick, a 1 year
So,
guy took his prize.
I am curious. I'm also
about that?
curious how many times you dialed to get in.
Yeah.
Today, probably about 7.
7.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
But I got good news for all your years of that you've supported the show. Just on this occasion, we're going to give you nothing.
Greg.
All right, I'll look for it in the mail.
Thank you.
It's already on the way.
Right. Thank you very much.
It's almost like it's an honor to have you scream that at him.
Yeah,
Greg.
thanks, buddy. Yeah, a veteran loves
I'm
that kind of
done
stuff.
with that.
He's
I
like,
ain't
No, Greg, everybody loves that. That's everybody loves it.
I can't help. I'm going to do it.
Yeah, no. So there it is, Bubba. Gift 10. Can you believe that?
Oh, I
Only
know.
2 more gifts
I know.
remain.
Just flying through.
Only
isn't it?
2 more gifts.
2 more.
Can you believe,
We got
honestly?
2 big ones coming up Thursday. and
Can you
Friday.
believe the year ender is almost here
mellow.
again?
I know.
It feels like it was just yesterday.
I know.
Yeah, and it'll be back.
It's flying by, boys.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about I might just come back and work next week. It came so quick, I ain't even tired this year. Huh?
Have your fun.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's been a year since the last year ended. It really doesn't.
Since we were trying to pack up and move.
How about that?
Different world this year.
Yeah, it won't be near as stressful this year.
Remember us doing the best of in the other studio and all that?
Yep.
That was weird.
I remember the first time I turned on the best of, and I went, okay, wow, so they're doing it.
Yeah.
It's actually working.
Well, pretty good little setup, though.
You kind of liked it, didn't you, Greg?
It's a little
Yeah,
cozy.
look cozy.
A little cozy.
I'm passing this over
All
to
right.
Greg.
Is Greg ever going to fix this little mic cover?
It keeps doing it. There it is. Fixed it.
Top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we had the Rick and Bubba Christmas party this past Saturday night, and it was interesting to watch Adler and Helmsley discuss their pets. Also, I will say that that Buddy, I mean, it might have been Buddy's greatest day. I mean,
we love playing with Buddy.
Oh my goodness! Well, you see a lot of energy, and of course, you know the families were talking about how the pets are loving Paul-made products. And let me tell you something. This is one thing you don't think about a lot because, you know, we all know everybody's talking about, hey, humans, we need this, these supplements, and are you getting these nutrients? Are you getting these fruits? Are you getting these vegetables? Well, most of the pet foods that are out there, I mean, they serve a purpose, but there's a lot of things missing that your pet really needs to be maximizing their health. I mean, they need vitamins, they need minerals, they need nutrients to be healthy, and a lot of the pet foods out there just don't provide that. So imagine your pet suffering because of a poor diet, and you know what they can't do? They can't tell you. They can't tell you, say, look, I don't know what it is. I'm just dragging. But you can watch them. So if you want to avoid that, we want to talk to you about Longevity, the formula from Paul-Made, Pawmade. It's all natural health supplement for dogs made with 23 dog-friendly superfoods to keep your pup healthy and strong. Veterinarians love Longevity Formula. It boosts nutrients intake, protects them against toxins, and guards them against premature aging. That's another thing. They'll pretty much try to nose and eat anything. So you need this because these pesticides and mold and just the things that are out there, they're dealing with that as well. So every purchase of Longevity Formula also gets you a free bottle of Palmade's Hip and Joint Formula, and your dog's going to love that, and you're going to love the results. So if you want to get it right now, claim your offer of the free bottle of Palmade's Hip and Joint Formula along with the Longevity Formula by going to palmade.com/Bubba. That's PAWMADE.com/Bubba. Your pup will thank you.
Suffered internal bleeding in the brain and had 9 fractured ribs. He was listed in critical but stable condition. And no doubt, if they had not been there to help, he probably wouldn't have made it. No way.
He's 72.
Yeah.
And they're saying he's stable?
Yeah, that's what it says. McCaffrey has really had a great year with the Carolina Panthers too, Rick. I was shocked. I knew he was a great college player, but he was small, and I just didn't know how he would hold up. But he really did a great job with the Panthers and contributed to their season this year.
No, he's a great player. But
and I think pretty good person, too.
So, obviously, Dan Smoker Jr., who we said there was, he said he was celebrating his wedding anniversary when he got the call from his son, and he said that they all applauded McCaffrey's group as the reason that his dad and his son's grandfather is still alive.
They said they had to do CPR on him or chest compressions when he stopped breathing.
To the phones we go. Frank's standing by. Frank, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, how you doing? The guy that won the Senate primary, Democrat yesterday, run against Ted Cruz. He's come out against assault weapons.
Yep.
And he says, among other things, he talked to a good West Texas woman who was born with a rifle in her hand, but has 46 grandchildren, and she don't want to see her grandchildren shot up by assault weapons. And you also got the testimony of the Vanderbilt trauma doctor, Sterling Herring. When he saw the bodies of children from the Kentucky shooting, his family had been in the NRA for 3 generations, and he split the NRA. So let's have a wide open discussion about this thing. I hope maybe you could come to Sanford if they extended an invitation. I don't speak for them, but it'd be interesting to see how a keynote speaker of the Southern Baptist Convention State Convention stood when he didn't have the microphone. Appreciate your giving me a little airtime. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, buddy.
Well, Frank, I think we already have a ban against assault weapons, don't we?
Well, the first thing that I would say is you took the words out of my mouth. Let's get the definition.
Yeah, we got to get our terminology
of
right.
Assault weapon right, because we keep calling things assault rifles that are not assault rifles.
Yeah, an AR-15 is not by definition an assault rifle. It stands for armament light.
Right. Yeah. So
rifle.
Yeah, we got. We'll have those discussions, sure, but let's get our definitions correct and let's make sure we know what we're talking about. Chris, welcome to the program. How are you?
Good. How y'all doing?
Good.
Y'all was talking about the age limit being 21 on guns and something. Foster care is what I used to do. The state of Alabama says at 18, you're an adult. They throw you out of the system at 18. So why don't we go by what the state says is an adult?
Well, that's the problem. That who gets to define who is an adult? Who gets to define who is this mentally stable? I agree with you. All that's very important.
Yeah, well, we don't go by 18 on everything. You have to be 21 to buy alcohol. You have to be 21 to buy certain kind of guns in certain states already. You can live at home in your mom's basement and be on their insurance till you're 25 now.
26.
26 now. See, it even went up a year while we were talking about
it.
Right there. So, you wouldn't consider them an adult if they've got to live in their parents' basement and live off their insurance. To me, that's not being an adult.
Well, and I know you got to draw a line somewhere, and I certainly understand that, but there's so much variety. There's 19-year-olds that are ready to do anything that they need to do, and then there's 26-year-olds that are not as mature as the 19-year-old.
Right.
So there's a lot of variation on it. So I understand the problem.
And the NRA is not the problem. That is not the problem.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Gift number 10 has already been given away. So we already have our winner. 2 more remain, 11 and 12, tomorrow and Friday. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here for a brand new hour. Things you need to know about. You want to see the real Greg Burgess. I talked, by the way, with Joel yesterday about the new construction is complete. And if you're in the Birmingham area and you listen to us on ZZK and you want to go see the real Greg Burgess, 11 to 1 coming up this Friday. He'll be having lunch. He'll be gripping and grinning. And you can go by and see Greg. And then, of course, Speedy, December the 27th, he'll be at Protective Stadium for the Birmingham Bowl while we're on vacation. So you want to, if you're coming in for the Birmingham Bowl, you're going to be attending there locally. Go see Speedy there. He'll be whipping everybody into a frenzy. And if you're looking to come to the Man Church Conference coming up in February of 2023, remember there's a price increase on the tickets at the first of the year. So if you're planning on getting your men's group together and coming, or you're going to buy these for gifts, don't pay more for it. I mean, go ahead and do that here at Christmas. It's about 60% sold out, so there's still about 40% of the seats left. They're reserved, and they're great, and you don't have to worry about it once you get them locked in. So go ahead and make that move by going to themanchurch.com. You'll see the link there. Join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Show. We appreciate it. Rick, a disturbing story.
Yeah, this one not really fun zone.
No, we hear about fentanyl and the byproducts of it, and we had a big drug bust at the southern border not too long ago, and the amount of fentanyl that they confiscated was mind-boggling. And, Rick, this stuff is so deadly.
Coming in the border, man.
And we have, and by the way, I don't know if you've seen El Paso. They've got 7,000 people sleeping on the streets right now.
Unbelievable.
And pouring over the border by even more numbers.
Right.
I don't know how anybody can look at this and think this is okay. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's a total invasion of the country. Back to this story, Florida police officer Courtney Bannock was exposed to fentanyl she found on passengers during a traffic stop in the early hours of Tuesday morning. And you see here she was gasping for breath, called for help on the radio, and as she drifted in and out of consciousness, one of her co-workers administered Narcan. That's the miracle drug for people who are ODing.
Wow.
And she was taken to the hospital and is expected to recover. But if you see, there's one part of the footage where she is laying on the ground.
Is that her right
and
there?
And they are have to administer that, and she's just about gone.
Wow.
Watch right here, Rick. Watch.
Oh, boy.
Can you see her eyes?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. That's awful.
47. She's ODing.
Wow. And so this is just
she's
her...
ODing just being exposed to this on a traffic stop.
Wow.
Okay.
So
you remember the story? We had the officer that was training.
Yeah, I
and
remember
almost
that. Yeah, I do
died
remember that,
with
yeah.
exposure to it.
Wow.
Get an Andrew bag. Get an Andrew. You're good, Courtney. You're good.
She's breathing.
Hey, stay with me, okay?
Oh, can you imagine?
Breathe.
That right?
Hey.
Did you hit her with both?
I know.
Did you give her two?
I gave her both.
Okay.
No, yep. That's
Yep.
right.
Watch out, roll for it.
Wow.
There she is sitting up.
You got her sitting up on.
I got Mike coming, so you can take
It's all
one
in my,
of
it's all in my truck.
It's in my trunk. She's talking about the drugs.
Yeah.
Good. Bag.
So I mean, so they just inhale it in the process of getting it.
Yeah, it was rolled up in a dollar bill. They said that she came in contact with. Now, in this story, it says experts say a person cannot overdose on fentanyl or any of its byproducts from physical contact alone. But you saw what happened right there.
Yeah, and we've seen other footage.
Yeah.
I think it was
Yeah.
a sheriff's deputy went down.
A San Diego sheriff's deputy was seen in video who allegedly had overdosed by being exposed to it in a training exercise.
Mm-hmm.
So
I remember that footage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is this is bad stuff, and it's just rolling into that unsecured border. I mean, just I don't understand.
I don't know if you've seen the numbers, and this.
I don't understand you open border people. I really don't. You don't make any sense.
Rick, do you realize no foreign power could put an army together the size of the number of people who walked into our country illegally? And we're almost to the point, by the time this surge is over, that we're going to have like 1 of every 10 people in our country is going to be an illegal alien?
The
undocumented, or however you want to say it?
The open border idea during the pandemic defied all logic.
Yeah.
Okay. It also showed me you didn't believe some of the stuff you were hawking. Or either you're just an idiot. So the open border didn't make any sense there. The problems we're having on the drugs in this country, open border makes no sense there. The crime rate skyrocketing in our biggest cities, open border doesn't make any sense there. I don't understand why some of you can't see the logic in being a sovereign country that has borders that people are vetted out before they enter. How you deem that to be bad? I don't help me with that.
Well, you don't have a country if you don't have borders, Rick. You don't have a neighborhood if you don't have, some way of defining the boundaries of it. You don't have a home if you don't have walls,
right,
and a door. I mean, it's just crazy, this whole concept. I can't imagine what some of the people are thinking. Wow. They're not under political pressure. Things may not be, what they want to be, but piling them in here by tens of millions is not going to help our situation either.
So Adler's showing a graph to those of you that are watching on YouTube, and you see the skyrocketing drug overdose deaths as we are. Look at the jump from 99 to now where we are in 2020. Yeah. It's a huge jump. And then just look at the jump from 2019 to 2020. Yeah. And that's the biggest jump we've ever had.
A lot of that has to do with basically an open border.
That's right.
We have.
Well, picture this, Bubba.
And that doesn't mean that everybody trying to get here is evil or a bad person.
No, of course it doesn't. But I don't know which ones are which.
Yeah, but it does mean that evil or bad people are filtering in with other people.
And do we have legal immigration here?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'm just checking.
We used to.
Yeah. Now, do we want to make that a better system? I'm fine with that. We should do that. And we don't need to be cruel to people. But this other thing is irresponsible if you ever had an uncle that loved the word asinine, it would be, well, this is asinine. It doesn't make any sense. Bubba, what if I walked into your office? I said, hey, man, I need to talk to you. And you said, yeah, Bert, sit down. I said, here's the idea we're thinking. I said, you realize, let's go back to the pandemic. Hey, we got a pandemic right now, so we're going to have to get all the citizens in line. We need to try to get them to talk to them about this, and we need to know who's this. We're going to test people. We're going to do all this. You can't come into this venue without being tested. We're going to require masks here. We're going to require vaccines in these areas. Oh, now I want you to know one thing. Now, we're going to have an open border. There's some people coming in that none of this is going to apply to, but I think it's going to work. What would you say to me?
Well, it's a bad logic, I'll tell you that. It's borderline asinine.
What if I said, hey, our citizens are going to be checked for drug dealers, for drug possession, da-da-da. Now, we will have an open border. We won't check any of those.
Right. Yeah,
right.
It kind of defeats the purpose.
What would you say to me?
Remember when Djokovic couldn't get in to play in the U.S. Open, and we were joking, just go to the southern border, throw a tennis racket on your shoulder, and walk in.
What if I said
you're in better health than most of the people walking in? You could do it.
What if I said we're really cracking down on crime? I want to throw that in there too. Now there is one place we won't be cracking down, and it's wide open. But I think we're going to win.
You know the one place you should crack down?
What would y'all think of me if I came in with a plan for any of these three problems? I said, now we will have an open border the entire time, meaning there will be people coming in. We have no idea who they are, where they came from, or what their health status is, or what they're bringing in, or where they're coming from.
Well,
what if I even went back and said, now we're cracking down on terror, domestic terrorism, and we're really following people, checking on people. Now, we do have people coming in the border. We don't know who they are. But we're going to keep that going.
Well, Section 42 has been what has been preventing just an all-out flood, and that's ending.
What would you think of me if I came in with that plan? You would think Burgess has lost his mind.
Yeah.
What a dumb idea.
It's unbelievable.
I'm sorry. In 1999, Alabama had 169 deaths by overdose. In 2020, 1,000.
Yeah.
Tenfold.
16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we're going to send everybody coming up. You know, we had a preview of this movie, and it's very good. I thought it may be one of Dennis Quaid's best performances.
Rick, I said that when we saw the screening, and I know that I probably got some odd looks, but I really do think it is.
They say the best since Parent Swap.
Greg, the movie is called I Can Only Imagine. Now, this is the movie and the story about where this incredible song came from and the life of Bart Millard, who actually wrote I Can Only Imagine. We're going to have him on the show next week. Tomorrow we'll talk with the producers of I Can Only Imagine, starring Dennis Quaid as well. And everybody in the golden ticket seats can go to a Rick and Bubba special showing. It'll be Friday night when the movie opens, 7:30 p.m., March the 16th, at AMC Summit 16. Now, you have to be able to be in Birmingham, Alabama that night. But that is a 7:30 showing for Rick and Bubba folks only, and everybody in the golden ticket seats gets tickets to that as well. There we go. And we'll talk more about the movie tomorrow. It's very good.
Rick, just a couple of notes. Did I see a blip come across the wire here a minute ago that one of the actresses on Sex and the City is running for the governor of New York? Did I see that right?
Can I say this again? I noticed how you just aged us again by talking about it just came across the wire.
Right.
As if we still have the AP machine back there cranking
Well,
it
it's
out.
a term.
It's a term.
And
I know.
it's still referred to that.
I love the segue from I Can Only Imagine to that.
Right, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Right.
I can only imagine that.
Yeah, well, it was.
Bubba, I think she actually resigned as the Nashville mayor.
No, this is a different.
That's good. You can leave.
This is a different.
You get tickets now.
And Rick, tonight, one of my favorite TV nights, the Goldbergs.
Right.
Oh,
Do you schedule your week around that?
Yeah.
Well, no, if I'm home, I'm real happy because I get to see the Goldbergs.
I will say this again. Those were two different topics. The name of the movie is not I Can Only Imagine Having Sex in the City.
No.
Okay, so
It is not.
Right across the wire.
I just want y'all to
That
know.
just came across the wire, too.
This just in from the wire. But anyway,
The wire.
you remember that wire?
And if you got three bells, ding, 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 you had to get up and
What
run.
about
Something was happening.
you rip it off?
Rip and read, baby. Rip and read.
We got you. So,
And you had to put it on the pegs,
yeah.
broke down by
national,
state, sports,
yeah.
special interest.
Special. Oh, don't. Oh,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Gosh,
I really don't. I mean, I've heard that term, but I didn't know what it actually was.
It was a black
imagine.
box, and it was your communicate. It was the internet of our time.
It was. What happened is you had this giant, as he said, in picture, just rolls of paper that just keep rolling out.
Oh yeah,
And it looked like the top of a typewriter with no keyboard. And because it was coming across the wire.
Yeah.
And so there was no internet, so news was coming off of that
all the time.
Like if Speedy right now, if he was the producer of the show, he'd be back there
Clearing the
I'd be
wire.
ripping stuff.
And I did.
And look, he'd go, all right, there's our wacky worlds.
Yeah.
He'd look and go, oh, that's news. So that's politics. This is sports. And it's just constantly typing and coming off that wire.
The amount of paper those things would go through in a day.
Oh,
was
my gosh.
You remember because when you were a DJ, you had to go clear.
You're talking
the
about
wire.
a hot rockin' DJ. You're going to give you some celebrity birthdays today. Happy birthday today to Morgan Freeman.
And if you forgot to clear the wire, you would go in there and it was like a paper monster had thrown up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was on. You couldn't even walk.
Oh, you didn't want, and you crossed it's newsman Dave Fitz, and you hadn't been clearing that wire.
Oh wow.
Who back there hasn't been clearing the wire?
And it had a bell in it that would ring once if it was something that needed attention. But if it was three bells, it was like a
Tornado
an
warning.
emergency.
Did you ever come up and visit me and see the wire?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right there in the old radio.
And they were noisy hams. Gosh, they were so most people had them in their room by themselves, so you could shut the door and you wouldn't hear it so much.
News, Dave Fitz. Helmsy, go back there and rip and bring me something to read. You'd see the news, like one of the things I did, like the sports guy, I would set his on fire. And there used to be so many jobs at radio stations. There's not any anymore, but there used to be so many. I mean, everybody was specialized in something. You just had a sports guy. He'd come in there and he'd be sitting there and he'd have his all rip and read in front of him. I just reach over and just get a little lighter and light the end of it and just watch him. He'd start trying to read it and try to put it out because everything was live. It was fantastic.
No, those were the days.
Boy, were they.
Boy, I tell you what.
I would need to find a picture of a wire machine that all the copies piled up on it. I mean, it was like mattresses had fell in there. There was just stuff everywhere.
I remember nearly being killed by all of our senior citizens if you forgot to record Paul Harvey rest of the story.
Yeah.
Golly, you don't want to face that. That terrible walking in there to your program director. Hey, ABC sent Paul Harvey down. I forgot to get it.
And see, there were refeeds. We just didn't know about it at the time.
Yeah.
And they'd get on you.
Oh, boy, it was terrible. Look, there it is. That's how it used to look. And that thing was just topping like crazy.
Bulletin. That's a 3-beller right
Dang
there.
it, Hams, you never got to rip something off the AP wire. 22 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. Gift number 6 has already been given away today. Tomorrow, gift number 11. Here we go. Here he is. Here he is. There he is. Anybody know Basement Joe? The ever-impressive President Joe Biden. Once again, more clips, more things being said. God love him. Really, honestly, I'm to that point. God love him.
You remember when we made fun of Dan Quayle, VP of Bush, Daddy Bush, for misspelling potato?
Oh, yeah.
And that got a lot of mileage.
Made fun of Reagan, his final years, so he was going through Alzheimer's.
He didn't have a lot of misspeaks, though.
But the left did.
Even Bush, George H. or George W. had several. We played those clips and laughed at them. But, I mean, there may be in 10 or 11 for 8 years.
Yep.
With Biden, it's every day.
Well,
every day.
And the reason
multiple.
why
it'd take 3 hours to put them all together now.
And the reason why is I'm not a doctor, but I am currently and have been around and been part of hosting and taking care of people with dementia, Alzheimer's. I don't know the official medical word, if there's even a difference in the two, but I've been around it, and this man clearly has dementia or Alzheimer's. It's clear as the nose on our face. And so these things continue. So first of all, we start with him. He's about to do this speech where he's going to say something that is very left-like. These bizarre, outrageous hyperbole statements they make. But let's start first of all. It's almost like the president is invisible. No one even seems to notice the president. Yeah. I mean, this is the president of the United States of America. He's at a Toys for Tots thing. Look, and he's just wandering around. Where is his handler, Speedy? Look, children are not talking to him. This is the president. It's like no one knows he's even there.
Oh my
is he invisible?
No, nobody's giving him anything.
Children are avoiding him.
Yeah.
Children.
Look at his face,
it's just.
The girl cut him off with that bicycle.
Do y'all find that odd that that's the president?
That is weird.
And no one's even saying, hello, Mr. President, or it's almost like.
Who's he taking that gift to?
You know what it's like?
Are they in line presenting him or something?
I wish I'd ask Brody the same question, too. It's almost like he's been superimposed where he's not really there. It's like they're pretending he was there, like some movie trick.
Do you think that they are aware it's the body double and it's not really him?
Well,
that may be it. Maybe they picked up on it. They
Let me smell your hair.
Can anybody tell whether he's really there?
Don't let the scary man smell you, kids.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Stranger danger.
Is that the Secret Service hanging back?
Let's go 1A now, Greg, because we have to have this photo op situation. Let's go 1A. He keeps telling people not to jump. Why does he keep telling people not to?
He's still doing it.
Are we missing a joke here on this?
Right. Well, every time, if he sees you up there looking at him and that you're at someplace elevated, he always tells you not to jump. Here he goes. He does it again. Watch him.
Standing behind me are dozens of plaintiffs. Up there, don't jump.
There it is again. He keeps telling
dozens of plaintiffs. Standing behind me are dozens of plaintiffs. Up there, don't jump.
Is that a running joke he makes about anything that's a little high?
If you're elevated, he's going to tell you.
Because, he said that about the stage one time.
Oh, yeah.
He said it, don't jump.
He does it all the time. If you're elevated,
that must be one of his go-to lines.
He's going to tell you not to jump.
Yeah.
It's all right, so here's this next one.
Don't jump.
And this is after we've
My
now.
dad said, Joey, don't jump.
They love it, Joey. Don't jump.
They love it. So the Respect for Marriage Act, which honestly I still don't understand the necessity of this. It doesn't make any sense. And they're acting like that they're trying to pretend they're really protecting interracial marriage, which is interracial marriage in trouble? I mean, the only people I see even talking about it anymore are black people. It's not really white people.
Let's go back to where this came from. Yeah. Clarence Thomas made a comment after the Roe v. Wade thing, saying that there were other laws that needed to be looked at the way this was handled, and one of them, he mentioned the gay marriage and the interracial marriage, which the left took, hey, he's out to get gay and interracial marriage.
Even though he hasn't.
He is interracially married.
Yeah, I
See,
know.
that makes absolutely no sense.
But just
what he
no.
really meant, what he was saying, if you would just lay the sound bites down and look at it, he's saying that those ought to be handled at the state level, just like the Roe v. Wade was. Right. It was not a federal issue. It should have never been given federal status because it is not outlined in the Constitution that it should be. So that, by default, makes it a state matter, and states ought to pick it up. He was in no way saying he's against interracial marriage. He couldn't. He's in one. That doesn't make sense.
Boy, I think you can get your wife mad to gripe at you. Come home after that stuff.
Yeah, right.
I know it.
Thank you, Greg. Now listen.
Honey, I wasn't talking about us.
Here comes the classic left hyperbole, or once again someone who's lost control of their cognitive skills. The President Biden is going to claim something that it does not happen, but now he's talking about that they've got this now all tied up, the Respect for Marriage Act. Here we go.
Justice Thomas went even further,
and
he wrote the following, quote, "We should reconsider all the court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, Obergefell." That means he thinks we should reconsider whether you got the right access to
No, that's not what he said.
contraception.
Ooh.
And yes, we should reconsider whether you have the right to marry who you love. And that's not only the challenge ahead. When a person can be married in the morning and thrown out of a restaurant for being gay in the afternoon, this is still wrong.
All right, when does that
Where
happen?
is that going? I don't know.
When does that happen?
We're just making stuff up.
Who are throwing gay people out of restaurants?
Straw man.
As a matter of fact, really some of the greatest restaurants and some of the best food are gay people preparing it.
Yes.
What
That's
are they?
a great point.
What are they talking about?
Why does he always talk so mad?
Guys, all of you out there there are some people that still love our show, even though you know that we may agree to disagree on some issues. Are gay people being thrown out of restaurants? Hey, you're gay, you're out of here.
That's just.
And back to the earlier point,
Rick, I had a lot of restaurants. I've never seen it.
What is he talking about?
Yeah.
That doesn't
I've
even
never
happen.
seen anyone escorted out because of their sexual orientation, or whatever you want to call it. And again, Clarence Thomas, you're off the hook on the interracial marriage thing. I think we
Well, Bubba explained what he was talking about.
I don't know. I read it.
And
I'm in interracial marriage, but it needs to be done away with.
I will say this. I'm not sure that Joe Biden knows what, really, he could make a case he doesn't know what Clarence Thomas is talking about.
No, he knows exactly what
But
he's
the people
talking
who
about.
write the stuff down for him to say no.
He's just trying to make an issue with a half-truth.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I didn't.
Remember when you had the UPI
let me
too?
tell you, at one time you had two of them. You had AP and UPI.
Yeah.
Before they merged together, and the ribbons had to be replaced. You know, the copy would get so light you
Couldn't even
couldn't
see
see
it.
it.
Oh, yeah.
And the ribbon thing on that, you talking about Rube Goldberg? It was the biggest
Tornado
mess
warnings.
trying to get those
Tornado
things out.
warnings
Oh,
will come
yeah, I knew
across.
that
Weather
was-
warnings. That's the time I told everybody to take
amazing.
cover in a Raven one
Ding
time.
ding ding.
Yeah.
And a raven.
Yeah. I just looked down. I
remember
ripped
that
and
was so
read.
funny.
Instead of ravine.
Yeah. If you're outside right now, please take cover in a Raven. Oh my gosh! I mean, a ditch.
Well, you didn't catch it till you come back the next break, and you told everybody hiding under
Look.
a big black bird to look out.
There it is.
That's exactly what it looked like right there.
Yep.
Huh. Poor Hams never did rip and read.
I didn't.
Gosh. Dang it. Greg, you didn't either. You saw it, though.
I saw it.
It's the same thing as running to the printer now.
He just ripped.
Sure. Yeah. All right, if you leave us, have a big day. If you got more, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I hope you're doing good. Hope everybody else is off to a good start today.
Bubba, better known as the elusive Paul Thorne. You do realize that he said he was coming again in January.
I know.
And yeah,
I know.
it's-
I don't know
it's-
what
it's
y'all
Mar-
did to
it's
make
March
him
right
mad.
now.
I don't know what y'all did to make him mad.
All right, I'm going to
It's
make.
got to be Greg.
Yeah, I'm going to make a commitment to y'all today, okay? Because I have his cell phone. I'm calling Paul Thorne. I'm gonna talk to him, not texting, not talking to Billy. I'm gonna talk to Paul. I'm gonna leave messages till he calls me, and I'm gonna say, Paul, it's okay if something happened between us. It's all right. You can just say, tell me what happened. You don't want to come back. I got it. If it's nothing, and it really is that just at this point in your career, you're done with doing, morning radio. Of course, Bob and Tom seems to be fine, or John Boy and Billy. If it's just, hey, I just can't make the gig to the Plaza anymore. Whatever it is, I just want to know. Do you ever? It's like a mystery. I don't even care anymore who killed this person. I just want to know who did it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's
right.
like the thing of wanting to have Paul in here live. That's over. I just now want the answer.
Yeah.
I just want to know what it is.
I just, you know how I am about mysteries.
Yeah.
It's like this airplane we got missing, this MH370.
Well, didn't we just declare now it's over?
Rick, we had a giant airplane full of people on planet Earth in the year, 2015?
In the year 2525. No,
Rick, it disappeared.
Gone.
And no, we don't have any idea where it
vaporized. You know what it did?
It disappeared into thin air.
Let me tell you this. It is one thing for me to vaporize at an event. But when you lose something that big, and it seems to be, it vaporizes like into just thin air. And we've just let it go.
Now, we have that mystery unsolved, and we had the story yesterday. They're going to actually stop looking for it in May. I believe it was the end of May. We have one mystery maybe solved today. They think they have finally dialed in after many years of miscalculations and wrong facts that they have found Amelia Earhart's remains. Scientists say 99% sure.
Now this is an update from that time we thought we'd found them on the island.
Well, there's thousands of islands out there.
Is this an update on that story or brand new bones? Is it still on those bones or brand new bones? Bones in bones.
Rick, I don't remember the name of these islands. There's so many of them out there.
They're a bunch of
But
islands.
they think they have found some other pieces of equipment that may have belonged to her, pocket knives, all this kind of stuff. And they think they have dialed in on that. I'll get you the update on it here during the show.
Also, those of you that always make light when we talk about how we're not big fans of gambling and the ills that come with gambling, I think today we may have one of the most alarming stories about what gambling can do to people, and it's a doozy.
Yeah.
So we'll unpack that one today. Let me tell you something. You know how you have those wake up calls? I think I have a problem.
Yeah.
This has to be the most ultimate wake up call that somebody's got a gambling problem I've ever seen. So we'll talk about that coming up on the program today. We start getting emails from some of the affiliates. There was when I use the term school shooting, I know the image you have in your mind. There was a school shooting, again in Alabama, but this one it's not what we seem. There's some confusing narratives on exactly what happened. Sadly, it has led to death, but there's a back and forth on whether the gun accidentally went off. Mm-hmm. It's 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and here we go. Making comments, asking questions, bringing information to the table, being fully aware that our time to chat, you and us, is fading. I mean, it's going to be a little over 2 weeks. We're not even going to be chatting, and we're going to miss each other. So let's chat now. What's on your mind? 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but everything else is wide open. The old buzzer keeps the line moving, and those 10 lines makes it easier for you to get in. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Bubba, you know what I love about old Lindale? There's a lot of things. Let me tell you one thing I love right now. Everybody's prices are up. Everything costs more except for them.
They're holding down
They're
the prices, and I appreciate it.
Dropping them. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Savings. Your entire Christmas list could be resolved with one trip to MyPillow.com/Bubba. And you certainly go there, and if you use that URL, all the savings I'm talking about are already there. Bath towels, 50% off. We look 80% off on men and women's My Sleepwear and loungewear. They're very comfortable, 80% off. Down comforters, here comes the cold front. A lot of you already have it. And those comforters and children's Bible story pillows, 50% off. So make the move now to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Everybody else, you go get their products. It costs more. at mypillow.com/Bubba. Everything right now costs less. So get it done. Let's start with Luke in Dadeville, Alabama. Luke, you got 30 seconds. Go.
Hey guys, I just had a quick comment. I wanted to see what y'all's comments were. Y'all were talking about, the way we say things, calling out and calling in.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to make a comment. Something that has struck me odd is when our alarm clock goes off, we say my alarm clock went off, but actually your alarm clock turns on. So I just wanted to see what y'all's comments were on that.
Well, our English language is littered with things that are actually opposite. One of my favorite is driveway. You park on a driveway and drive on a parkway.
Yeah,
think about it.
Yeah, that makes any sense.
That's one that I think we just really need to all get together and reverse, don't you think?
Yeah. Anonymous in Alabama. Go right ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, I was wondering if y'all had talked about the story where Elon Musk was brought on stage at a Dave Chappelle concert in San Francisco this past weekend.
Coming up next.
But the funny part is apparently he was booed off stage, and the videos have been removed from Twitter. I thought that was pretty ironic.
Well, we had the story in the lineup, and this is one of those that you're going to have to screen probably.
Yeah.
Given that it's Dave Chappelle, we may have it. I haven't listened to it to be sure it's
We
clean.
have him loudly booed, and I think we're clean there. But the next one, Elon Musk saying good night, I don't know that we can play that.
Yeah, I saw reports of it being removed on Twitter too, but this video that I'm showing has 6 million views and it's on Twitter. He's not removing it from Twitter.
Yeah, so here's what you got to take.
So we'll look at that next segment.
What was the caller's name that just called? I can't remember. You remember his name?
His
Jim.
name was
Jim.
Jim.
It wasn't Jim.
It wasn't Jim. I made that
No,
up.
Jim. Oh, it was anonymous. He was anonymous.
That's right.
But anyway, I think
he think Elon Musk going to come after him?
Yeah, I think he might be mistaken because remember, you can't believe anything that you see in a headline anymore. And I've had to learn that the hard way too. So people may be saying, how ironic is it he gets booed and he removes it from Twitter, and then you go and look and it's never been removed.
Right.
So that sounds like anonymous that it might not be right. That just FYI.
I'd walk that one out before I repeated it.
Janice in Alabama. Janice, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Is it me?
Janice, it's you.
If you're Janice in Alabama, go right ahead.
Well, I was a mad hornet before, but y'all going on your hunting trip this weekend, and I got a letter this week from people, of course, are wanting money, but it says Biden has took up signed a thing to take land away from people. They want to get 30% of it, and they said it would be as big as the Louisiana Purchase.
Do y'all know what she's talking about?
No.
No, nobody?
No. I didn't follow that.
She says she got something that says the government's going to take our land or tax it more or something.
Is she talking about the electronic transfers?
I probably.
Oh, yeah.
Like PayPal and all that
anything over $600.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Let's go to Jackson, Mississippi. John standing by. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I heard this story about Coach Leach. He got a player to come into his office and told him, hey, you're not going to play. You're never going to play. The player he said, but I have a student coaching job if you want it. Player got pissed and left. The next day, the player showed back up and said, I'll take the job. That player is now USC head coach, Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Fantastic story.
Is it,
I don't know if it's
valid?
legit, but I've heard that before.
Has Elon Musk allowed it on Twitter?
I'm not sure.
And what is the taxable situation there?
We continue. Richard in Ohio. Dot the I, Richard. Go ahead.
Hey, Rich, when y'all all get down to the farm Friday, he's going to make sure sight in Bubba's rifle for him so he don't get 0 for 4 again on the big one.
What's the guy talking about?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't need my rifle sighted in.
Yeah.
You haven't missed a deer?
Not in a long time.
Yeah, I don't remember. Is there an old story? Did you miss one that was off?
I like the laugh.
Wasn't there one time you were firing a long time ago and it was off or something? Is that what he's talking about? Old story? I don't remember.
You know, I don't know. I haven't hunted a lot the last few years, but the few times I've shot, I got 2.
Mm-hmm.
Last year.
Let's go to.
Yeah, I really don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. Let's go to Lincoln.
I'm sorry, sir.
In Wisconsin. Lincoln, 30 seconds. Go ahead. But some of this could be our memory not failing us. I mean, I don't
Hey,
recall.
Mr. Bubba, I just wanted to tell you that I love your show.
Well,
Thank
how kind.
you.
What's your name? Oh, you said Lincoln. Lincoln in Wisconsin, right?
Yeah.
Lincoln, thank you. We appreciate you listening.
Link.
I listen to your show every day.
Thank you, Lincoln. How old are you?
I'm turning 13 tomorrow.
13. Oh, wow. That's
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. That's a biggie. And you fired up about Christmas?
Yeah.
I bet you are. Hey, thank you. I appreciate you listening. And whoever introduced you to our show there in Wisconsin, they're great people. So listen to what they say.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Merry
Bye,
Christmas,
Dan.
buddy.
See you, bud.
See you, Lincoln.
Lincoln.
Let's go to Corey in Alabama. Corey, go ahead. Corey? Dory?
Yes.
Snorri? What is your name, Corey?
Corey, yes.
All right, Corey, go right ahead.
Yeah, so what caliber rifles y'all be using this weekend, and what's your favorite manufacturers of them?
The manufacturers. I think probably the most perfect deer hunting gun is always the 270. It's not too much, it's not too little. You're probably not going to have to track it if you shoot it right, but it's not so much that the meat's been ruined. So that's a good one.
I personally, and my favorite is the Weatherby 300 mag.
Yep.
With what's the optics on it? It's not. I can't think of the name of the company now. But
Was it
anyway,
Zeiss?
Zeiss. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so that would be we have a Weatherby 270, but Brody will probably use that. I've got a 300 like Bubba, and mine shoots the Weatherby low, but it's actually a Remington. And then so I love those. And Greg, are you going to bring that sweet 308?
Yeah, that's all I. Yeah.
Boy, that's a good
I
gun.
like 308.
Yeah, and who made that? Is the one that
one's Winchester, and then there's a Remington too.
Yeah. That's a sweet gun, especially that.
I like
308.
308.
Yeah, that's it. Hams, what you got?
It's a Remington model 700 270.
Yeah.
Bolt action.
Yeah.
I've got using it this weekend, but
yeah, I got an 08 too that may work its way in according to where I am. Adler's going bow hunting.
Yeah, I got a $250 PSE bow that I'm bringing.
Yes, and what are you doing, Speedy? 270, probably. What kind of gun?
Can't hear you.
270. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Remington.
308.
Remington. What is he saying? I know what he's saying. But anyway, so what's the manufacturer?
I got the Browning 7.
Browning.
And then we got a Tikka 308 and a Weatherby 270 as well.
What are you going to use this weekend?
Probably the Browning 7 mag or the Tikka 308.
Okay, there you go. So there you go, buddy. That just about covers it. So they'll all be there. Nice setups too. And we all either have the Zeiss scopes, Leopold.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's kind of what our optics usually look like. Got the Zeiss binoculars. Love them.
I like the Zeiss scope with that big old glass in the front.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
A couple of times, including on the shooter. Then some people saying not sure that's the true narrative. But it wasn't that scene that we've been seeing where somebody comes in and there's multiple people shot and police standoff and all that. It wasn't one of those, but it happened at a school that had metal detectors.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's an investigation as to A, how'd the gun get in?
Right.
And B, was it an accident or was it not?
Name of the high school is Huffman High School in the Birmingham area. And this one, I was watching the coverage last night because people started emailing saying, "How are you watching this?" And it's they don't really know what happened as of the last time I heard about it.
Yeah, and what's so sad too is that you hate to hear any loss of life, but the young lady that was shot and killed, 17 years old, and wanted to be a nurse, about to turn 18, had already been accepted into college.
Oh yeah,
just
it's terrible.
A future ahead of her, and then she loses her life.
Yeah, and they're saying that it wasn't what I saw last night. They can't find any evidence yet. That may change.
Mm-hmm.
That it was any kind of target or anything like that. That it was just somebody messing with a gun. That they somehow got on the campus, and there were people accidentally shot.
Right.
Now I don't know if that's the true narrative, but that's the narrative they were sticking to.
That is the story as we have it right now.
Right. So we'll see. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there, grab all the information you possibly could on the Rick and Bubba Show. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Join the Extreme Club. Check those upcoming events. Grab tickets to events where members of the show or the entire show might be coming to you. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Know when you have the Earhart story. I don't. Let's not uncover it till you're ready. But I keep hearing you. I see you shake your head.
Well,
you're
I got into the story, and all of these various reports of her finding her and things. There's so many little islands and things they refer to. Basically, can I go nutshell on it here for you?
Sure.
We know she disappeared with navigator Fred Noonan on July the 2nd, 1937. And they found bones on an island that they thought were her remains in 1940. Although the initial test on the bones said that it would not fit her description, they thought it was a male, and they thought that the skeleton was of somebody too tall to be her. And they have since lost that sample of bones, apparently, according to this. But using some new techniques based on pictures of her against the navigator, whose height was known, and the height that she had on her driver's license.
Right.
They're saying that those very well could have been her bones. That later technology, and let's face it, forensics has come a long way since 1937. Okay.
Well, yeah.
We didn't even have CSI back then.
No, we did not.
So come on. So they think that may have actually been her bones. But we still don't know for sure.
So they're saying the bones we originally found through our ability to test and with more accuracy now, we now think that we can confirm that we did find Amelia Earhart's bones. Is that the story?
Yes, and sum it up, one of the professors who has worked on this project says that modern analysis techniques have delivered a different result in conjunction with the original bones found in a place where they thought it was very likely that she had to ditch and land the plane.
Okay. Now,
not ditch it, but land early.
The last time we talked that there was supposed to be somebody with her, right? The other guy's bones, they found that there too, or something.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't really cover
I remember
that.
talking
Fred
about that
Noonan.
one. Yeah. Fred's, they, which also made them think this must be it,
right?
Because we now found a male's bones here as well,
right? That the techniques they were using in basically in 1940 and what we know now through advanced forensics would give us a different outcome of what they found. And the big thing was they thought the bones were male at the time, but they're saying no, now it would be female. And they've got all these databases to go through now. It's a totally, Rick, just think about broadcasting, the difference in 1937 and now.
My God.
We didn't have TV. We didn't have color TV.
Right.
It's
and there's no way we'd be allowed on the air.
Right. So everything has changed, and they're saying they went back and looked at
minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Yeah, I knew it was an old thing. We remember now why the caller was asking you about missing the big one. It was the segment called Shooter McGee.
Yeah.
You remember Shooter McGee?
I do now. Yeah, because I was trying to think, What was he referring to?
Shooter McGee.
See, y'all remember what we've done better than we.
That's what I was about to say. I
And,
apologize to the caller. He was right. We just didn't remember it.
Well, yeah, because all we did, because I guess that's all we can grasp now, we went to modern, and I'm like, yeah, I don't remember Bubba missing there anytime lately. Well, that's true, but there was something called Shooter McGee, and your scope was off.
Had a failure with equipment.
Yeah, there was equipment failure.
I can't remember exactly what it was,
And
but
you-
I did finally get it after about 4 shots.
Yeah, but you were talking, and we
Yeah.
started
That's
talking
right.
about Shooter McGee. Finally took him down.
Yeah, now the scope that I have on it now is not. It's not off. It doesn't. It's solid.
But isn't it funny?
We were like that guy. Oh, no, he's talking about.
Now here's what
he got it
I really
recorded.
couldn't remember.
Well, I knew there was some bit in the past I just couldn't remember.
I know.
But I love that when we remember it, this is how you get it. Oh, yeah, Shooter McGee.
Rick, ever since the Jeopardy thing, we can't say
Oh,
nothing.
no. Elon Musk.
When we repeat it a bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we'll repeat a bit in a minute.
I mean, word for word.
Been here too long, right? Too many bits.
I know it.
I see Jeopardy the other night.
Talking about SEC football?
So this is the weird thing that's happening with our culture today and all of our tribalism. So there are people in the Dave Chappelle audience, and they think because I guess they're leftists that they have to hate Elon Musk. Now they haven't
Because
bothered,
they're told they're supposed
yeah,
to.
great. They haven't bothered to stop and ask themselves, why do I hate Elon Musk? They've just been told that you must hate Elon Musk because he revealed that at one time, basically, the Democratic Party was running Twitter, and they were
It's a propaganda machine,
and they were silencing all opposition.
Yeah.
And so now, really, you're booing a guy
How dare him.
who set everybody free again.
Exactly. Who pulled the curtain back.
When you boo free speech in America, I am really concerned
What's
where you're
happening
headed.
a lot, guys.
You got a lot of trouble with that, and just like the Ben Carson, we've removed Ben Carson's name from the Detroit high school for no other reason than he was in the Trump administration.
That's the only, I can't find anything else in his past that would make you not want him to be considered a hero.
And I saw some great commentary on that. And they're saying this is the kind of cultural wokeness that makes George Floyd a hero, and Ben Carson is someone that you should despise.
And he's a villain.
Yeah, he's a
Taking
villain.
his name off of school.
Was George Floyd a victim of abuse? Yes. Is he a hero? No.
And the person responsible is being punished for it, and should be.
And is in jail.
Victim, yes. Victim, yes. Hero, no. And Ben Carson, all he did was perform the first ever successful surgery. He's a brain surgeon to actually take conjoined twins and separate them and keep them both alive. But we must remove his name from our high school now because we don't want black children to aspire to be Ben Carson because he served in the Trump administration.
Hey, how about this? Ben Carson should have his name on the school, not because he's black, but because he's a outstanding surgeon who is done things that no one else has ever done before.
Yeah,
Was
and
the first to do it. Yeah.
overcame a lot of obstacles to get there.
Yeah, if you
That
want
a lot of people nowadays say you can overcome.
There's
He's an example of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in his life that should inspire anyone, but he made the mistake of being in the Trump administration, and which is even worse.
And he was over housing or something.
Yeah, so now he will be treated worse than even Condoleezza Rice because Condoleezza Rice can't be a full-blown hero of the black community because she served in the Bush administration, but that's not as bad as serving in the Trump administration. On that one, we take your name away. And we elevate people to heroic status that really shouldn't be there. And we, as we said,
Clarence Thomas, another one.
And then we make villains out of people that really probably should inspire you.
So these people that booing Elon Musk have no idea why they're booing.
No, they
not at all.
So this is just another example of that. But anyway, Dave Chappelle brings Elon Musk onto the stage, and here is what happened when he was brought up.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the richest man in the world.
A smattering.
Cheers and booze, I see. Elon. Hey, Dave.
Controversy, buddy.
What expecting this, were you?
Dave got tickled in himself and walked off.
That is fun.
Yeah. Well, and remember, the people booing, other than if you're what Dave Chappelle said you might be, you got fired by Elon. They don't know why they're booing. They've been told to boo. They can't. They're not thinking for themselves. They're not reasoning it out. Why do I not like Elon Musk?
Oh, well, Rick,
He exposed, people
censorship. How about
censorship, and you're booing him for exposing it. And now you and anybody else can now voice themselves on Twitter, and you're mad because you just wanted that to continue, and you did because the voices that those controlling it were opposing and silencing are voices you don't like. You don't like those voices, and so you think, I don't want to hear from them. They can't talk. They make me sad. So
we got to come up with a name for that.
Yeah. But here's the thing: what good does that do you if you can't handle opposition? Look, I was talking with somebody, and this is happening everywhere. I was talking with someone. I won't say when, because some people might be able to draw some lines then. And he was talking about the struggle they're having right now with young pastors. And he said, "I'll tell you what our struggle is." He said, "They're not tough. The minute somebody says something to them that hurts their feelings, they want to leave. They want to quit." He goes, it's even affecting pastors. These people that have been coddled all their life and they've been protected from opposition or anyone not liking them or disagreeing with them or not awarding them with something for nothing. He goes, you think about, well, what's the big deal? So I'll tell you it's a big deal when they're a pastor of a church and somebody writes them a mean email and they want to quit. Oh, some people are being mean to me.
Well, get ready.
Yeah, and I said, have they ever read about the people who started the church in Acts? You think these guys could handle that? No. Can you imagine taking 39 lashes because you won't stand down from Jesus? These people, they'd fold like a cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave handled it in a good way in that he was like, looks like some of the people that you fired are in the audience. He went farther to say, you notice that all the boos are coming from the upper decks. It's all the broke people that are booing you, which is funny as well. But he also missed a huge opportunity to say, you guys are talking about, y'all don't understand why you're booing Elon Musk. You're just booing him because you're told to. This guy has created the largest green vehicle company the Earth has ever seen. He made electric vehicles cool. And if you truly believe that humans are destroying planet Earth, this is the only guy this is the only guy that has a plan to get us off of planet Earth.
I know. But he made the mistake of not going along with the woke though.
Right, and just because he doesn't pledge to vote Democrat and tell his employees to for the rest of his life, no matter what, you're told to boo this guy. That's really what it comes down to.
If you ask the majority, why are you booing, they couldn't give you an answer.
No.
Or booing because he didn't stick with us.
He's not a good guy.
All the way.
How about this?
He's letting conservatives have a tweet.
He let Trump back on. It's crazy.
Who boos free speech? Who boos free speech?
Well, you do if you've been indoctrinated long enough.
Oh.
Communists do. Fascists do.
Yeah. Top of the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Their findings and what they had concluded based on measurements, and now using modern technique, they say they got the wrong answer. It was a female. So if it was, it's very possible it could have been her.
Okay, so
how about trying to fly across the Pacific Ocean in 1937? It's a little risque. Not a lot they could do for you if you didn't make it.
Or risky even. I mean,
and risque.
Well, after they landed, after probably several months. What was his name? Fred?
Fred.
I assure you, I know that Amelia was not that much of a looker, but after about 6 months, I bet she was.
Fred.
But yeah, how about? Here's how we know it's hard. It's difficult to navigate that. She couldn't do it. Yeah, and
she had already done the Atlantic. So
right.
I mean, she was one of the most skilled navigators to do that at the time. That's why she was trying to do it.
No doubt about it. So we have that, but so we've been able to find Amelia Earhart's bones on some obscure island. Spend years working on it, and we've lost this other airplane. We can't find it.
They've lost the sample of the bones.
What?
Yeah, they've lost them.
Where are they?
They
you
don't
can't
know.
lose Amelia Earhart's bones.
Rick, not only did she
what
disappear,
Nimrod did that?
Not only did she disappear, now we've lost what we thought were her remains.
What if you're the guy that lost Amelia Earhart's bones?
She disappeared twice.
What if all of a sudden somebody said, you know what, we
just ain't gonna find them.
Bubba, hey, we got new forensics. Somebody will get those bones. What were you talking about? Those bones that we had, we found in the 40s. Where are those?
You know,
what drawer are those in a freezer
Bring it
bag?
back.
Yeah, bring those out.
You know, too.
I don't know where they are. You don't know where Amelia Earhart's bones are?
Do you remember a couple of years ago they thought that she had actually been captured by the Japanese Navy and was kept as a prisoner for a while? You remember that story was big. For a while. There she is taking off right there.
There she goes. She has no idea what her life's going to be like. There she goes, Greg.
Yeah, it's just you just boy, it's a big ocean for 1937 technology, isn't it?
Oh, it's a big one. Now.
I mean, we say something. Hey, Rick, we lost a jumbo jet full of people 2 years ago,
and we've just declared them gone. We don't know where they are. Again, I hate to keep going back to that, but I'm sorry,
Rick,
I can't
we
get
need
past
to find
it.
scraps.
I can't get past it.
Yeah, I'm just with all the radar and all the things that we have military satellites between us and the Russians and the Chinese. Nobody knows where that plane went.
A big plane, too.
Rick, yeah, we didn't lose a Cessna.
I mean, that's your big boy right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, I mean, that's mind-boggling to me. And I don't know what the guy did. You know, they thought for a while it was a suicide mission, something. I mean, who knows? But surely we could find something, you know? Stuff like that drives me crazy.
Yeah, well, of course, we didn't find D.B. Cooper even.
Well, D.B. Cooper, you know, didn't leave a radar signature when he jumped out
Well,
of the
that's
plane.
true. And he's not near as big as a plane.
No. No, we found some of his money that, you know, he lost.
I think that's the thing that frustrates me the most. Look, these things where something goes away, nobody ever finds a clue, a speck. The one that gets me is when you do find clues and you still can't do it.
Well, I think that guy that they have come back and said did that is the guy because he had training in parachuting.
I know. There you go again.
And again, modern science was able to solve that because they found fibers of that explosive material that was at the place that he worked off of D.B. Cooper stuff he left on the plane.
So I wish I knew more now about back to Amelia Earhart, the island where they think they now can confirm it. I'd like to know what was available to her, how long you think she was able to survive. 7 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. A Wednesday Bible study back today. It's our final one of the year and our final installment on the study of the book of Genesis. Took 1 year. We wrap it up today. And you'll catch it live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. It'll be archived and available for your consumption. On the YouTube channel are the podcast audio-only archives for your time. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here for a brand new hour. Come home for Christmas, as I'll say it. Please come home for Christmas. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Gift number 10 is gone. It's already been given away, so that's done. Gift number 11, Lord willing, is available tomorrow on the Rick and Bubba Show.
And Rick, let me just say this. If you like tools, it's going to be a good day for you.
Oh, baby. So we have a couple more video audios we want to look at here. So we've got 1E and 2A here that we're gonna deal with, and then we got 3 there as well. But first of all, let's go back and use 3 because we want to use it because it kind of ties into the story we did last hour. So incoming House Democrat Vice Chair Ted Lieu. So this is the one that gets me whenever somebody's been accused of something and now there's no way out. I mean, you have all the evidence, it's all before you. And then they almost go back to when we were kids when you would say, huh, or so, huh, or so, so. Listen, now this person is going to vice chair for the Democratic Party. Listen to the comment on the absolute proof that Twitter was suppressing speech and blocking stories of Biden's family corruption. Here is the response from Ted Lieu.
So recently, he put out a statement on social media saying what he's going to focus on is Hunter Biden's laptop. Actually, it's even more irrelevant than that. He's actually concerned about what Twitter was saying about Hunter Biden's laptop.
So he says all this y'all see, all this has been found out, it's really irrelevant. It's not really important at all.
I wonder if it would it have been irrelevant? I can't say that word. Irrelevant.
Tough word.
Oh,
it's in that place where.
Yeah. Give it another shot just for fun.
Come on, do it. I've tried to do this before. I couldn't do it.
I had one the other day.
Would it have been that way if it had been a Trump kid?
No.
Oh, we would have shut the government down till we got that laptop. What are you talking about?
I wish Ted Lieu would have just looked right in the camera and said, look, it's not Trump's kids, it's not Trump's family, so it's irrelevant.
Right.
I would be making a huge fuss out of this if it was his family, and I'd be telling the American people how important it is for them to know this. But this is Biden's kid. So since it's Biden's kid, it's irrelevant, and we need to move on. And so what? So Twitter was suppressing opposition and hiding evidence that people needed to maybe prosecute a corrupt political family. All that's irrelevant right now, but if it was Trump, I'd be all over it.
What's it now, Bubba?
Say it.
I can't.
Rick's really showing off of that word.
Yeah, he said it
Can
3
you
times.
Can you say relevant? Just the
relevant.
Okay, so
that.
it's not that you're having an issue with. It's
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Oh my goodness!
okay.
You put an L in there.
It's not an L. You're an L adder now.
You've thrown an L in there.
One more shot.
Don't make me quote Elon to y'all.
Right. But you know what I call that little place in our speech problems? You know, we have speech challenges. I call these kind of words places where R's go to collide. If you put me some R words too close together, I struggle too. Irrelevant.
Say relevant.
I have never been able to say that.
Say relevant.
Irrelevant.
Relevant.
No, say relevant.
Faded a little.
Relevant.
Okay.
Irrelevant.
That part of it, got.
Ear. No, where's the L? Why you keep throwing an L in there?
In my ear, you're saying
irrelevant.
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 There you go.
There it is.
So you can mock. Yeah.
I don't know if I can do it. I got to figure out how to write it the way I say it.
Ear, like your
ear,
body part.
Write it the way you say it.
That's not right. That's
irrelevant.
That's somebody means well.
I'm trying to help him, Rick. Unlike y'all,
irrelevant
for him. It works perfect.
You're right. It does.
Irrelevant.
It's pronounced ear elephant. Ear elephant.
Ear elephant.
He'll say anything right now. Don't do this to him.
Ted Lieu claims it's irrelevant.
There you go.
Close.
No,
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Ted Lieu claims it's irrelevant.
Yes, sir.
Getting worse.
That'll work.
Don't anybody step in. Nobody.
I like ear-elephant. I
Irrelevant.
I think I'm just going to say it that way.
Give him space.
None of this matters. It's irrelevant.
Greg, hold it. You let him work it out.
He'll get to it in a minute.
Don't touch him.
These people want to buy some chicken.
Keep taking shots, Bubba. You'll eventually make one.
Come on up, Stroker.
Try it again.
Oh, no, that's one.
Spit it out, Shooter McGee.
The R's, I just can't get. I can say arborist.
Yeah,
I
was proud of you doing that yesterday.
Yeah.
Gave you the hardest word of the whole commercial.
Yeah, I got it.
Yesterday, I was
Isn't
terrible.
it funny?
Irrelevant.
There's just some words that just can't.
That's
Like you struggle with reward, and to me, that's
That's got you in the
an
woodpile
easy
trying to
reward.
stomp.
Yeah.
Gosh, now I'm over here trying to get my lips set up for it. Listen, let me tell you what's funny. Poor old Greg and poor old Speedy.
Yeah.
They have to stand here after the show and hand us copy, and there's just certain words they're just terrorized, but they terrorize us with them. And they'll have copy, and they'll try some way. How can we get these idiots?
Yeah.
How do we get these idiots to get this word out? So
I
somebody.
like when Bubba just declares, "Well, I can't say it that way," and he's done with it because that's just the way I say it.
There's some words that there's no way my mouth will ever say it.
Through this process, you've
WNBC.
You've turned relevant into revenant.
Yeah,
for some reason.
Relevant.
Well, that's better. At least he got that L out of there.
Well,
ear elephant.
Oh,
I like that way. I might just adopt that one.
Let's go with that one.
So use it in a sentence how you would say it.
Let's see. Vice Chair Ted Lieu claims it is irrelevant if Twitter was suppressing speech.
There you go. Okay. The one for me
Got it.
that is probably my toughest one now, because I've worked on reward, is VULNERABLE. When you're
vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
Boy, that tongue is in a boy.
That's a tough one.
I got a commercial that I have to say borrowers. Borrowers.
Yeah.
Borrowers. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
I can say borrow, but borrowers is a little much.
Can you say irreverent? Irreverent.
Wait a minute. Irrelevant. Yeah.
Irreverent is a different word. But
Wow,
can
that is.
you
I
say
think
it?
that is a word.
Oh gosh.
Vulnerable.
That's good.
Vulnerable.
Think like vulture. Vulture.
Vulnerable.
Now say it fast as you can, Rick.
Vulnerable.
I'll tell you another one that was hard to say. It's one of the books of the Bible that starts with a D.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Deuteronomy.
Can you say it?
Yeah.
Can you say it?
Deuteronomy.
I struggle more. I struggle more with
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
There you go.
There you go.
I remember I wrote that.
But that's one
Architectural review.
That's one you mastered.
Second parenthesis.
I have to write it the way I say it, and then just say it over and over, and I'll eventually get.
My big struggle is Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes.
And I've had.
What
to
about
really,
those
work on that one.
Japanese cars, Bubba?
Toyota's always.
Oh,
he's got it.
okay, good.
But I've kind of dialed in on that.
Yeah, he's worked through
Toyota.
Toyota.
Toyota. You guys sing it in your mind.
Yeah,
that's funny. We'll
if
be back.
you can sing it, you can probably say it.
Is it relevant?
It's irrelevant.
No.
It's close.
That's closer if I sing it.
It is close.
I'm gonna Mel Tillis that word. Let's sing it.
Relevant.
Rick and Bubba.
Mean green, almighty dollar, yeah.
Especially, Bubba, when you find that an Oklahoma man was arrested at a Tulsa casino last week for allegedly faking his own kidnapping in order to collect ransom payments from his wife and friends so he could continue to gamble. So he was so obsessed with gambling and when he ran out of money, he tried to act like he had been kidnapped and that his kidnappers wanted ransom money that he wanted sent to him so he could continue to gamble.
Good night.
I mean, that
he's not very good at what he did.
No, he's not.
At all.
Well, that's an elaborate plan, and I don't think just anybody could pull this off. His name is Jonathan Davis. I can't pronounce where he's from. He'd been missing for 3 days when his wife reported him missing, according to the paper there. She said that she'd received text messages from her husband's cell phone, but he was pretending like that even though it was his cell phone, it wasn't really him. It was her husband's captor. Like took his phone and started texting her. My goodness. And the messages demanded that money be deposited into a PayPal account. One message contained, this is how far, now this is gambling for you, contained a photo of a broken finger.
We were wondering where he got that picture from.
And said they were going to continue breaking fingers until they pay. So they then tracked his cell phone to the River Spirit Casino in Tulsa, where when they got there, Bubba, guess what he was doing?
Gambling.
And carrying the cell phone used to send the ransom text. So, as they said, he wasn't very good at what he was trying to do. Now, this is what you got to understand. This next line is important when you talk about addicts who are addicted to anything that is going to destroy your life. And this really sums it up. I don't think he was thinking about it long term.
No.
When you're an addict, you don't think long term. You think next fix.
Right.
And you'll do whatever you have to do to have the next fix. So when people start saying, especially, and at one time our country seemed to have some sort of moral compass on this when they took lotteries and government-run lotteries and outlawed them because they said they didn't think it was good form for any government to say they're going to fund the government based on a game of chance.
Yeah, so this game of chance lottery fever that we have here now is not a new thing.
Oh,
it's actually a recycled idea from a time gone by when they decided it wasn't working.
Well, they said when they had these state-run lotteries, the most famous was the one in Louisiana, if you go back and research it, and they said it became a monster in the state because what happens is because gambling is so addictive and as the song just said, the mean green and the lure of easy money is that it is a game of chance. And everybody says we're going to take a game of chance gambling and we're going to use this to fund the coffers of the government. So what happens is there becomes so much money available, and then, of course, everybody wants that money. And so instead of having a two-party, and in some cases, I guess, if you get an independent that's got any, they can get any kind of momentum going, I guess sometimes you can have a three-party, but it's mainly two-party. You go from a two-party system to a one-party system, and that one party that runs everything is the gambling party.
Yeah.
And it always is a portal for corruption, and then, of course, as we said, what it can do to people who you say, well, hey, man, that's on them. But it's funny that the very people who will say, hey, that's on them, want us to take care of everybody from the womb to the tomb.
Yeah.
Look, the left is the most inconsistent bunch I've ever been around in my life.
Yeah.
Oh, it just flip-flops minute to minute, it seems like.
Hey, we're supposed to take care of people. Okay, well, let's take care of people and not get them involved in gambling. Well, who are you to judge? Okay. Let's take care of people and not legalize marijuana. Hey, who are you to tell people they can't get high? I thought you just told us to take care of them. I'm very confused. It's let's on one hand we want to solve all the problems, but on the other hand we want to continue to fuel the very problems that they have. Does that make any sense to you, Bubba? Help me.
Rick,
somebody hug me.
Rick, let me give you another one. We are all concerned with the opioid problem in this country, but yet we're legalizing marijuana at record rates.
That's another thing. I don't.
What about people that want to use opioids recreationally?
Yeah, well, right.
Same. Just think about how stupid that sounds.
Well, what about this one? We've said this before. Hey, ain't nobody's right today on National Woman Day. Ain't nobody's right to tell a woman what she can do with her body. You go, okay. And, of course, it's not part of her body, but let's say you buy into that. Okay, so what if a woman decides to have a baby and wants to have a choice on where it goes to school? Well, ain't none of her business. She can't decide where that kid goes to school. Government. It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, working our way to the big year-ender coming up this Friday. And so only a couple of days remain in the Rick and Bubba calendar. Best ofs and replays for a couple of weeks. Lord willing, on January the 4th, we're back for our 29th anniversary. All right, so Bubba, are you done with Irrelevant? Have you got it down now?
Irrelevant.
No.
Irrelevant.
There you go.
No.
Irrelevant.
It's close.
Irrelevant.
Relevant.
Irrelevant.
Relevant.
Relevant and irrelevant.
It is not relevant. It is irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Yes.
Yeah,
Censorship is only, we're only against censorship when the opposing party is doing it, not when we do it. All right, so a couple of things that we have to bring up is our press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and so One of the things, with this whole pandemic, yes, no, still going, wasn't going, do this, don't do that. Can't you see the signs?
I started to say, Rick, your description, I think you're quoting lyrics from a song.
I think I am. So she's going to be asked, would there be any kind of commission to investigate how we responded to the COVID pandemic and kind of see if we can look at some of the people maybe that caused unnecessary harm, things that we knew that we acted like we didn't know, things that we pretended to know that we didn't, kind of all of that. And this seems to two-block the press secretary that she was asked this question. So here's the exchange.
Kim, thank you. Does President Biden support or oppose legislation that has stalled in Congress to create a 9/11-style commission to investigate the U.S. response to the COVID pandemic? What is the White House position on this?
So I think this has been asked before, I think during Jen's tenure. I don't have anything more to add or more to look into on this. I would have to go back to the team and see if our position has changed, but nothing new for you.
What was the position?
No, I'm just saying I know that this has come up. I just don't have anything else new to add or to go back and ask and to see where we are on that.
So but does the administration support it or oppose it? Or?
I just answered your question. I said I know this has come up in the past, but I don't know if we've changed our position. I have to go back to see exactly where we are on that particular question.
Bottom line is I don't have any notes to read on that, and I don't know our position. So
I got a clue.
Just give me a minute.
Yeah, I don't know who was asking that question.
Irrelevant.
That's it, Bubba.
Yes.
Yeah, you're showing off. Bubba, I didn't bring any notes on you.
I'm gonna rock the baby before I dunk it in a minute.
Right. I wasn't here and prepared to answer questions about how the government has handled the COVID response,
even though that's what I'm here for.
Right, but I didn't think I needed them because we weren't going to let Steve Ducey talk today.
She looked like she was fired up when it started. Hey, we're going to investigate. We got questions, and then when they said about the government's response to something, they're like, "Oh, wait a minute."
Well, and what she could have said if she was informed, or she's being elusive on this, well, here's what the policy has always been, and I assume that's still the policy. No one's indicated to me that there's been a change in policy. Not only does she not know if there's been any change, she doesn't know what the original policy was. And she's the press secretary for the administration. So now we get it.
That's such a good tactic, though. I'm going to use that with my wife when she asks me something that I should know. I'm like, we've talked about this before, so
try that.
I'm just going to stick with what we said before.
Yeah.
So you tell me what that is.
Yeah, whatever it was
there.
it's still there until somebody tells me it's different.
Yeah.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has announced that he will actually do some investigating in his state under his authority. And he wants to investigate the COVID shot companies for fraud based on the.
Now, Rick, this is key in this, too.
It is.
Okay. Remember, the drug companies have liability protection.
Correct.
Okay. They don't have fraud protection.
Correct.
Liability would be
the wording
we
is
went
key.
in there, we made, we're in a hurry, we're pressured.
We had a side effect.
This thing has got side effects, and nobody knew it was going to do that, and we have to have legal protection from that. What he's going after is they knew they had problems and covered it up, much like the tobacco companies.
Bingo. That's exactly how they got the tobacco company. They were able to prove you knew the problems and you withheld the information. It's one thing not to have known. If we can prove that you knew this shot would not do what you were claiming it could do, if you knew it, now that's fraud.
And you covered it up intentionally.
We gave you a pass on this as experimental, and we're not able to go through our proper stages because we're in a crisis. We gave you a pass on that. It's things that would happen that were side effects you couldn't have foreseen. But if you knew there were side effects, or you knew that it was not as effective as you said, and you withheld that information, that's a different game, and here it is.
Florida, it is against the law to mislead and to misrepresent, particularly when you're talking about the efficacy of a drug. We see just recently, Florida got $3.2 billion through legal action against those responsible for the opioid crisis. And so it's not like this is something that's unprecedented. So today, I'm announcing a petition with the Supreme Court of Florida to impanel a statewide grand jury to investigate any and all wrongdoing in Florida with respect to COVID-19 vaccines. And we anticipate that we will get the approval for that. That will be something that will be impaneled, most likely in the Tampa Bay area, and that will come with legal processes that will be able to get more information and to bring legal accountability for those who committed misconduct.
So there you go.
I am so looking forward to him being president one day. I don't know when it'll be, but I have a feeling we're going to see it one of these days.
Well, you're going to get booed at a concert if you keep that up.
Yeah. I'll probably get booed anyway.
So,
but it's irrelevant.
Why are these?
No. You went backwards.
But that was the worst year attempt so far.
Good night.
What is the?
I
What
wasn't reading it.
about
off
all
my
the
pad.
progress you've made?
Who are all the people behind him, like the Brady Bunch? Who are all these people
I know.
on Zoom?
I know. I was wondering that myself.
That was at a big, basically, and this big announcement. They brought in a whole bunch of people on Zoom and citizens.
Some of them are happy. They're clapping about it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that we should look at that
One
because
was asleep.
Because one of the things that we can't allow is for you to try to shroud yourself in some protection that we didn't give you. We didn't give anybody protection on fraud.
Yeah.
You have protection on things that you didn't know.
Bubba's got a couple of questions for him.
Yeah, right.
What would you like to know, Bubba?
I want to know what they knew and when they knew it.
That's right.
It all comes down to that.
Right.
Yeah,
and what if I said, Bubba, to you, well, wait a minute, we got protection under this. You
I
would
said,
say,
no, you got protection from liability, not fraud.
And you would say, so my liability right now is to this topic would be
the word you're struggling with.
Boy, Bubba, follow.
Is it relevant?
Irrelevant. Relevant.
You're saying ear.
Yeah,
but
that's the only problem now.
Irrelevant.
Just say not relevant.
Yeah.
Not relevant.
There you go.
Not relevant in this case.
That is not
not relevant at all.
Look, Greg, you know what you just did?
Irrelevant.
It's like you just gave him a pass.
I know. I freed him from his bondage.
No, it's a workaround.
It's a workaround. Look, I do it all the time. Guys, I see words coming down the pike, and I know words I'd like to use to make myself sound smarter. I just can't say them.
I know it, Rick. I hear people use words. I go, ooh, I want to use that. And then I go, well, I won't be able to pull that off.
I forget what I was going to use.
I've always tried to, just for something, and I always forget to use it. I want to say something's not germane to this.
I know.
And I never can find a way to use it. And I had opportunities, and I'll go with something else. Greg, bottom of the hour. Who wants to go to the Birmingham Bowl this year? We'll talk about that next.
Rick and Bubba.
Besides that. So you can't even follow it. I mean, you just like, well, y'all don't have any consistency whatsoever. So in other words, if she decides to have the baby, then all of her choices are over. Yeah. But if she decides to terminate the baby, that choice you want her to have, choosing where the child goes to school if she's stuck in a bad place with a horrible school system, that you'll rob from her.
That is one of the most inside out thinking I have. I mean, it's Rick. It makes my head hurt to even try to lay that out for somebody.
I can't wrap my mind around it. I don't understand it. But you're not going to understand things, Rick, when it's all based on emotion. You've said that how many times? You ever going to apply it and just be done with it and have some peace about it? Yeah, I guess I will, Rick, but it is a little frustrating. I understand that. I mean, how can we not be frustrated by the things that were just said? Everything that was said in this room just saying, how can nobody be frustrated by that? So we got a guy that's gambling is such a good thing. We've got a guy that's willing to try to get ransom money from his own wife and friends so he can continue to gamble, and will pretend he's been kidnapped. Do you realize what level you got to get to say I've run out of money here in my Tulsa casino and I got to do something?
Yeah. How was the drop going to be made?
Oh, he's going to put PayPal account.
He'd set up a PayPal account.
Well, that can all be traced.
Can I tell you what?
It'd be better just to have a bag of money, throw it out under a tree somewhere.
Yeah, let me say something to this person who obviously has got a real issue on gambling. Take advantage of some of the times that we're in right now. You can't. I'm amazed at the money people can get out of a GoFundMe account. I mean, they just for really things that don't even seem like it ought to warrant a GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm. But they can get thousands of dollars sometimes.
Look, why don't you do this? And there's a lot of people that love gambling, and why don't gamblers help fellow gamblers? And why don't we?
It's kind of like a lottery. It just takes out the middleman.
There you
right?
go. Let's let all of you that love to gamble help other people who love to gamble and take us out of it. So if you've gambled away everything you've got and you're destroying your family and you want more money to continue to perpetuate this same horrible...
Before you lose your computer.
Yeah, before you lose your good one, why don't you set up a GoFundMe and gamblers can send money to other gamblers? I promise you if he put a GoFundMe up, he'd have got some money.
The other night, the girl who got stiffed on The Bachelor, they set up a GoFundMe account for her.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And she gave it to charity, but they were laughing about it.
How much did she already have?
Like $6,000, and the show said we'll match whatever they. But no, why
$6,000 over one day, one
because
night,
she got her
one
feelings
night.
hurt.
Wait, we did a GoFundMe because somebody broke up with.
Sure. Yeah, the one on he picked one and then changed his mind, so they had a GoFundMe account
Did that
for
really
the one.
happen?
Yes.
Does nobody care about me today?
They brought it up on there, and they even insinuated that it may have started off as kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing. But anyway, it got about $6,000 up to that point, and he said, "What do you want to do with it?" She said, "Well, give it to charity. Give it to a cancer fund." She named one, and the guy that hosts the show said, "Well, we'll match it." But somebody thought it was a good idea. I don't know.
I'm just going to let it go. There's a situation that I know about where there are people asking for you to pay their bills on GoFundMe.
Oh no, but you ain't surprising me.
It's amazing to me the actual capability this person has to just go out and get a job and you'd pay your bills.
No, I've seen
But
that.
Instead, we're going to ask for the money because everything I can't find that perfect management job or
holding out
you know
for
what I'm
management.
saying? Yeah, those kind of things.
I know of examples just like that.
And people are actually paying for bills.
If you think I'll put one dime,
it's unreal to me.
When I've got a person who's mentally and physically able to work and they want me to pay their bills, they're out of their mind. That ain't never gonna happen. I wouldn't put a penny in a GoFundMe like that.
And I'm gonna tell you this.
I thought Speedy should have set one up so he can travel to see the Gamecocks play.
Hey, Rick, walk to work for a few months and let everybody find out about it. They'll buy you a car on GoFundMe.
Well,
We've
you're right.
seen that.
Yeah.
I had a guy send me one. I told you this before because he wanted to buy this guitar he always wanted. This vintage guitar. That was what it was about.
Well, at least he's honest.
Because he'd always wanted one, Rick.
That's kind of like the flim flam guy, the old beggar that told me I just want something to drink. I'm just going to shoot you straight. We'll be back. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. And, when we're about to end this year of Rick and Bubba, and we'll be coming back, Lord willing, in January, have you ever thought about, with your company, your product, you're thinking, I'd like to hear my product talked about the way I hear them talking about these people that have teamed up with Rick and Bubba. I mean, I hear them talking about stuff like MyPillow. I wish we were right in there. If you'd like to look at maybe locking arms with all the Rick and Bubba platforms, and we can customize it to whether you need it to be national, you need it to be local, whatever, you can go to rickandbubba.com under contact and talk to our friends at Syndicated Solutions, or just use this email, rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com, and find out, about entertaining the thought of locking arms with us and let us market your product. And we're always looking for new relationships and products to put out before one of the most powerful audiences in media, and boy, do they respond. So do that, and we look forward to maybe working with your product and with your company coming up next year. All right, so Bubba, another thing that's going on down in Sweet Home, Alabama, where the show comes to you daily, or most every day, 9 out of 10 for sure, is the Birmingham Bowl. This, of course, will be sponsored by Ticket Smarter. All the information is in show notes, ticketsmarterbirminghambowl.com. Mark Meadows, Executive Director of the 2022 Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl, is here, and we're going to talk about the matchup. It'll be coming up on December the 27th. Our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be in the stadium bringing the hype. Mark, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Well, thanks. Glad to be here.
So are you jacked about 2022's bowl?
Well, we are. We had the first sellout ever at Protective Stadium last year at our bowl game, and we got a couple of firsts coming up this year as well. We got the first night game for our bowl game. We've never played it at night. We've got a 5:45 kickoff, and then the first time Coastal and East Carolina have played each other. So this is a lot of firsts.
It's a kind of a backyard brawl there, isn't it?
Kind of is.
I guess are these like schools that wouldn't play each other because they didn't want to like acknowledge the other when they thought they were, maybe a little higher up the rung, and now they're going to be forced to play each other.
Well, it could be. I haven't heard that, but that could
that
be.
may be one way I would characterize it.
Coastal has only had a football team for the last 20 years, so that may be part of it too. So.
Yeah, and so there's a lot going on with these two teams too. Now, East Carolina, that's a little more settled. They're representing the American Athletic Conference, and Mike Houston there, and it's their third appearance in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. Now, Coastal Carolina's got a lot going on. They go 9-3. They're representing the Sun Belt Conference, so they have an interim head coach. That's Chad Staggs, and of course the new coach hasn't started yet. He'll be there for next season. Tim Beck. He's the OC at NC State, so he'll be coming in. The coach they had has gone and he's taken the job at Liberty, so he's gone. Interim is the defensive coordinator, is that right? Will be the head coach. That's Chad Staggs. And then their quarterback, 3-year starter Grayson McCall, says, I'm going to play in the bowl. I have been, the player of the year in the Sun Belt Conference. I've been starting for 3 years. I'm going to get in the transfer portal, but not till after the bowl game. So
there's a lot of strange
got a lot of drama
going on with it. A lot of stories
Carolina.
off the field, right?
Well, our game, unfortunately, a lot of years we're a kind of a transition bowl for coaches. So we got new coaches coming in, or old coaches that didn't quite make it to the end of the season. But we've gotten used to dealing with that over the years. But yeah, it's going to be a good game. I think you got. Couple of really high-powered offenses that are coming in, so it'll be an exciting game, I think.
Well, and I tell you,
neither one of these teams want to go back home and lose this. This is going to be very important to them.
Yeah, East Carolina's been here twice before, and I think they lost both of those games, and so this is their third shot in Birmingham. So I know they're looking for a win, and Coastal, has really had an amazing 3 or 4 year run here. You were talking about Grayson McCall. Not only did he win the Sun Belt Player of the Year this year, he's a 3-time winner.
3 times. Yeah.
So he's quite an athlete. So it'll be a great game.
And if you want to ever see him play for Coastal Carolina, this is your last chance to see it. That's. But I had never really heard of. I'm going to the transfer portal, but not yet.
I hadn't either. Is there any speculation where he's going to end up or anything?
Yeah.
Speed?
Yeah, a lot of people talking.
There's been some rumors that Liberty, Florida, Auburn's kind of up a little bit higher. They're very interested in him. Those are some rumor schools that are going around.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, NC State's one of them too. NC State, Liberty, Florida, and Auburn.
There you go. So
who knows?
Mark, tell us some other things. How about, were you at the meeting where they demanded Calvin Speedy Wilburn?
Well, actually, yes, I was. I had that meeting with Sam, and we discussed it, and we actually talked about it last year, but we got started a little late. But yeah, we'd love to have Calvin Speedy Wilburn out there in the stands and getting everybody excited.
Have you ever seen him just work a stadium into a frenzy?
Well, I've heard a lot about his days at the Titans, and I know he works with UAB. So yeah, we know he's a vet.
He was in demand at the Titans.
Yeah,
too.
I'm sure
he could have flipped right over to the Redskins if he wanted to.
Yeah, he's getting
when they were the Redskins.
He's getting a little bit older, but it really makes him almost more trustworthy. The parts of danger are gone. So now it's just he's responsible. He's somebody's husband.
Somewhat responsible.
He's somebody's daddy, and
granddaddy.
And granddaddy now. So he's like the old wise stadium guy now. He knows, he's been there before. He's a veteran. You can trust him. He gets after. He knows what to do. He knows what works, what doesn't work.
Knows the buttons to push.
He can deal with sound checks and all the obstacles you have to overcome there.
Plus, he's still nimble. He can get around the stadium.
Oh yeah, he's still in good shape. He can move around well for his age. And so, what are some other things? If I'm fired up, I'm coming to the Birmingham Bowl. I want to be there. What are some other things going on around the game?
Yeah, for the public, on December the 26th, which is Monday, and I always think of Greg when I think of this event, but it's the Bud Light Fan Fest and Pep Rally.
Right.
And I know we'd love to have Greg out, helping us out.
There's another booking.
we got live music on the stage from 1 to 5 on Monday. At 5 o'clock, you'll have your two teams will do their pep rally. So Coastal will go at 5, East Carolina will go at 5:30, and then we'll have a little fireworks demonstration. So if you want to come out during the day and kind of intermingle with the Coastal and East Carolina fans, that's a good opportunity. We'll have food and beverage. We'll have games, interactive games, a lot of stuff going on out there. And then the next day, we're back again at 1:30, 4 hours before kickoff. And then we'll basically have everything on Tuesday that we had on Monday except for the pep rally. So live music. Your buddy Brad Ryan will be out there playing.
Look, if you book Brad Ryan,
his band. I think they're called Man's Best Friend. It's kind of a bluegrass. They have played at every game day fan fest that we've had for the last 15 years, probably.
I did not know that. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
So it's not 3 on the String. It's Brad's own gig.
He's got a group that's called. I just said it, but I can't remember.
Man's Best Friend.
Yeah. So
and you pay him in bones. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I saw him burying one over at Sloth Furnace. It's crazy.
Well, that's irrelevant. So that'll be so. There's a lot to do for the fans too, and of course with Protective Life Stadium and all that, they've got all the restaurants and all the fun all right there across from the stadium.
Yeah, one of the Coastal will be staying there at the Sheratons, so their fans and their fan base will have all the uptown right there for them. We'll be running a shuttle on the 26th and 27th from the Galleria, so people can park at the Galleria for free and catch the shuttle downtown or to uptown. And then on game day, there is public parking is available, and BJCC parking is available down there. So we're expecting to have a good time.
And you got to be excited about the facility you're in now.
Oh man.
Beautiful.
Nothing like a brand new stadium.
Yeah, and like I say, we're excited about a night game. We've never had a night game. We kind of asked for it, and now that we're in that facility, we think it's going to be great.
Oh, it will be. So if you want to get your tickets right now, TicketSmarterBirminghamBowl.com for the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. East Carolina taking on Coastal Carolina at beautiful Protective Life Stadium, and you can be involved with all that's going on the day before and the day of, and go out and enjoy great football. And if you're a fan of either one of these schools and you follow them, we look forward to welcoming you to Birmingham, and we are very good at Southern hospitality, and you will love being hosted here in our town. So everything you need to know at rickandbubba.com under show notes, or you can go directly to TicketSmarterBirminghamBowl.com and get ready to enjoy a great time, great football, and our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn working you into a frenzy. Mm-hmm. Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mark.
We'll be back. Final phone calls of the hour and any stories that we might have missed. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines available. We'll chat with you. Whatever topic you want to select, you can do that now. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back for a brand new hour. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussett.
What about it, Si? Glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, before we go any further, happy birthday to Richard Blake Burgess, better known as Boomer, 27 years old today.
Wow. That is something.
Oldest boy's 27 today.
I remember the day he was born.
Oh, boy.
And I'll never forget him as a little guy running around, when they're just kids and they run around in their diaper, and he had that little blonde hair, little cotton top.
Oh, cotton top curly?
Yeah, just hair everywhere.
So anyway, happy birthday, son. 27, and just, hey, out there trying to make it happen. And
I remember the day he was born, and I was at the hospital. Wow, he was big.
10, 23 inches long.
Yeah, big kid.
And still big.
Yeah.
So happy birthday. So funny, weird when your kids become adults. They still got a lot to learn, and you're still trying to help them all you can. But it's a different game. It's really you sure can cut out a lot of worrying about what you're going to say. You can go right to the point. What do you think about that? I think that's crazy. Don't do that. You're out of your mind. You know what I mean? So,
Of course, you
No
know,
way.
him and Taylor 2 months apart. So 2 months from now, it's hard to believe they're 27.
That is. That is. We're getting old.
'Cause they were. I forgot they were that close in age. Too.
Yeah, like I said it was yesterday or the day before, it shows you again. This bit that Bubba and I do where we're two old men on the radio is not funny anymore.
No.
I wish you quit talking about that.
It was funny. We were doing it in our early 30s, wasn't it? Huh?
Listen,
we was
sound
laughing our
old.
heads off here.
Yeah.
Rick, listen to my old man voice. Listen.
Celebrity
Big
news.
rock singers, we got
Celebrity news.
golden fingers.
Bubba. Quite a lot. You remember the show when he was trying to be a drummer in Nebraska's band?
Oh yeah, Tommy Lee goes to college.
Knocked out cold
By his son.
Right.
Mm.
and his son Brandon. She says stepson, future stepson, has guns in the room, and she's concerned. But halfway through the 911 call, Tommy wakes up and tries to call off the police.
All right, so he
and
realizes
you should have to listen in on that.
Tommy's
one.
thinking, we don't need them here poking around.
No,
Right.
we do not.
But as the call starts, now keep in mind, Tommy Lee is knocked out. Take a listen.
My stepson and my fiance got into a fight, and he pushed his father, and then he asked his son to leave, and he wouldn't leave, and he punched.
And any weapons?
My stepson has guns in his room, and that's why I'm freaked out. I just locked the door.
And right now, are you with your husband?
Yes. What do I do?
Okay. Is he sitting or lying down right now?
He's lying down
On his back or side?
on his back.
Okay. Let's leave him still right now. Don't move him. And
I know. I'm so afraid his mouth is bleeding. I don't know what to do.
Ma'am, listen. Is he bleeding right now?
In his mouth, he's bleeding. Yeah.
Okay. Where's your stepson?
I don't know. I just locked the door of our bedroom. I just got scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's just not. He's just like unconscious. Like he's out. Yeah, he's bleeding in his mouth. I cannot believe his son just punched him in the face.
You know what they were arguing about?
His mom, because got mad and posted some like ugly photos of her, and then mad, and then came in here. Hey, is your toothless? I'm on the phone with the paramedics. No. No, you want me to cancel them? Can you just cancel it? He doesn't want you here. He just woke up, and now he's okay.
Okay, but he still got knocked out, though, with a face injury.
That's okay. He doesn't want it.
Okay, well, they'll let them know, but they'll be right there, okay?
Tommy took a
Rick,
shot.
this is exactly we don't want anybody poking around here.
So,
Wild.
Tommy woke up. Rick, hang up.
how about it's like, hey, look, I don't want them here. That's a wild side, isn't it?
Oh, he's
Yeah,
quiet.
well,
guy.
you're right. Your was quiet.
Yeah, he went to Tommy. It was.
Phone calls coming in 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. You can join us now. Helmsley's got the phones. All 10 lines are available. Don't forget the final installment of the year and the final installment on the book of Genesis. Wednesday Bible study today wraps up. It'll be live at noon Central on the YouTube channel, archived soon after to the YouTube channel and the podcast audio archives for your consumption, if you so desire. All right, so phone calls coming in. Let's go to Megan. Megan's in Gulf Shores, Alabama. She's listening to us on Sunny 105. Megan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, y'all. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Great.
We're good.
Good. Do y'all remember the movie Blazing Saddles?
Yeah, I do. It's been a long time.
Yeah, we were real little when that came out, but I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Do you remember the town drunk that says reverend every time the reverend speaks in the church scene?
No, I don't remember that, but I think you're onto something here. It sounds like.
That's
Okay,
funny.
When Bubba is trying to say irreverent, that's what it sounds like you saying reverent. And I just started cackling in the car.
That
laughing
is
hysterically.
irreverent.
So, thank you, guys.
Thank you. That's
I
I
you sound
haven't.
like a drunk character.
Irreverent.
And
Well, I
it's
can say
irrelevant.
it when I do it. though. Irreverent.
Let's go to Herschel. Herschel in Millbrook. Herschel, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Would you consider yourself a Calvinist? And can you touch on Calvinism and election a little bit? And I've also heard all of this from John MacArthur and tried to understand it. And one more other thing to add to that, if a person is saying, I want to be like the world, and you confront them and you say, well, why does that please the Lord Jesus? And they say, well, no, but I want to do it anyway. But they say that they're saved. How can you verify that someone, even themselves, are truly saved?
Well, I will go back to this. A couple things I'll say. We don't have time to unpack all that, so nobody panic. We won't. I do not consider myself a Calvinist, nor do I consider myself anything other than a follower of Jesus Christ and one of his disciples. I think we got to be real careful of labels, especially tied to human beings. So I don't pretend to know everything about the beginning of all things and the end of all things. I think that's a little bit arrogant on my part to think that my finite brain can completely comprehend him. So I want to comprehend everything that he allows me to comprehend and enables me to comprehend, and I'm all in on that. But whether I am Arminian or Calvinistic or, free will, all these different titles, is it not clear in Scripture that I am called to be a disciple and go and make disciples? So I don't think that anybody's theology can say, well, no, not in our theology. No, he says to do that. And then Jesus says, if you love me, if you're truly my disciple, those are the ones that obey my commands. Okay? So I just do what he says to do. And then I will, if I get there and he tells me that one of these theological views was a little more accurate than the other, it doesn't change what I'm told to do. It doesn't change who he says I'm supposed to be. And I think we really are turning a lot of people off when we get into some of this where we argue over these things to the point of declaring you less a Christian if you don't get this particular. I think John Calvin himself would be sick at his stomach to think that he's being lifted to a place that he would not be comfortable being lifted on his own. But I would not say I don't go with any of those labels because I think they're divisive and it doesn't seem in Scripture whether it matters because I'm if you believe all this is predestined and you believe that God made some people just totally for no other reason than to go to hell, and if that's what you think and that's what you believe, you still can't exempt yourself from Jesus saying, I have completed this. Now be a disciple and go make disciples and teach them to obey everything that I have commanded. We're all called to do that. So that really kind of takes up all my time.
Well, you see there's an obvious conflict between pre-election and free will, but it's only a conflict in my mind if you look at it on a temporal human level.
Correct.
And you've got to elevate and be able to think about this the way God thinks about it, and then it kind of cleared up for me.
Yeah. So, but I don't consider people who do believe that to somehow be problematic either. I don't think that's not a redemption salvation issue. However, on the other, here's what the Scripture says: we are not to judge the lost, but we are to judge those that claim not to be lost. That's right out of Scripture. Paul makes that very clear in his letters to the church at Corinth. So, and then you go, well, how do we do that? Well, I'd look at places like 1 John, when the Gnostics came in and started saying that Jesus wasn't sinless. He couldn't have had of human flesh and been sinless, and so sin really doesn't matter. And then John comes back and says, oh, whoa, I was with Jesus, and he said those that abide in him will produce the fruit. And it says anybody who abides in him but does not obey him is a liar, and the truth is not in him. So that's pretty obvious, and that is people say we're not supposed to judge, and we're not in charge of who's in and who's out. I agree with that. However, God gave us the authority that if you claim to be one of us and we see inconsistencies from Scripture, not from our own views, in your life, we are to point that out, and it does give concern that, and I would be an example, that everybody's going to stumble. The disciple of Christ may still struggle with their sin nature because the flesh is still alive, but Scripture says they do not live a life of sin. That's it talks about deliberate, perpetual sin isn't found in those that are truly redeemed, not because of our new self-control or my new commitment to goodness, but because of the power of Jesus. So that's how I would answer those two questions. To the phones we go. Let's go to Butch in Boaz. Butch, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Tell me what y'all's favorite Christmas songs are.
Famous Christmas songs. I love "Oh Holy Night." I love the Chris Tomlin's song "Noel." Love that, and I love Brother Cain's "God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen." I love Kevin Derryberry's "Away in the Manger."
There's just so many of them. It's hard to say.
Just put them on play and let them go.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them, and I like anything Bing Crosby does.
Yeah.
I grew up with it.
I like the spiritual worship songs better than the secular songs, but some of the secular songs can be fun. Let's go to Will on the interstate. Will, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Greetings, everything. Hope y'all are having a wonderful day.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to call in and let Bubba know that I watched that movie about the Mars rovers last night. If he hasn't seen it, I would definitely recommend it. I believe he would enjoy it. On Amazon, it's called Good Night, Oppie. It's about the opportunity in spirit rovers. Very good.
We
think you're gonna like that, Bubba. I
We
really do.
started to watch that the other night.
Good night, Oppie.
And Betty wanted to look at something before we did, and then we got off chasing rabbits and never got back
I
to
think you're going to dig it.
You're going to love
With
it.
it being a rainy day today may be the day.
Good night, Oppie.
I think today is set up for the perfect day for you to watch
it
it. And it looks like it's right up your alley. I think I might even kick the tires on it. No Oppie pun
Good night,
intended.
Oppie.
No more
If
Mars
you like
rover.
a lot of red dirt, you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, well, Greg, just the whole thing of making it work and all that.
Yeah, the technology
really
to
work?
do it and to land it there.
Greg, don't be like that. Don't be that person. By the way, we're wrapping up the live show today, but some of you still have more Rick and Bubba. But there's 2 more live shows that remain in 2022. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's gonna roll away, biscuit cutter.